Okay, so this, I don't know how long this is gonna be, but this is gonna be uh, a guide, a 120 guide for Spyro Reignited, specifically on console. Uh, as you can see, I'm there, and I feel like more people should try it. More people should give it a go. And if you're already giving it a go, then maybe you can use this video to learn a few different things. But plan is to basically just go through my PB, kind of do like a PB review, and whilst reviewing my PB, give a few bits of advice here and there about, how to improve and what to look for and that kind of stuff. So movement wise, I'm not gonna dive into too much detail on movement, I don't think. We'll see. Um, if I do, then it's what it is. But if I don't, then I'll have like a movement guide link below. The other things I'll have linked below are the Spyro Reignite speedrunning Discord, um, where you can find me and other runners who can help you if you have any questions. Um, and I think that's it, probably. Yeah. So let's just do it. This is gonna probably take a while. Um, this number is gonna be big at the end, is what I'm expecting. Let's just jump into it. So as you can see, start off by resetting classic. There's nothing really here to talk about at the start. The first thing I do is just run straight into Stonehill. So there you go. So Stonehill, there actually is a few things we can talk about, but let's just go over the start. You want to charge that chest first. Hold on. Why is it so low quality? Oh, it's not. Actually, no one. I didn't realize it looked that bad. Anywho, you turn like back left on the analog stick and just charge that chest first. And then these gems here, you can pick up like these first two and then go towards this third one. And then for this fourth one, you basically just pivot away from this third one and that fourth one will pick up. Uh, and so yeah, like I do there. Hit the ram, turn into the room. As you can see, this red gem looks like it's kind of far away, but I promise you, if you charge lining up with this crack, this red gem will always pick up. I've never once missed this red gem. So just charge facing this crack, or maybe if you want to be safe, a little bit to the right of it, and you always pick up this gem. But you hit the chest. Here, I hit the very left of the chest, as you can see, just to make sure that I can, when I turn, the ram is as close to me as possible. And then hit the ram, hit these guys, turn to hit that chest, grab all those gems, hit that guy on the right, hit the ram on the right, and then
I will
slide left.
eventually.
Oh my god, bro, shut up. And then we're gonna turn left to hit that chest. Now this is actually something that could be interesting. This will be the first little movement thing I'll talk about, and it's when I run 120, I have like a pretty big emphasis of like limiting my air time with my movements. As you can see, I do like a short charge jump rather than like a big one, and then a little glide and then charge to fall down the platform. And I will stop right here. And this is where the first bit of like alternate routing I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to talk too much about alternate routes because this is like mainly going to be like a PB review. So I'm mostly going to be talking about my route. Um, but I think this one is important to mention. So I'll go through what I do first, and then I will. Is it this one? This one? Is this one? Yeah. So what I do here is I do a boosted jump onto the roof bit there. I grab the gem, and then quick little thing here. If when you turn this corner, if you hit like here roughly, the gems that are here will home in. So you don't need to go all the way and then come all the way back. You can touch like here and then you're good. As you can see, the gem that's there picks up, it's picked up, and then we're through. So that looks fairly simple, but this booster jump here is probably the toughest in the game. Uh, the advice I'll give for it is, unlike most jumps, you don't want to jump off the edge. You want to jump here. I don't know, it's a very faint line, but you can see, like, it's kind of tough to explain, but if you go in game and you try it, you'll see this line here is not the edge, but it is the highest point of the rock formation. So you need to jump from the highest point of the rock formation, and then I just booster jump and turn a bit left at the very peak, and yeah, charge jump and then charge down. And the alternate route is, oh yeah, as you can see, I have a few things I'll bring up. But the alternate route is, after you get the 3 red gems, you just turn to the left, you grab the green gems there, grab grab the gem that's down there, and as you can see, it's a lot easier. You don't have to worry about booster jump, and the time difference is, I want to say, about like half a second, maybe 1 second. So if you want to save 1 second, do the booster jump, and if you're fine with not learning it, then don't learn it. But we'll continue where I left off. Am I
I
still
need I
talking?
need you to,
Oh my God, bro.
because you stream variety
But
stuff,
I
right?
pick up the 2 gems there. They're just right here. Uh, Keeping it close to the left here. Same here. Pivot before even getting close to gem. Holy. Quick little charge down to that chest. Now, as you can see, I touch I touch this gem, and then I don't touch this gem. This gem will home in, but the reason I touch the gem here is because we're lining up for the thief minute, where I hit the thief there. Uh, I've done a 12 eggs guide before, and I can't really be asked to talk about it again, so let's just see what past me had to say.
You can diverge from the route a bit.
Oh my God,
Um,
bro.
uh, and you just jump. Might be like, well, how you can see, you can
I literally, I swear before I started recording this, I had this lined up so that I
get.
would be talking about it.
Now, this thief, very annoying. Very, very annoying. There's a lineup, as you can see here. A lineup that was showed to me many months ago by Toaster Cat. Basically,
Very
you want
good
to be a
lineup.
tiny bit to the left of the thief
Hmm.
as you're charging, and then as the
Wow.
thief starts turning to the left, you turn to the left with it, and then you flame. If you're on P,
That is incredible stuff past me. I'm doing the exact same thing here, except I'm doing it before turning the camera. If you are not comfortable with doing this, what I suggest is grab the 2 gems, turn, and then just like take a second basically to line it up. And then do what I do, which is charge and then turn to the left and then flame. Um, Grab the 2 gems. There's not really too much to say about that gem collection there. Grab it. I do this room left to right and then grab the key, but you can do it right to left. Or you can even grab the key and then go left to right. Charge both chests. Try not to hit the dragon on your way to the second chest. I turn around, hit that ram, hit these 2, pivoting whenever I can. Hit the right chest here, hit the ram. All good, all good stuff, basically. All good stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's not too much to say here. Just I took a little second there to make sure the gems are collected, but you can be a bit riskier with the movement if you want. We're gonna drop down here, and there's gonna be one final thing I have to say, which is with these final pile of gems, I like to jump into it. as you can see, when you jump into it, the gems collect like a lot quicker. Like I jump, I collect those two, and then I touch those three there as well, and then Sparks only has to collect one gem. If you don't jump into it, then Sparks will take like an extra like second to picking up each gem individually. But that is Stonehill, and then you want a guidebook out of Stonehill back into the start of Artisans, because what we're going to do is from here we're going to hold directly to the right. We're going to grab this gem here, nice little booster jump there, but you can also glide over to that section. I don't think there's a difference, but if you're fast enough, you'll hit the naught as he's like entering the tunnel. If you're slow, then he'll be like somewhere in the tunnel, but it doesn't really matter too much as long as you get him. Now, this guy, very cringe. Very cringe guy. Um, if you struggle with him, then I will say you can do the simple thing and just like flame him 3 times before going up the whirlwind, but you can do the cool strat, which is what I do, which is you flame him on the very left, and then you drop the gem, and then from here you want to go to the right, drop down. You don't even need to jump there. You don't need to jump for this first platform. You just charge straight down, and then you do a short jump to glide, grab those gems, flame. You make sure you pick up that gem. You can't leave this gem here because you're not going to come back for it. So you flame him, you just pick up the gem, and then he has like a few like frames of invincibility basically. So I wait a second to flame him there, and then you leave the gems that he dropped. The final gems that he drops, you leave them. Okay? Charge down to pick up all the chests and stuff, and then you pick up the gems that he left. Let's see what I'm talking about here.
Oh yeah, I remember this boss. It's like, I saw the boss and I was like, it's scary. It's a big dude.
What the fuck am I talking about? Anywho, Pound Square. You start off by getting the gems directly behind you. Just two, so it's not that bad. With this gem, same thing with that one red gem in Stone Hill. You can line up like here. If you line up like here, that green gem will pick up and then you can turn to get the red gem. And if you pick up this red gem, then you can instantly turn because that red gem will also pick up. Just a few little like pivots and optimizations you can think about. Which will be important because the fastest way to this level is to hit the optimal ball cycles. So you pick up the gems on the stairs. It's nothing too serious. Nothing too serious here. I charged that guy. I flamed the second one because I picked up his gem on my way to the stairs. Uh, I really like this movement. It's very simple, but it's just nice. Like you leave the gem there. You charge the first guy, flame the second guy, you leave the gem, you come back, and then the stairs is nice and then nice. And the pivot to the flame, charge jump for the chest. If you try and be too quick with these gems here, like you try to like, oh, let me land on this one, you would typically miss one of either the one on the left or the right. But so I like to do it how I did that, where it's like I jump to like the left of the one in the center, so that that one homes in, and then move slightly to the right, and then charge away. It's like how I do it. Uh, touch the dragon, and then all the gems should pick up. You do need to touch the dragon like a bit further, like in this corner, to make sure that gem gets picked up. If you touch it like here, then you'll pick up these two gems, but that one won't get picked up. Um, Now we're gonna get the chest here, and then it's pretty simple stuff. Now this jump here, you can if you have 90 minutes and you're on 30 FPS like you're on console, you can jump from this step, but it is a bit risky. I don't do it though. I just take the very very nice, very simple. Pick up the green gem. If you're not confident with doing the movement how I did it there, then what you can do is basically do everything how I do it here normally. And then when you hit like here, instead of turning to get the chest out over here, just go get the thief and then come back for it. But if you're not confident with your movement, then get everything quickly and then flame him before he runs away. If you're wondering why on console I'm not skipping the thief animations by jumping, it's because the in-game timer does not tick during those animations, and so there is no benefit to doing it on console, um, other than saving like real time. But I don't care about that. I'm here to waste my time in my speedruns. Put triple flame on the chest and then roll. I roll just I don't know why. You could turn into it, but I like to roll and just feel cool about myself. Hit the ball, drop down, flame that guy because we pick up a gem as we touch the dragon. Flame the two balls. It's pretty decent. I've definitely had better town squares. I got stuck there, but you get the idea. And then we're gonna guide book back to Artisans. Now, actually, I'll save that. Let me save that for. Let's see what I'm talking about. Nothing to say. We're gonna start the return to Artisans by charging to the left, and we're gonna just creep on the side of this little platform here to make sure we pick up these two red gems. And the reason why we want to pick up those two and not all of them is because we're gonna pick up those two on the way out of Sunny Flight. Unlock Sunny Flight, this was very bad, as you can see, but you can do that very clean. If I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna bother to show it. But if you can charge jump all of these, like you can go like charge jump, charge jump, charge jump, charge jump, and then glide onto that one, and then you can unlock it. But as you can see, I got like a big jump there for some reason, and then well, hold on, I took 2 damage. I did what? Okay, I thought I took 2 damage, but I didn't. Funny flight. Anyways, now funny flight I'd say is maybe the hardest flight to get used to. Because of the planes and the train cycles. You need to patch them to get a good sunny flight time. And if you're not used to that, it can be tough. I think if you're just starting out playing the game, the best advice I could give to someone trying to just do flight in their runs is do whatever route works for you. So if you need to take a slower route, you know, do that. But the advice I'll give if you're trying to improve and you're trying to learn the fastest route, do as much of the fastest route as you can, and then when you mess up, just try and like back it up quickly and then just clean up the rest the best you can. If you can do like half of the level as the fastest route, and then you have to like back up the second half, then that's fine. That's still better than if you had not done it at all, typically. And it will help you learn. Um, I flamed the first train, staying very low to the water to pick up speed. Flame the second one, charge down here to get this arch, and now this is where the plane cycle starts to flame this one and then this one. And then after we flame the second one, we're gonna charge to turn to flame that train. If you're a bit late, to flaming this train, like if the train's like closer to like here, rather than being here, you can charge down onto the train tracks, turn around, and then glide up. But I prefer to bonk on that wall to just turn more quickly, and then glide straight up to meet this plane. Charge straight down, glide, and then you get a double flame in those planes. Flame the train, turn back around, then you're gonna finish off by flame and then charge down. And you can if you're just getting used to flight controls, you might mess this up here where you need to flame and then drop down and then flame and then keep turning before you glide. But you can play that safe and uh get it like on a bit of a wider turn. I go for Sunny Flight Proxy here. Basically, if you line up with like roughly here and just charge. You can sometimes like get the charge off that bit of debris there. I'd say it's worth going for because you either get something that is like basically the same as if you hadn't gone for it, or you get something that saves time, or you just miss it. And if you miss it, then it doesn't really matter. So I'm just gonna clean up the rest of the arches here and the chest. Let's see if I'm saying anything. How we're focused. We're gonna clean up the chest in this order, right, then center, then around the left. It's it's fairly simple. 1 in 9.7. Solid flight time, I would say. Solid. But now this is where it gets interesting. We're gonna exit and then okay, we go to like the right of this gem here to make sure that gem homes in. But charging left of this tree, and we're gonna flame this guy on his right. Okay? Pick up the gem. Turn to the left of this tree and flame, and then we're gonna we're gonna go in front of him. Oh my god, this quality. So we're gonna flame him, and then we're gonna go in front of him so that he goes back towards where the gem was, and then we flame him a final time, pick up all the gems, and then we clean up the gems that are left on that platform. Practice that feat there, uh, or just pace him the best you can. But practice that feat. It's very satisfying to get it, and it saves time. Dark Hollow is a tough level. Very easy to lose time on it. I'd say Dark Hollow and Toast are probably the two easiest levels to lose time on in Artisans, but just do the route that I'm doing here. I kind of mess up, but what we want to do after you charge that chest is you want to like get Spyro to basically charge slightly off this platform and then use the coyote jump to like jump and then pull yourself back with a boosted jump kind of. As you can see, I'm pulling myself back and he's aggro. Basically, whenever Spyro enters this hallway, the Nork gets aggroed when he sees him. So we're just jumping slightly in and then coming back out so that he's aggroed, and then we come out, and then he does his like "Rah, roar," because that's the animation he does when Spyro is no longer in the hallway, and then we can just charge past him and flame him as we go by. It was kind of quick, but you just you, like turn and flame behind him because you need to flame his back. And then if you did it good, if you did it quick, everything quick, you'll be able to reach this guy at the end of the hallway before he turns around. Like that. Okay. People do this room specifically in many different ways, but I'm just gonna talk about the way that I do it. I just drop down to pick up the gem that's like right there, turn to the right, come back, pick up those three gems, grab the key, and then boost the jump up. If you're not comfortable with boosted jump, then I don't know what the route is. I would assume it's something like come up to this platform, go up there, grab the dragon, and then get the key and then come back around. But this is what I do. I grab the key, I boost the jump. You can get, as you can see that, like, I get stuck on the dragon here. So that Spyro's facing the doorway which I need to go through. But if you don't get stuck, then you need to hold down right on the D-pad and then start charging, and you'll face where I'm facing right now. Coming out of the dragon. Pick up the chest that we left behind. Pick up the gem that we left behind. We charge around the right here. You wanna make sure with these gems that you like go around the right, basically like charge the right side of this gem so that you pick up these three and then the third one or the last one homes in. Get the key chest. I just do a little jumping celebration. Oh, yippee, yippee. Flame jump into that guy. You're meant to be able to charge that guy, but that guy can push you off sometimes. As you can see here, he just like shoves me off basically. It's like kind of messed up. So maybe be a bit more to the left of him here, so you don't need to back it up like I did. And then important thing to note: this gem here. will not home in, but will never collect it. So you need to make sure you touch it. And then I just like turn into the dragon. Water break. What I do here, I charge the very right of this guy to then hit this guy, flame the big guy, and charge that guy. But the important thing is to charge the very right of this guy. If you charge it in the middle of him, big guy will hit you. But if you charge the very right, he will not. So as you can see, it was very, very clean. You charge the right, charge that guy, flame, charge the final guy, pick up the gem in the corner, the gems that were left there, flame that big guy, get the chest at the bottom. We're gonna do this jump here. If you mess up that jump, just go back up the stairs. Same with this one coming up. I flame the life chest here so that I can better like turn more cleanly. But I messed it up anyways. I turned really poorly. Those jumps from the platforms where we're at back to like top platform here, they can be a bit annoying, so maybe practice it a bit. Hitting the big guy, hit the one on the left, get the guy on the right, you pick up the big guy's gem. We're gonna hit this gem on the left of it and then roll to the right, and then we're gonna pick up all the gems at the back, all the gems to the back, and just jump into the vortex. You need to exit this level through the vortex. If you don't, then you will not unlock Toasty. So that's important to know. Grab these gems, hit the chest, hit these two guys, cause jump up to the top there. I always hit that chest on the left, but I don't think it really matters too much. You need to make sure here. I've missed this gem a few times, so when you're like turning, want to make sure you turn a bit more, like keep going forwards a bit as you turn, so that you make sure you grab that gem. And then clean up those chests in that order. It goes left, right, Argus. You want to be on 81 gems in the home world as you hit Argus. If you're not 81, then you missed something in the home world. And then you go into Toasty. Toasty is very straightforward. The only thing to mention is flame roll cancels. Basically I just did there, where you flame and then you roll. You see the flame comes out, and then I roll, and then I jump, and then I flame again. And it just lets you get 2 hits on the dogs really easily. So that's going to be the main way I deal with these dogs. Uh, except for that one. I just drop down and flame him, but I'm pretty sure you could do a, like a double hit there. I messed this one up. It's fairly easy to mess up these dogs, so don't worry if you mess up. Like I always mess up this one for whatever reason. Uh, this dog here is really annoying, and sometimes he'll just eat one of your flames. So if you miss him, then you just turn around and hit him and pick up his gem. Same with that one, the one that we just went by, or these two even, they can, I mess them up sometimes as well, so don't worry if you mess up, just try and practice it and get used to it, you'll get it. This final stretch is also just very straightforward, just more dogs to deal with. Um, Flame Toasty as he is no longer invulnerable to the flame. This is actually kind of nice. You aggro the two dogs at the front at the same time to get the double kill on them, and then your second flame on those two dogs can connect with the one at the back if you're in range, and it's pretty cool. And then you kill Toasty. And then we're gonna grab these two chests, and we're gonna guidebook back to Artisans. If you see there, my guidebook time was 7:54. With my guidebook time, I've memorized my guidebook times for like whenever I'd get a PB, I'd memorize the guidebook times. So I'd know what kind of pace I was on. That way, you don't have to rely on splits. You can just check your guidebook whenever you have the guidebook. Uh, So 754 is pretty solid. I think my best that I've gone is a 747, 748. But I know people have gone better times than that, so no pressure if you can't obviously get like incredibly fast artisans times straight away. It comes with a lot of practice. I mean, I have like over 1,000 attempts, um, and I can promise you that the majority are fast, fast. I'd say 99.5% of those attempts. Um, is that even accurate? I want to say that is accurate. That, like, nah, that's not accurate. It's like more than 95% of my attempts are like dead runs before I exit artisans. So take your time learning artisans, you know? You're gonna be there a while, so just take your time with it. Let's see how long we've been recording for. Oh wait, no. Jump into Nesta. You need to jump as you touch the dragon, otherwise you will not be able to skip Nesta. And then we just pick up these gems. We're gonna pivot to charge all of those. That's pretty cool. And then we go to the balloon list. Yippee! Let's see, how long has this been recording for? 13 minutes. Mm. Oh no. 30 minutes to about the first 30. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna be here forever. Well, you may be wondering why there's a fucking random transition here, but basically my headset died randomly. And so I'm just gonna go through go through peacekeepers again. I love it. Basically, you start with peacekeepers by grabbing the dragon titan, and then you go to the right and you hit that guy. Just do what's happening here. You see everything that's happening? Very interesting. Wow. You flame that guy rather than charging him, because if you charge him, you might connect with his cannon. I literally said this like 15 minutes ago. Hmm. You flame the fan chest, and you want to charge that spring chest, but I kind of messed up. Hit the two guys. With this, as you can see, I'm lined up to hit the very left side of all these chests. And then after I hit it, I'm gonna turn to the left. As you can see, I'm thinking on the inside between the wall and the cactus. And as I make it just past the cactus is when I flame. And then that's how you get the gem. Or the egg. And then you can turn around and charge, but I opt to flame because every time I used to turn around and charge, I'd miss like one of the chests. So, but you can turn around and charge, turn around and flame, doesn't really matter. I'm gonna do a double charge for the spring chest here. Yeah, that's not, I mean, yeah, that's that good shit. That's that good shit, bro. To to charge, get the gem, and then you continue the charge to get that gem, and then as you full flame, and then grab out the very nice, very beautiful. That's what Spyro movement's all about, baby. Oh, God. You wanna just do everything I'm doing here. Grab those gems. You leave one of the red gems there, as you can see. You leave that gem. You grab these three and leave that one because, or those four, and then you leave that one because you flame that guy. Grab the green gems behind him. Pick up uh his 10 gem as it's coming down, and you pick up the 10 gem before you boost to jump up to the stairs. Go up the stairs better than what I did, hopefully. And then you get Boris, hold down left on the analog stick up the dragon to come in, hit that guy, flame the spring chest, stay to the left of those red gems, otherwise you might miss one. Grab the first two of the red gems here. Grab these first two and then charge. Grab the key, and then the animation that Spyro's put in when he grabs the dragon will take you to the other two red gems. And then you can turn like a little bit down right. I think down right in the D-pad is what I typically hold there, and then let go of it after I start charging. But hit that guy, clean up these chests. I'm so good at that game. Wow. Good job, me. Hit the fan chest, clean up all the gems on the bridge, charge this bird. You can choose. Oh, you can choose to charge this bird and then flame this guy, but in this run I just decided to flame both of them. So you wanna after you grab both of their gems, you wanna jump on this pole and then charge jump glide, and then you just make it up to the ledge. It's kinda tough to get used to maybe, but just really try and land on this bit of the ledge. And then we're gonna charge all the chests there. Dunk fireworks chest. Let's listen to what I'm saying. I guess absolutely nothing. Um, is there like a why was there no audio?
Got the
There is
103
meant to be
area,
audio.
but
Anyways, um, you clean up everything like I did. Actually, there is something that I should talk about, and it is I charged this bird, flame, and then no, charge the bird, flame the big guy, and then I extend the flame, hit the bird behind him, and pick up the gem out there. It's oh, this is very straightforward, I would say. Um, the things I'll mention is after I charge the fireworks chest here, I press L2 or the left trigger in order to um tap my camera basically, and that just lets me see exactly where I have to go a bit more easily. I flame the life chest there just to clear up the way so I can charge with the platform. And then I line up with the right side of this red gem before rolling, because that picks up all the gems. Why? What happened to the thing? That's weird. Uh, I'm gonna flame that big guy, and then oh, I mean, I quite like how I do the birds actually. So I flame the big guy, and then I charge that bird, and then turn around to flame the other bird, and then I pick up the big guy's gem, and then catch the other bird's gem out the air. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Uh, Clean up everything there, charge jump for the gem, and then you usually would get a double charge for the spring chest, but I didn't. That's unfortunate.
I also missed the
Oh, no, it's working.
gem before going to Williams. Had to go back to get that, and that was
Maybe
like
it was working before and there was something wrong with my
basically I
headset,
exited
but
Artisans like 10 seconds behind. Entered Magic Crafters like 16.
I don't care what he's talking about. You want to clear up these guys, as I do here, basically just charge the first guy and then flame the group. I go for a flying skip there, but I messed up. Basically, a flying skip is when you pause on the same frame that Spyro touches a pole that he's entering, and it gives you the option to quit out of the level rather than quitting out of the home mode. And if you continue back into the save after doing that, then you save like a shit ton of time on your splits. A shit ton of real time. If you do it on PC, then you save like actual loads of time, but on console there's no like IGT benefit to it, only saves you load times. This jump here can be a bit finicky for new runners, but basically what I'm doing is I'm jumping, and as I charge jump, I'm turning very sharply to the left on the wall, and then as I reach like the peak of my jump, I start my glide and continue to hold to the left, and then you make it around. So just practice that. I'm jumping here right before reaching the ledge so that when I drop down, I land on that gem. You can do it smoother than what I did, but you know, the flame here, um, that I do on the big mama connects with the cauldron, and so the gem will pop out. There you go. And then I turn the corner. Hmm. Same thing there, flame connect with the mama and the cauldron, clean up the gems. This jump here is a bit higher than what it seems. I have 90 minutes in this run, so it's gonna look easier. But if you don't, then basically just wanna jump, like you can kind of see it here, but the ledge extends a bit basically, and you want to jump from there to basically where this rock is, and that's all good. And then when you jump for this part, you need to stick to the right. I make sure to stick to the right so that the thief doesn't move. If you go too far to the left, the thief will move, and it just won't be as clean. So I stick to the right, and then turn my camera around. I'm gonna jump off this corner to hit that corner to get up to this platform. And then I'm just gonna clean up this little bit here. Jump, flame the fireworks chest at the very peak of your jump, and also hold forward so that you're like in the air and also going into the wall as you flame, and that typically helps. And then I'm gonna jump down. I really messed up the movement here, but with the idea is that you turn and then you can just like uh drop down and get the thief, but I obviously messed up quite a bit, and it just is what it is. Gonna turn here and hit the guy on the left first, and hit the guy on the right. Go around, grab all the gems. Flame now. There are specific spots for each cauldron that Spyro can stand on, and the gem will be collected from the cauldron quicker than what you usually would. If you stand on the wrong spot, then the gem won't instantly pick up, and it will need to like touch the ground, and then Sparks will collect it. But if stands on like a certain spot, and then his like hitbox will like hit the gem, and the gem will just be collected. So as you can see, I messed it up there, but you can see the general area that I was standing on. You want to stand like kinda here-ish. And then for this one, you can see where I stand. I'm standing like kind of lined up with like this little thing. If you, I'm kind of standing like lined up with this kind of. And you want it to touch Spyro's head. You need it to touch Spyro's head. If it doesn't touch Spyro's head, it won't pick up, basically. Pick up all these gems. You know, everything's being picked up here. Everything's being clean. I flamed the cauldron there so that I pick up the red gem from the cauldron as I turn around. Make sure I pick up all those gems, then do some magic there. It's just charge jumping, you know? You just charge jump, charge jump, charge jump. It's not that hard. Practice it. Flame the mama and both the cauldrons at the same time. I think I might have missed one on the left there, but with this chest here, I'm gonna hit it, and then I'm gonna roll. And then as the roll ends, I'm holding charge, and it's like so smooth. But if you don't want to do the roll, then just charge the chest and then pivot and then charge the other chest. But you'd be boring if you did that, so. Oh, I did hit the cauldron. Oh, would you look at that? That's one thing. He is so focused. I'm gonna boost the jump and charge into that bird, and then we're gonna pick up this gem, and then this is where things get sticky. You're gonna need to do this all in the order that I tell you to do it, otherwise things will go bad. You're gonna pick up this gem and this, and then you're gonna turn to the right and aggro this bird. But you're gonna turn in such a way that this bird also gets aggroed, so that you turn, aggro both birds, hit that bird, turn to the left, hit that bird. You see? You see? This bird gets aggroed if you turn into where this guy's coming from. And then I'm gonna just charge both. And now what we're gonna do here, as you can see, I pick up the gem. But typically, in a situation like this, I pick up the gem and then pivot to where I'm gonna go next. But not this case. We're gonna keep charging through the gem because we want this bird here to aggro. As you can see, he turns, he's aggroed. So now we're gonna turn to the right and we're gonna hit this bird pick up this gem, and as we turn around, who's there? The fucking shitty ass bird. That should have been over here, minding his business. This is your lesson to mind your own business. We're gonna hit this gem here on the left of it, and then that's gonna aggro that bird. And then we hit that bird, pick up the 2 gems there, and then look who it is. Drop down, pick up the 2 gems there down there, hit the dragon. You should be at 337 gems if you did all of that correctly up until this point of the level. If you didn't, then you're missing something. So be aware. Yeah, we're just gonna clean up everything here. It's fairly simple. I dropped onto a chest and then I picked up all the gems. 377 at this dragon. And then, I mean, this is all fairly simple. Just do everything the way that I did it, and then we'll be good. The exit level, let's see what I have to say.
What if you're an entire Elden Ring run ahead of PB? If I was an entire Elden Ring playthrough ahead of PB. Yeah, I'm just 3 hours or 3 or 4 hours ahead of PB. I don't know how long it would take me to do like an any percent Elden Ring run.
Literally no one cares is the crazy thing. But what I'm doing here is basically I'm gonna hit this guy, and then I'm gonna flame the right tent and then hit the left tent. And that way I can then flame the left guy and then hit the right guy. So it's kind of like a sweeping thing, like a windshield. A windshield? Another windshield wiper? Yeah. Uh, yeah, I missed the flame there, but you get the idea. I'm gonna flame the cannon, and then start turning it. Maximum efficiency. Hit the target and then hit that chest. And then what you want to do with this strong chest, if you're on, I've personally never had issues with it, but I know that if you're too much to the right on this, or even like this on PC, or maybe on just every other console such as PlayStation, then this cannon shot will hit that spring chest all the way back there. So to be safe, aim to the left of the strong chest. But what we're going to do is we're going to pick up all the gems, and then from this strong chest, we're only going to pick up these 2 red gems. The other red gem and the green gem, we do that later. We go into Shemp. Let's see, what are we going to do in Shemp, huh? What are we going to do? That's right, we're going to pick up the first 2 chests and then leave because this is going to be faster for the in-game timer. We're going to charge. No, you can. Here's what you can do. You can charge the first chest, charge into the second chest with a pivot, and then pivot back into the third chest. I like to just charge the first 2 and then flame the third one and jump into it. I don't know why. Yeah, just clean up this area. Nice little charge there. You can flame the guy and the spring chest at the same time, and that's pretty cool if you do it. But if you don't, then it's okay, I guess. Now, Night Flight is very straightforward until it isn't, so let's see. We're gonna wait until it isn't straightforward, and then we're gonna cut to the next thing I will talk about, which is the alternate Night Flight route, which is the older route. It is slower, but it is easier, and so I should talk about it. Fairly casual stuff here, let's listen to what I'm talking about.
You can make like 2v2v2 or some shit, I think. Or you should be able to just do a 1v1, I'm assuming. Different colosseums in
Talking
different
about Elden
areas
Ring
have
PvP.
different, like,
It's crazy, I literally have still not played Elden Ring PvP. That's crazy. I'm talking about in this run as if I freaking care. So this is where shit gets different. Let's see. Is this gonna be at the right spot where I need it to be? No, of fucking course not. This is my first ever Spyro run that I submitted. Um, and as you can see, I'm in Night Flight. Well, let's see what I'm talking about here.
like I go around this way, but I know you can do this completely differently.
I'm so correct. Park Me is so correct. Talking to 0 viewers. Um, You can go a
Like the
different way,
first
and I'm going
selection
to
is
show that
all
different
the
way.
same, but this end part is different.
But if you are newer to the game, do it the way past me did it, where you go through the arch there, and then stay low, go through this arch, go through this one, turn after this one, and then you flame all the lighthouses going that way. If you are not new to the game and you're trying to improve your night flight, then do what I do here, which is get the first one, come up, flame this lighthouse, turn around. This is where it gets tricky. So we're gonna go slow. Let's go slow. Where is it? We're gonna flame, and then we're gonna turn past this crystal. We're gonna charge, and then let ourselves turn, basically, so that we're like parallel here, right? Glide, and then what I like to do with this glide is I like to turn both my left stick and the right stick. Because here's a fun little fact about flights. If you turn your camera in the same direction that you're turning Spyro during a flight, he will turn tighter with his flying. So basically you can do this turn tighter than what you usually would be able to do. So as you can see, turning, and then what we're gonna do after we get through that tough section, which I recommend practice that bit specifically is gonna be the toughest part of um doing the faster night flight. And so practice that bit specifically if you need to. And then we're gonna turn to the right or to the left after that arch, go to the right, and then we're just gonna hit the final lighthouse. And we get a 103. 103, that's pretty solid. What am I talking about?
All I
If
know
you
about Elden Ring PvP is that level 150 is like the meta. Level 120 or level 150, those are like the two meta levels.
so knowledgeable. So we pick up the three green gems there. Now we're just gonna clean up this area, hit the thief, pick up the key. You need to make sure you pick up the key, of course. Hit Gunner. I'm gonna explain more Spyro stuff with the fan chest coming up, not fan chest, spring chests. We're gonna hold on now. We're gonna charge jump the green spring chest, and then we're gonna touch the key chest as we're like charging down. I turn my camera to face these two spring chests because I'm gonna flame both of them at the same time, jump into both of them in during the same jump, hit both of them, and then clean up these gems. After I get these first three green gems, I'm gonna flame the spring chest so that when I'm done collecting the other three final gems, I'll be able to touch the spring chest before it lands. And then I'm gonna guidebook back to Shemp. So this is why we went into Shemp first and picked up the two chests at the start, because we're gonna go back into Shemp here, and now we're gonna do the level. So there's two ways to do this thing I do at the start here. You can either go to the left and boost the jump into this corner, which is what I do now. But what I do during this run is I go up here, and then I'm going to turn around and then jump up, basically going backwards. And for whatever reason, when you do a jump, when you when you when you go in a direction and then you turn around and do a jump, you just tend to get more height than what you usually would be able to. So that's a fun little thing. I'm gonna hit the chest, drop down and get those gems. Uh, I mean, you can see what I'm doing here. If you don't, um, if you don't hit the guy here like I do, don't worry, his gem will home in. So double flame with spring chest. You're meant to do it the same way I did in the key chest room. Oh my god, I suck. Meant to do the same way I do it in the key chest room, but I messed it up clearly. Oh, what? Oh my god, who let this guy get world record? I like to jump to charge this guy here because if you I went back too far. If you charge at it straight normally, sometimes like the mama will like take a while to send him out, and so you'll get hit. It's just a bit awkward. I don't even remember what I used this run for. Is this for Lofty? This is for Lofty. Okay, that's fine. But I'm gonna hit that guy and then flame. Hit the no. This is order of business here. Hit this guy. Let the mama hit the second guy. We don't even need to let her hit it, but she will. And then you're gonna flame the mama and leave the final guy. Now you may be wondering why you're leaving that guy there and the gem. Well, we're gonna come back for it, okay? You need to have a little bit of patience in life. Good things come to those who wait. And if you play things patiently and you wait a little bit, you can see that we go back and get him after clearing up the two islands and getting the key. Drop down to make sure you pick up the red gem. Now this big stuff here. Big stuff here. Gem manip. You hit the chest here. And what you do is you come up to the platform and as you can see I bonk up and I turn away from the platform and I charge down to hit the dragon. Now why would I do that? Why did I waste time going up? Like why would I waste time going up the platform just to come off of it? Well, you silly dingle. If I hadn't have touched the platform here and I had fallen down smoothly, then Shemp would have continued his like little running around in a circle thing. And when I come up here, Shemp would be right here. I don't have a clip of it. But I will link it in the description. I will link a clip of it being done properly. But the good thing about it is that even when you mess it up, it's still in, it's still quicker than if you had waited, or it's still like the exact same as if like you hadn't done the minute at all. So there's no reason to not go for it. Just charge through the chest, go up to the platform, trigger the phase one, jump and quickly go down to hit the dragon, and then do that. His gem will sometimes fall off the platform like you did there. Just make sure you grab it. If you did it properly, it won't do that. So dealing with phase two is very simple. As you can see, it's just very straightforward. All this is very straightforward. Uh, I grab the gems as they fall out of the air. Now this is important. As you can see, this gem, if we look at how these gems pop out, it's basically one. So okay, so it's five gems, right? One pops out here, one pops out here, another one here, here, here. You want to, if you think of it like a square, like this is the square, right? And that's top left, top right, bottom left. You want to grab the top left one, and then turn to the top right, and then turn into the bottom right, and then collect the bottom left and the other top right or top left one as you exit, right? So I position myself to grab the top left one, and then I do a quick little square, little circle around the square. But we're gonna drop down to do the key chest of this, and now this is a fun little thing here. This is a silly little something. When you unlock the key chest, if you just wait to grab the gem, it can you need to wait a bit to grab a gem. It doesn't just like drop on you and it's done. It's like you need to wait a bit. So if you want to minimize the time you spend waiting, what you can do is as soon as you break the chest, turn back a tiny bit and then right after turning back, go straight forward and start charging away, and you will pick up the gem as you fall off the platform. It looks risky, but I've never messed it up, and so there's no reason to not go through it. Uh, it's like aside from the reason of you can mess it up, I've never had that happen to me, so surely it will never happen. I if you can play this normally and just glide over, flame the mama, and then grab her gem, but I like to be pretty cool with my movement. And I flame before charge jumping off the platform so that the flame connects as I'm in midair and I pick up her gem in midair. It's
Four
pretty cool.
seconds to save. That's so crazy.
Complaining about my time loss. He's just like me for real. We're gonna pick up the two gems that are left behind from before, and then we're gonna charge into this spring chest and then flame the second spring chest. Then we're gonna drop down and we're gonna clean up those gems. We're at 180 going in. You might be at 181 if you picked up one of the extra red gems in the path into Ice Cavern, but whether you're at 180 or 181 doesn't matter because you just want to be at one of those two numbers. If you're like at 179, then like, what have you done? You want to be seeing either 80 or 81. This is the coolest bit of movement in all of Peacekeeper potentially. And I don't know why I think it is, I just think it is. Basically, what we do here is we're gonna boost the jump right before hitting this wall. We're gonna boost the jump and then charge at the very peak, at the very apex of the booster jump. We're gonna charge and it's gonna allow us charge through the spring chest. Oh my god, it's so clean. It's ridiculously clean. Look at this. Oh my god, that's so smooth. Turn around, grab the gems that are behind where you spawn in from. Charge jump to get that guy's gem after flaming him. And then you want to hit this dragon on the very left that you pick up that red gem. If you hit it like here, then you'll pick up this gem and the one that's here, but you won't pick up the one at the back. So if you mess it up, make sure to grab that red gem. But if you hit like right here, you'll grab that red gem, as you can see. We're gonna turn around, clean up all the gems the same way that I do. Just drop down after picking up the 10 gem. It's fairly simple, but we're gonna make sure to grab this red gem and then go to get the green gem. Hit this guy. If you, if you like are maybe too far to the left trying to grab this red gem, this guy will be like maybe like here sometimes. And then you'll have to pivot after hitting him, hit the chest. So if you do it like I did, then he would just be standing there and you'll be able to just turn into all of the gems. It's pretty clean. Don't I never charge jump into this guy's gem because I just flame and then let the gem drop, and as I'm collecting these three red gems, the 5 gem will home in as well. Pretty nice. But I let the gem drop onto me there, which is unnecessary, but same thing with the other dragon. This dragon needs to touch on the very right to make sure that gem homes in. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go get the key after bonking those little things. If you need to take, I always needed to take my time with these before, as you can see. The they're very skinny poles, and so they're easy to miss. And so I took a little bit of time there to get it, a little bit of hesitation, but we're gonna grab the key. You can charge those two chests at the same time if you line up like to the left, the very left of this chest, or even directly in the middle. But I like to be like on the very left of it and then charge a little bit and like a little bit of a turn and then come out of it. But doesn't matter. We're gonna grab these gems here basically and then drop down and you should be at 99 gems as you death abuse. And then you're gonna turn to your left from where you spawned back, clean up the gems. Oh my god, I'm so good at this game. I like to pick up the gem on the right there first. We're gonna come back that way, so I leave a gem. I do 2 rolls. You don't need to roll, obviously. You can just turn and get that gem and then turn back and get all those gems, but I like to do a roll to the left and then sometimes a roll to the right to clean up that little section. I feel booster jump up there, kind of unnecessary. You need to make sure you land on that red gem. Hold on now. You can't even see it, but there's this gem here, but there's a gem right like there, and you need to make sure you land on that. Otherwise, if you land too close to here, that gem will be left behind, and you're going to be missing one gem, and you're going to be at the end of the level like, damn, where did I miss a gem? You're like, you hit it, you didn't land on the red gem that you meant to land on. Charge into this guy, hit the chest, hit this chest. Don't miss that guy. Don't miss the guy's gem. As you can see, Sparks' range here is like crazy. Look at how crazy Sparks' range is. The more and more you play 120, the more you will grow something I call 120 confidence, and it is super valuable. It's like the intangibles that come with speedrunning a game, you know? Like when I would only do NBS runs, I had no confidence in Sparks' range. And now that I've done a bunch of 120 runs, it's like I've improved so much because I'm so comfortable with knowing how Spark works in different levels with different gems. So the more and more you play this game, the more and more comfortable you'll be with just like really stretching the limits and pushing the limits of like how far away can you really be from a gem before without Sparks missing it. Because it does vary gem to gem. Not every gem is built the same. Some gems that are just left open and like laying down in the world, they aren't built the same. Some gems have better ranges than others. Some don't have any ranges at all. You need to actually land on them like the one in Dark Hollow. So yeah. But we're gonna go to the left here and then we're gonna hit the spring chest, clean up these chests here. Pretty simple, pretty simple. If you notice here, I slow down after grabbing those two gems because this bat will always be there, and if you hit him, then Sparks obviously will be busy grabbing the fodder and will not pick up that gem and will not pick up the gem that you left over here. And so you're better off slowing down a tiny bit and just make sure you don't hit the bat. After grabbing Andor, we're just gonna go back through here, and then we're gonna go right, left, right, left, right. Uh, Starting with, of course, hit the guy on the right. Then turn to the left to pick up these gems, and then turn to the right to pick up the green gem and the red gems here, and then turn to the left to hit this guy, and then turn to the right to make the jump back across. In real time, it looks like this. See, very smooth. You don't need to make the jump across here. You can just like turn around and then charge over to this area, but the jumping over is quicker, even if it is a bit scary. We're gonna jump to the right side of the vortex here, as you can see, and we're just gonna. You don't need to flame that chest. If you notice, like I flamed just before touching the dragon, and so that it connects with the chest, but you don't need to do that. You can leave it and then charge it as you exit the dragon animation, but I like to flame it so I don't need to think about that chest. There's a lot of things to think about in 120. The less you have to think about the better, so I don't like to think about that chest. I just like to just charge out of my dragon animation, hold it a little bit to the left, and just not think about it. Some magic stairs. These magic stairs are actually good to talk about because I like to stay a tiny bit to the right of each of the gems for some reason. But I think if you took it wider, you'd be a bit safer. I don't know. Play around with it. This isn't like OG magic stairs where you can just like hold, charge, and jump. You want to hold charge and then tap jump to each individual jump. Otherwise, you'll get too big of a jump. You can have small charge jumps here. Important advice, charge this guy on his left, on the left here. Because if you do what I did, he will fall down. As you can see, I had to manually pick up that green gem. If you do it properly, you charge him like here, then this green gem will home in and you can instantly turn into this chest and it is quicker. But either way, right, grab the red gems and then come back for the chest and the guy. This guy, very important. Again, is I like to take after hitting this guy, I take a bit of like a wide like curved approach into him. And I pivot after that curve so that Spyro's head is basically facing directly towards this chest and this guy's just in the way. If you bonk him like this, you can kill him in just one hit rather than what you typically need to do with two. Typically, you hit him once and then he goes like here and then you hit him again, then he goes off the edge. If you do this, he just bonks and then he lands on top of the chest. And him being on top of the chest triggers his death animation. And so if you're like me and you're confident that you got it, you just bonk and then charge into the other chest and then you go collect all the gems in the area with full confidence that you got everything. Get the pose on the right first. I like with these chests, I like to charge these first two and then flame the last one. Yeah, hit the first two, flame the last one. Don't get hit like I did, but that does happen sometimes. But you need to kill that guy. Kill the big guy, flame that guy as you drop down, pick up the gems behind you, hit the pose, and just make sure you kill that guy. Sometimes that guy will be there as you like. Sometimes that guy will be like right here. Sometimes that guy will be like over here. Sometimes what's preferable is that after you're done with the chest, like back here and the big guy back here, you'll come in and as you hit the pole on the right side, he will be there and you'll be able to kill him as well. And then you don't need to deal with him here, you don't need to chase him. But I didn't have that happen, so it's unfortunate. You want to drop down to the left because as you can see, oh, what's this red gem? There's a sneaky red gem right down here, right? And so you should be at 374 before picking up this red gem, by the way. Um, so there will be 25 gems in this final room. So there's the red gem right down there. You need to make sure you land close to it to have it home in. And then you're just going to clean up this area the way that I do it. Fairly simple. And then you exit. And then we're just going to go back up. We're going to touch the dragon. Run to the left. And then this is one of the few areas of pure RNG in this game. Where these guys are is completely RNG. These three guys random. Sometimes, if you're really lucky, all three guys will be already inside their tent, and you'll just be able to flame each of the tents and grab them. Sometimes they'll be all the way like back here, and then you need to go chase them. Sometimes there'll be one guy in a tent, and one guy like kind of close to it, and then the other guy's all the way back. The point is, you need to flame their tents, because after you flame their tents, they have nowhere to go, they'll just stand still and wait for you. So, as you can see here, I flame, in this case, I had okay RNG. I'd say this is pretty solid. It's like fairly average RNG, where one guy's in the tent, the other guy is quite close to it, and then the other guy's a little bit further behind. As you can see, that guy was quite close to it, and so he jumps into the tent. But we kill him. That guy was already in the tent, and then this guy is a bit further behind. He couldn't get to it before I flamed the tent. That's like one of the only areas of pure RNG in this game. We grab the two spring chests, and if you do what I did, where you approach the balloonist from the angle that I'm at, when he's basically Spyro's basically just facing this way, and you go through the text too quick, Spyro will enter the balloon like facing the wrong way. Um, but it doesn't really matter. It looks a bit silly. It's a bit fun. Uh, yeah. I'm actually gonna take a break here 'cause my voice really hurts. How long have we been recording for? Oh my god, this tutorial is an hour long already, and we're only a third of the way through the game. Probably less. Oh god. It's looking tough. Wowzers, we are here back again on the next day. Taking my break, my voice feels a tiny bit better. And so I'm ready to record it for another hour as we talk to Magic Crafters. Now, Magic Crafters is going to be a bit longer than what Peacekeepers and Artisans were. So there'll be a bit more to talk about. No, I don't think I'll need any of these videos. Um, so let's just jump into it. I do need to charge my, yeah, that's okay. So down you can see the
You're a
breathing.
gamer?
Oh,
I'm a gamer. You're a gamer, Surf. Yeah,
look at that. So first thing to note, my IGT going into Magicraft is 1854. I want to say my best ever is like 1840 something, but 1854 is pretty good. Clear world record pace. We're just gonna start by getting this thief and running to get the gems at the back here. Doesn't really matter how you do them. Get them. Get the dragon before you get this chest. Is it? Okay. Get the dragon before you get the chest because you get the chest afterwards. Do everything here in that order. And nice to just pivot around that area. Hit this guy before flaming this fan chest into this guy. We can jump over the wall before he lifts it, but I didn't do that. I wait a second to flame that fan chest so that if you flame it too quickly, basically, it will target him, but it will like hit the raising platform. And we don't get this guy because we can get him later. So Alpine, first level of Magic Crafters that we do. Big flying. You can fly and skip into Alpine, but it can mess with the cycle, so I opt not to do that. Um, Everything's fairly simple. I should mention here, this guy's gem will not home in if you charge him. So as you can see, I need to like charge and then jump into it. So just be wary of that. Um, yeah, I mean, you basically just want to clean up everything in that area quickly enough so that you can get the cycle, hit the fastest cycle on these stairs, on the step. Uh, Double charge in those spring chests, but you can just like walk up to like here basically and flame, and then your flame will extend to hit both. That also works, but I like charging it. Hit the cycles, make sure you get that guy's gem. Flame the fan chest. I don't get how that didn't kill him, but it didn't. More importantly than the cycles on the stairs at the start, you want to hit the cycles on the stairs that are going to be coming up. So I like to clean up this area now. What do you see? I go like around like that and then come back. Basically all the way around the left and then come back around. But the way I'm gonna do it here is that you kind of need to be a bit lucky, I guess. I don't know if it's luck or if it's like a camera manipulation thing, but you need to make sure you avoid everyone's attacks here. And you will get hit sometimes, but if you avoid everything and you've done everything lead up to it, um, quickly enough, and you pick up all their gems out of the air except for the final guy's gem, then you can go up those stairs without needing to wait. Uh, yeah, as you can see, I pick up that guy's gem out of the air, that guy's gem out of the air, but I leave that guy's gem because I need to hit the chest behind him and then come back the same way I came, so um, I can just leave it, pick up later. And you want to be at 145 gems before the death abuse here, which isn't really done to properly save time, but it is done to make sure that the cycles are lined up perfectly every single time, both for this door coming up and the one and the other platform. Um, it kind of lines up nicely. It makes things consistent, to be honest. You don't need to do that depth abuse, but I've always done it. In terms of the stuff here, you can clean it up however best you can. But what I'd recommend, actually something I didn't do in this one, but I would recommend anyone else do is instead of charging this chest and flaming these two, charge these two, flame that one, and then get the gem as you charge off the platform. So basically, just instead of going to the left, those just go to the right and charge the two rather than the one. Charge these two chests and flame this guy because as you can see in the dragon animation, you pick up the gem that he dropped and the red gem behind him, and then you need to hold back on the analog stick a tiny bit, just a short amount of time, just to pick up the other red gem that's on that platform, and then you can keep going. I like to do right to left on those chests just because you jump off to the left. I flame this guy before I flame this guy because I find that for whatever reason, if I go left then right, sometimes this guy will be like in an animation where he can't be flamed. And so to make it work, I go right then left. This guy has the same issue as the guy at the start. As you can see, when I charge his gem, does not home in. So what you need to do is you need to charge, and then as soon as you make contact, to let go of charge, and then do like a boosted jump into his gem to collect it out the air. And then, yeah, clean up the area, keep your movement looking nice. Flame that guy, don't pick up his gem, you'll pick it up on your way back out. Bonk the fireworks chest, and the knockback you get from the fireworks chest as you land on this guy's gem. You'll be able to see that blue sparkle there, that's me collecting that guy's gem. Pretty good. There's the guy's gem that we left from before. I believe on PC you can have an issue where if you flame this big guy at like the same time that this guy's landing, he can get like launched off like all the way down and then you can't get him. So if you're on PC and you're using this guy to learn, um be wary of that, but I'd also wouldn't suggest using this guy to learn. For PC, anything past Peacekeepers because it's gonna be a lot of variance between console and PC, especially from Magic Carpet onwards. Not to say that this guide will be completely like useless to PC runners, but it won't be the best like route for PC. It's gonna be console optimized, so just be wary of that. If you're using this guide for PC, then you might need to make a few adjustments to the route. Hmm. But yeah, I just flame that guy and I pick up his gem out the air, charge the guy on the step, get those free chests, and then hit Xander. You want to be at 421 gems at Xander. There's like a few gem counts I have memorized and a few that I don't, but whenever I say you want to be at this amount of gems at this dragon, those are just the ones that I have memorized. You can theoretically memorize like every single gem count you should be at for every single dragon, but don't do that. If you know like one gem count for each level, that's like roughly halfway through the level or towards the end, then you'll probably be fine. This thief, very important to note. I'm actually gonna go back. But basically, this feat coming up can be very tricky for people who are newer to the game. And it's because uh, it feels like really hard to hit him. But the secret source, this is the secret source, is that all thieves in Spyro Reignited run quicker if you try to, or they react quicker to you charging at them if they're in their laughing animation. And so if you wait until they stop laughing, then you can get them more easily. So let's let's if you listen, you'll be able to hear him laugh. And then because I heard the thief laughing, as I was flying in, I could hear him laugh, and I could hear the animation, yeah, his laughing animation end. and so I knew I could go for it. But if you get there and he's not laughing, then you need to make sure to wait. Or if he's in the process of laughing, you need to make sure that the laughing animation fully finishes before you can go for him around this corner. But yeah, if you miss him, then what you have to do is you basically just run around this whole section. Like you can see on the map here, you do this big loop and then you get down there and I don't even think you can flame him on your first go around, so you need to go and do it like twice and it loses a bunch of time. Yeah, you just want to clean up this section. Digging to the left of those red gems because you trust Spark. And then we're just gonna flame the two chests. The chest right in front of you and then the chest on the left. And then we're gonna charge through the chest on the right before cleaning up this fireworks section. Flame the first two, pick up their gems, then we're gonna bonk the final one and exit level.
Okay, I golded Alpine again, so
Wow.
at least I'm not losing time to PB, I guess.
Good job with
That's
me.
how, if you don't want to lose time to gold, just gold again.
Mmm. Good advice. This guy should definitely make a tutorial on the category. So you remember how we hit this guy with the fan chest from here and then we left this guy? Well, this is why we leave him. There are there are two ways to handle this route. One is before you head into the Alpine, after you hit the fan chest on this guy, you would then go and kill this guy and then go into Alpine. And then, instead of doing what I'm about to do, you would go around the left here, hit these two guys, get the thief, and then do everything that I'm gonna do. Instead, if you follow what I'm personally think is best and what is fastest, you leave this guy so that you can charge him. This dude still raises the platform, and then there's two options of how to get up here. You can either charge jump straight onto like this section. You see how like this like block here is like lower down than this block? Yeah. Yeah. You charge jump there. Maybe even there works. I think there's what I used to do. Um, or you do what I prefer, which is to do a booster jump up to here. And the reason I prefer doing the booster jump up to here is because I feel like it lines me up a bit nicer. I didn't even do a booster jump. That's crazy. I should have regular jump. As you can see, when you line yourself up here, this thief, you're perfectly lined up to get this thief. Because what you're gonna do with this thief is you're gonna go a bit to the left and then turn straight to the right and flame him. I didn't even go to the left. I lied. You don't need to go to the left. If you're like here, then you need to, if you're like more like here, then you need to go more to the left. I was lined up pretty nicely. The way you want to line yourself up, if we go back to here, when you get the light to hover up here, what you want to do is want to make sure you're lined up with kind of this green gem, either centered with this green gem or a bit to the right of it. As you can see, I'm a bit to the right of it. I'm more centered up with like crack in the wall here. But you just if you're like lined up kinda in this section, Spyro is like kinda lined up with this section, or his old mohawk, I guess, lined up with this section, you can just charge straight forward and flame. As you can see though, I do turn a bit to the right. If you flame directly ahead, you might not hit him. For some reason I had inconsistency doing that, so I started turning a bit to the right when I flame him, and that started to work for me. Just practice it, and then you clean up those gems, you get this guy in the chest, pick up a sheep if you need it. Sometimes this second sheep will line up, and then you'll be able to go into the into high caves of gold sparks. If not, then there's two different sheep right at the top of the little first section by the first dragon, which you can get them instead with a flame before you touch the dragon. So sparks should not be an issue when going into high caves. Oh. Do I have anything to say? More
You know what
breeding.
else I could try with Elden
Oh,
Ring? I don't know. Again, I don't know how.
this guy's still talking about Elden Ring, bro. We're watching a Spyro run. So what I do here, there's two things I typically do. One is either flame this guy and then flame that guy separately, and I grab this guy's gem as I'm flaming that guy, and then I can like charge away. Or you can flame this guy and extend the flame to hit that guy as well. And honestly, I don't really think there's too much of a difference between doing it other than, you know, you can do what you're comfortable with. But you charge the other guy, flame that guy, jump up to get his gem, flame and jump up to get his gem, hit the final guy, and then there's the sheep that I'm talking about if you need the box. That's Cyrus. But if you do everything going up to Cyrus and you do it all fast, you know, and you stick to the wall, as you can see, like the whole time I'm sticking basically to the left wall and only deviating where I need to go get a gem. If you stick to the left wall, you won't get hit by anything. And if you do it all fast enough, then the cycle will line up like this. Like this guy's on the right, this guy's on the left, and they're getting ready to go towards the center. And as you can see, it lines up pretty nicely. If you flame those guys, they're gemmed home ends. You do not need to charge them, so just flame them. It's easier. You can flame them and then charge onto the platform, clean up the gems there to make sure you get it, get everything there. Uh, Sometimes that gem, like if you land on the green gem here, that gem doesn't home end, so you need to make sure you get it. I charge the two chests on the right and then flame the two chests on the left, but you can charge the ones on the left and flame the ones on the right. It really doesn't matter, it's just preference. But as you can see, when I flame here, I continue walking so that this gem lands on me. It just saves time from not having to wait for Spark to like collect the gem, you know? It Yeah. Pick up the two gems just down there and then you go around here and you want a free Ajax. And now we get to where I make a mistake in this run. But it doesn't matter. I can still explain even with the mistakes. I get a second try. But this is the first supercharge of this run, and it is a tough one. It is one that you will need to practice if you want to get used to it. If you want to get down, you know, I don't know why I check my notifications, but look at this. Not Frogger uploaded. Um, but if you wanna get this down, you will need to practice it because it involves slowdown, and slowdown can be finicky when you're first getting used to it. If you're on PC, you can do this supercharge, but way better with a keyboard and mouse, and it's pretty epic. Um, yeah. Well, let's just see what happens. Actually, let's hear what I have to say when I mess it up.
I mean, the game is so broken. You could do a one-shot build at level 1, and like, you know, that's so shit that I fucking missed that as well. Cause I,
It is really shit. This guy sucks ass. He's constantly distracted. But you saw the intention. What you do is, first of all, uh, let's talk about something here. If you come to Ajax and you're too far to the right and you touch him like here, the spider might be out of position. So just touch him like in the center on the left. It doesn't really matter. Just don't go too far to the right. And then you just want to run up to the platform, and I like to go to like the third arrow, but realistically, I don't think it actually matters. It might even be better if I just like stopped here and charged it, but third arrow makes me comfortable. I don't know why. But as you can see, I hit the spider, and then we leave all the red gems, and then you can see why I tried, but now I'm actually going to succeed at doing it. I go around the left of this pillar, but I used to go around the right of it, and then like charge into this wall. But I started to mess up a lot, so I started going to the left, and then it's really dark, but but this wall here, this little corner is basically what you're gonna use to slow down. So like you need to like stick to it. You can see I'm turning really harshly into this wall, and you keep sticking onto it, sticking onto it, sticking onto it. And then at one point you jump and you want to jump on the first step, such in a way that you have enough time to then jump from the first step to the last step. Now, if I play this in like full speed, if I go back, uh, let's go back. You'll see I'm sticking to the wall. I get the slowdown, and then you can see when I jump, like from the first step to the final one, I'm doing like a slight turn to the right. And the reason why I turn to the right is basically just to make sure I don't bonk on this wall. So do a little turn to the right, and then you need to stick to the left again to hit this spider. As soon as you see that you're about to hit that spider, start turning to the right. You can see you can see a tiny bit that I'm turning to the right before I hit the spider. And that way we can turn just enough to clear this pillar, hit this guy for his gem, and then as soon as I hit him, I jump up, hit the final spider, and you can opt to stop your supercharge here, and you can like hit the wall, you can just let go, you can jump glide cancel out of it. What I like to do is I like to keep pushing my charge all the way to the right, jump up and hit this guy, and that way we can clean up the gems. And now this is some nice little movement on display here. You can opt to just charge this guy and then you bonk into the wall and then you get those two gems. But I think it looks really smooth to jump, charge, and then look at this. There's like I touch him one frame, and then the next frame I'm letting go of charge by gliding, and it's so smooth. You you basically all I'm doing here is that because I'm in midair and I'm still charging, I can't cancel it. I can't cancel the charge when you can't cancel a charge when you're in midair by just letting go of charge. The only two ways to stop it are if you bonk in midair or if you glide. So all I'm doing is I'm gliding after hitting him and then pressing triangle to cancel the glide. And as you can see, I just kind of drop down very nice and smooth. And this is what it looks like. He just disappears. Then what we're going to do is we're just going to come here, we're going to flame these two chests. I'm not charging them because when you flame them, it allows Spyro to pick up the gem during the fairy kissing animation. And all we're going to do is we're going to drop down. You need to do this very quickly, by the way, 'cause you're on a timer. Claim the two spring chests, those gems home in, jump up after you hit the fan chest, go down, get the spider, and then make sure you get this spider. Now, let's go back basically to here. There's many ways that this supercharge can go bad, and so if you don't feel comfortable doing it, don't do it. Look up an easier like route. There are many routes for high caves, and this is just the one that's fastest. But first place where the supercharge can go wrong after you make up the stairs is you hit that spider and then you don't turn right enough and you bonk into the wall. If that happens, just don't go back for the supercharge. Just come hit this guy, go up, kill the guy over that's standing in this room. Go get kissed by the fairy and then get this spider. Wait for the flame to go away, get it again, and then do the second half. And then in this second half, something that can go wrong is, well, obviously, you could be like the gem collection slow. Um, but the other main thing that can go really wrong is this spider sometimes, if you get the supercharge first try, you'll never have this issue. But if you get the supercharge second try or third try, then you can have an issue where this spider will be all the way at the end of the cave. And if that's the case, just forget everything and run straight to the end of the cave and get that spider before the flame runs out. Otherwise, you're going to lose even more time would than you uh than you would if you go for him. Thankfully, he is just here. I messed up. I got a second try, but he's still here. I got a bit lucky. Um, but even still, after we get these two chests, the first one we do is we go get the spider. And then after that, you don't need the flame anymore. You just clean up everything here. Hey, those gems there, you see, this gem here, easy to miss. It needs to drop down to get it. But these gems here, the blue and the green, also very similar, especially this blue. If you're not careful enough, that blue will not home in. So make sure you go a bit to the left after picking up the green gem. You're gonna pick up all the reds they left behind. And then exiting the cave, you want to have 227 gems, and then we're gonna do a second supercharge here to get the two spring chests, get the fireworks chest. I messed it up, but basically what you typically want to do is you want to hit that fireworks chest, hit that fireworks chest, and then you bonk into that wall. Or you can also opt to do fight this one, then that one, and then bonk into that wall and get that one. What I've been doing more recently in my runs though, the any percent MBS, is I go around the right, hit that one, and then I do a jump, and then I glide cancel so that I can turn more sharp. I can pivot in the air to go to this chest rather than what I do here, which is just mess up and bonk anyways. But the idea typically is that you hit these two chests, and then you bonk the final one in the direction that basically puts you like you bonk it like here, and then that way you can just like exit the room. But I'm bonking this one, and then I can just charge through this one anyways, so there's your little backup if you mess it up. Charge through this room, and then we're gonna go on a little thief chase. Now for this thief, you need to make sure you get all the gems during this chase, otherwise you will need to go back for it, and that will lose time. So you're gonna see, oh, so you're gonna see that I'm being very careful with these turns while still trying to keep up with the thief. I make sure I get all the chests. Thankfully, they're all like just in the way, so you don't really need to think about it too much. So then as we drop here, as you can see, I'm sticking to the left of where the thief is, and that's because I know that the thief is going to be going this way. So we're going to stick to the left. Oh, we're going to stick to the left, and I'm just going to let myself drop down. Not going to jump down, just drop down after charging. And as I'm dropping down, I'm flaming, and then I continue to charge to exit. And then I'm going to drop down to let these fairies pick me up. The reason why on console we let these fairies pick us up is because when they have control of Spyro, yeah, the in-game timer isn't ticking because you don't have control of Spyro. So we're gonna charge, and then we're gonna jump from. You see this line here? This line? You want to jump from that line. If you wait till the very end and then you jump, you're either gonna jump all the way up here and bonk, and that's slow, or you're gonna jump too late and then you're not gonna make it across and you're gonna hit like here. So as you can see, I'm jumping like as I'm hitting this faint line is when I'm jumping. And that way we're gonna charge and hit this chest first, then that chest, and after we've hit that second chest, we're gonna let go of charge and we're just gonna allow ourselves to clean up the rest. I believe I missed one of the chests, but even if you miss one of the chests, it doesn't matter because you clean up on the way out. And then we're just gonna let ourselves be picked up by the fairies again. Oh yeah, something with the cleanup here. I charged one of those chests and then I turn around and instantly flame the other chest. And the reason for that is because that second gem is going to be picked up after we touch the dragon, and then we charge the chest, and we just about get in the range of that yellow gem. You do need to get quite close to it for the 10 gem, but as you can see here, that gem gets picked up, and then we charge the chest. And I like to jump and like charge down to like put the corner tight so I get picked up by the fairies, but just go there. Same thing for this charge. Now this can be another slowdown. First things first, I like to hit this fodder just because if you've done everything up to this point correctly and you had gold sparks going in, or even blue sparks going in, you're going to be down on sparks after hitting the fireworks chest in the room that's like over there. So I like to get the fodder just to make sure I'm on gold sparks or just that I have sparks. We're going to jump again a tiny bit before the actual ledge. And for this one, we're gonna stick. If you do the charge and you stick all the way to the right, you will 1000% of the time get a slowdown. You can see here, I'm just gonna stick all the way to the right. Right before I touch this gem, I'm just sticking all the way to the right. You might think, oh, if you stick all the way to the right here, you're gonna bonk into this wall. You don't. You see, there's a little like it's kind of hard to tell, but there's like a little like lip here, I guess, and sticking to the wall here just like bounces you off, and then there's another like little bit here that completely slows you down. As you can see, I'm not even moving at that point. So in full speed, it looks like this, the slowdown that we get. You just stick all the way to the right, then boom, you see, you basically come to a stop, and at that point you're going as fast as Spyro goes when he's walking, which allows you to pick up all the gems and hit this chest comfortably. You drop down, come back to the right, and then you're gonna turn. As you can see, look at this Taio timing. Spyro is basically of the off of the platform, but he's still able to turn, and then we're gonna extend our supercharge all the way to hit the free fan chest and nearly fall off the platform. But if you want to know the timing of when to let go of charge here, the second I come into contact, or like right before I come into contact with this chest here, I let go of charge. I clearly let go a bit late. This thief, for whatever reason, I find really annoying, but the key is basically I go to the left hand side, it goes around the right, and then I just jump, and I glide, and I turn a bit to the left as I'm gliding. That typically works. And then you should be at 497 gems, with the final 3 gems being these ones. If, if you do this charge, and let's say you bonk here, and you mess up the supercharge, all you have to do is you can make the jump from here, and you do like a tiny little wall glide across, where you basically just like stick to the left. In fact, if I go to my first 120 run that I submitted, let me go to High Caves here. I'll probably mess up, right? That is crazy that I didn't mess up. But you can kind of see it anyways. The idea is that um, instead of if you don't have supercharge, you can't make the same jump that I do. So you need to jump like sticking to that wall, and then you wall glide up it basically, or you wall glide across. Um, yeah, that should be it. And then you're done with high caves, and then we're gonna rescue the dragon just outside high caves, and then we're gonna do the supercharge here for the key chest. Now, here's something I should note. I'm gonna hit this key chest, and then I'm gonna pick up the 2 gems here. And those guys, guidebook time at 24:45. That's like pretty standard. But if you remember when I was talking about the different routes you can do after Alpine or before Alpine, if you after Alpine came around this way and hit these 2 guys before, then just get the key chest and don't come to get these guys obviously because you already have them. Just get the key chest and then guidebook. But if you follow the route that I'm doing in this run, you need to make sure you get those guys. I've had a few runs before where I'm exiting Magic Crafter's 7 gems with 7 gems missing, and it's that guy's 5 gem and the other guy's 2 gem. We're gonna guidebook back into high caves and then instantly exit level, because the reason why we're doing that is that the in-game timer isn't ticking during all the menuing and stuff, and it just puts us in a position right outside or right in front of the supercharge ramp. And now we're going to do this supercharge here, which I will talk about. Oh, let's just talk about it now. But basically, it doesn't matter if you hit this guy or this guy, it doesn't matter. You already picked up the gems. You're going to charge into this guy here. Now you can see I'm not sticking to this wall. If you stick too close to this wall, you're going to like bounce off it, and it's going to be sticky. It's going to be tragic. But you stay kind of like towards the center, I guess, and then turn into the right, like a racing line. You're going to cut the corner, and then as soon as you're about to touch down, did I say right? You turn to the left, and then as soon as you're going to touch down, then you turn to the right. You can see, and then we need to hit this guy. We don't actually need to hit that guy, but I mean, he's in the way. Now what we need to do is we need to hit this strong chest. If you don't hit this strong chest, you will not be able to go back for it. You'll have to go all the way back to the supercharge ramp, whether that's by walking back or guide booking back to High Cave and then doing it again. Point is it's slow. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna stick to the left. I personally even like to bounce off this wall you see here. I graze it and then like I bounce off the wall a bit. And then as we touch it, I'm jumping across to go over to this guy. And I glide too early, but typically what I like to do is the same thing I did with the guy in High Cave. For that supercharge, I like to charge, glide, cancel out of it. You can turn, but I messed up, so don't be like me, messing things up. If you don't feel comfortable doing the glide cancelling stuff on supercharges, just charge into him and then keep going into the left until you bonk into that wall or let go of charge. In fact, what you can do is after you make the jump here, from this point you can just let go of charge. If you let go of charge, then but you'll hit him and then as soon as you touch down it will stop like around here and then you can just go get the guy. But in full speed it all looks like this. Where left, right, bounce off the wall, hit the chest, hit that guy, then you get this guy's gem, and then you go into Wizard Peak. Oh boy, Wizard Peak is more supercharges, so I hope you like them. We're going to start by going around the left though. We're going to do this part first. First thing I should mention, if you hit this sheep, you're going to have a harder time picking up these gems, so avoid the sheep around this area of Wizard Peak best you can. We're going to pick up those gems. Another thing to mention, this gem here is a dead gem. Just like the ones in High Cave on Guys. Just like the one in Dark Hollow, sorry, by the dragon. You need to touch it. You can't, Sparks will not pick up, you have to touch it. I don't know why, it's like kinda in the wall, so you have to touch it. Just be aware of that. And then we're gonna get everything here. I don't know why I know this gem count, but 23 gems is how many gems are before the whirlwind. So if you're at 22 gems, that means you missed the gem, the dead gem. You didn't touch it. So we can hit this guy, and then as you can see, this sheep here, this is the worst sheep in the entire game. You always knock into it. So I like to charge jump over the sheep, around the sheep, sticking to the left, and then I land on the gem. Sparks picks up the other gem. The sheep also very annoying, so I just like to stick all the way to the right, and then if you hit that one, it doesn't matter. Uh, if you hit this one, it doesn't matter because this gem is literally just in the way. I will say I've lost a lot of runs from falling off in this area, so do feel free to stick all the way to the right the same way that I'm doing. And then you just want to drop down, sticking to the right still. Something I should note here, if you notice, I'm typically on jumps like this, I like to limit my air time. But for this one specifically, I like to jump a tiny bit higher than what I usually would, and then charge and land on top of the 5 gem. And the reason I like to do that is just it makes the gem collection in this final section a bit easier because all I do here is I charge it enough to pick up the green gem, and then as it's homing in, I turn and flame that guy to charge jump into his gem, and then I pause, and then we're gonna quit game out of this level and then continue. So, is this the first quit game continue of the whole run? That's crazy. It happened so late into the run. But basically, quit game continuing is just a little strat where sometimes, depending on how levels are structured in certain categories, you want to complete part of a level and then quit game and then continue back into the same save file. And all that does is it puts you right back at the start of the level as well as it resets your spot. So let's say you're going into a level that you struggle with and you get hit in that level a lot. And you're going into on like green spots or no spots and you're like, oh shit. There's no fodder around. what do I do? Just quit game. Quit game, continue. You get sparks again, and you can do the level. The in-game timer does not kick back when you're menuing, of course. So Spyro Reignited is one of the only games that will teach you that quitting is a viable option when things get tough. So feel free to do it. But yeah, we're just gonna pause here, and then as you can see, I'm gonna go down to quit game. We're gonna press continue, just spam the menuing, and the adventure continues. Indeed, it does. And the little Spyro comes up, and then we're gonna load back in, and we're gonna do the rest of the level normally. Jump up to get that guy, jump after flaming him. This platform is the worst platform in the entire game. Most platforms in this game, you can charge like off of it, like and get the coyote timing, and this platform for whatever reason cuts off way earlier than every other platform in this game. Like it does not extend at all. So as soon as you touch this gem, feel free to jump off. Like you see here, this is cutting it close. This is me cutting it close. Typically, I'd be able to stand like here on platforms and jump off. This here is cutting it close. But anyways, we're just gonna get that guy's gem out the air, get all the chests. Basically, do the room in the order that I'm doing it. I got unlucky and I got hit by the guy, but typically you avoid it. We're gonna go left first in this room because after getting 145 gems touching Jarvis, we're gonna do a crazy supercharge here. This one makes no sense. And it is a tough one. It is one that some people will struggle with when they first start playing the game. They will not be used to it. So make sure to practice this because this is the first turnaround supercharge of the run, and there will be at least 3 other turnaround supercharges in this run. I think 3 is the right number. No, oh my god, there's like there's like 5 other turnaround supercharges in this run. There's like 6 in total. What the? So this is probably the. Oh no, there's another one as well. There's like 7. Okay. But this is the first one, and this is the easiest one to practice, I would say, because it helps you turn on supercharges, and it will also help you with knowing when to stop supercharging, because this one can go wrong very easily. So I say this is the best one to practice. What we're gonna do here is I'm gonna have to slow this down. As you can see, I'm walking to that because if I charge here, I'll obviously start my supercharge and I'll go down, and that wastes time. So I'm walking down. Why is that? And I'm gonna line myself up with this like art thing, right? And I'm lining myself up so that I'm directly next to it. We're hugging, right? Let me put this to, yeah, we're hugging. And then I'm gonna jump, full jump, full jump. And then at the peak of my jump, I start my supercharge and hold directly to the left on my analog stick at the same time. And that makes it so that we can do a turnaround. Now, the way I like to angle this is don't keep holding left the whole time. The second that you start to face straight back, hold a bit forwards and basically line yourself up so that when you continue to turn left, you're like raising the dragon platform. As you can see, I like touch the dragon platform. And then that makes it so that you can stick a bit to the right of this wall here, or a bit to the left of this wall here, sticking to the right of the room. And we're gonna keep charging basically in the direction of like this corner is what I aim for. I aim for this corner. And then as soon as we're approaching that corner, I just turn left and I jump right on. You can see how far off that ledge this is where the jump happens. We're gonna jump really late and we're gonna make it all the way up here, and then we're gonna stop our charge. We're gonna grab these gems, and once again, you just wanna stick to the basically touch this dragon platform and then keep turning left, and then what we're aiming for is to jump between these 2 corners. That's what we're looking for. So I line up with this corner, but the intention is to jump between these two corners of this little, like, is it an octagon? I think it is an octagon. Yeah, it's an octagon. Right? Right. I don't care. Maybe it's hexagon. I can't really tell. But these two corners is a hexagon, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These two corners. Anyways. Um, no, it is an octagon. Bro, what is that's a terrible octagon. But you get the idea. Let's go back to the start and I'll play it all the way through so you know what it looks like. And as soon as we land on the platform, or as soon as I see that I cleared the jump and I'm gonna land on the platform, I let go of charge. The second you let go of charge, it will extend far enough so that you hit that guy, and if it doesn't, then you can just flame him. And we're gonna clear up the chest, drop down to clear up these chests here as well. And then we're gonna go straight into another supercharge. I hope you enjoy supercharges because that's all we're doing in Wizard Peak. Oh my god. So we're gonna first things first with this supercharge, we're gonna hit the two fan chests on the right. We're gonna go all the way up. I like to hit that life chest. With the way that I've reared my console 120 runs, there's a lot of death abuse. There's a lot of death abusing, right? So you want to make sure you have lives if you're gonna be dying. You know what I mean? So I like to hit that life chest just because it's right there, and I mean you need to grab all the gems at the top here anyways. Then what we're gonna do, I'll do a quick breakdown before it happens. We're gonna run in, hit those two, and then we're gonna turn down. Then let's continue. So you hit those two, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna stick to the right. There's four guys here. We're gonna hit bing, bing, bing. Gonna hit 2, 3 in a straight line. Boom, boom, boom. Little curve, but you get the idea. Like you want to line it up so that it's basically like a straight line to hit those guys. So it's bang, bang, bing, bing, bing. And then we're gonna stick to the left of the supercharged platform here. Because if you look here, there's 3 spring chests, 2 metal chests, and then 4 gems lying around. What we're gonna do is we're gonna turn and we're gonna hit this one, and we're gonna hit this spring chest and this spring chest. No, 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 no. We're gonna hit this spring chest and that metal chest. Sorry. Oh no, we do hit that. Oh my god, I didn't even know I had that in me. Yeah, we line up with the blue so that when we land, we can turn to the right. As you can see, you can kind of see Spyro's body is not straight here. He's angled to the right because the idea is as soon as I touch down, Spyro turns to the right, he just about hits the blue, just about hits the yellow, and then hits the strong chest, and then I bonk into the wall. Realistically, could glide cancel there, but I bonk into the wall because I suck at this game. And then all you have to do is just clean up the rest of the platform. I like to do the spring chest first, but yeah, is it working again? It is working again. I don't know why. My microphone just stopped working there, but we're back. Uh, yeah. Another thing about this supercharge is that this red gem gets homed in. You see that? This red gem here gets homed in whilst you do that. So you don't need to think about it. You just go up and get it. If you're unconfident, you can check to see if the red gem homed in. You can, it doesn't hurt to check. Better than losing your run. And we're just gonna run around here. You don't need to run. If you're worried about falling off, then just walk, But just gonna jump and flame that guy and then pick up the 3 blue gems that are around. And you're gonna be on exactly 300 gems. If you did everything up to this point in the level correctly, 300 gems. And then nice little loading screen. After the death abuse, you'll never believe what we're about to do. Another supercharge. So obviously this is the we hit these two guys before, but this guy we did not hit. I like to charge, jump, and then glide cancel out. Hit that guy. I missed the glide cancel, but you get the idea. I should have cancelled the glide. Um, but we hit that guy, and then we hit the other guy in that formation there that we missed. And as you can see, little glide cancel there. If you're not confident with glide canceling, then what you want to do is you bonk into this wall. So don't jump, just charge straight forwards, hit that wall, then jump up and get it. But now we initiate the next charge, which is going to consist of hitting this strong chest, and then we're going to go to the other platforms. You can see those ones. So we're going to turn in, hit those ones. Hit that strong chest, hit these chests. You don't really need to hit all those chests, but I mean, they're just in the way, and so you might as well get them. You're gonna come back through this way. There's no death view, so you will be coming back through this way, but I like to get all the chests on the supercharged that I don't need to think about getting them on the way back. Which is me. Um, but here's something actually, something important. I learned this from Quizzy. If you do this charge and you jump from like here on the edge, you will make it onto the platform, but you're gonna bonk on that wall. What I like to do, and what Quizzy told me to do, shout out to Quizzy, he initially taught me 120, is I jump from this grass patch here, this one. And what that does, as you can see, I jump like as I'm passing it, is it lines you up so that you land right before these metal chests and you can hit all three of them before bonking into the wall. And then it's just about cleaning up the wooden chest. Be careful around that little bit there. I don't know why I always fall off. Um, and then I like to charge this lineup with the free chest and then flame this one. And then like jump up to get the gem. I just think it's nice to get that. And then hit that last chest. That's the only chest you can't get during that supercharge. And then you should be at 408 gems before touching Hexus. I know everything here is straightforward. We're just gonna clean up the rest of the level basically. Go left and right for those gems. I really like that you like flame him, jump up, and then you charge down to get those. I think it looks kind of clean. I don't know. We're gonna get this thief here. This thief, dumbest thief in the game, basically. It's like, I mean, I think the thief has two of the dumbest thieves in the game. The other one that we got earlier doesn't even move. This guy might as well not be able to move because literally all we have to do is just charge jump and then glide straight at him and he doesn't react. And you can just flame him. But we're gonna hit these chests, go left, then right. Flame the big dude. You can there's two different things you can do here. You can do like a double charge for these spring chests, and then flame the last one. You can even line yourself up like here and flame all three of the spring chests at the same time. I just flame two and then grab the other one afterwards. Then we just clean up the final area. You can see here we roll, get Lucas, and that's all everything. 500 gems, 3 out of 3, 2 out of 2, everything. Basically, practice the supercharges in Wizard Peak. They are crucial supercharges. And I think Wizard Peak teaches like the fundamentals of supercharging. It's the best level to practice supercharges on, aside from treetops maybe, but we will get to treetop. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna charge this guy, and I like to do it in such a way that I charge him and then I instantly turn to the left and instantly start flaming. And then as soon as I do my foot, oh my, look at this quality, holy. Anyways, as soon as I flame, I just like to charge and jump up, like do a boost jump to get that gem. You don't need to do it that way. You can just like charge that guy and then charge jump this one, but I always like flaming him, doing a boost jump. It just makes me feel nice. But yeah, we're just gonna clean up everything here. I went for the double charge on that and it didn't work. So if you don't want to be like me and constantly mess up double spring test charges, charge this one and then allow yourself to drop down and flame the other one. I recover that nicely though. Make sure you get the free gems at the back of Crystal Flight. Now Crystal Flight, when I first started learning this game, was probably the hardest flight. I spent so long trying to learn this. Uh, and so don't worry if you can't get it. Flights are difficult when you're learning them. Only way to improve at them is to just practice though. But be willing to, I'd say if you're just starting out, just learn whatever route works for you. If it takes you, you know, however long to do the flights, it doesn't matter. If you can do a flight without dying, do that. Do what you're doing. Then, if you're trying to improve at flights, do this route or these routes that I'm showing you. That's my flight advice. Sorry, it took like a long into the video for me to give flight advice. 2 hours. Uh, oh well. But all we're gonna do is right at the start, we're just gonna charge to drop down, and then as you're charging, you press charge, allow yourself to flop. Tap charge, allow yourself to flop. Turn around as you're flopping, and we're just gonna get this arch, get the plane that's right in front of this arch, get this plane right before this arch, and then all we're gonna do is we're gonna turn and hit the arch. Now, when I first started learning this, you can do you can do this order. You can do this order that I did, and it's faster. But there's an order that's like a tiny bit slower, but way easier to do. And all it is after you flame this first plane, stay low and then get this arch and then like do like a harsh, like a sharp turn to the right. Like turn to the right and move your camera with it so they turn harsher as well. Same thing we did in Night Flight. And then you get this plane after hitting this arch. So you instead of being here, you'd go like whoop, and then you'd flame and then you could do a little like harsh to pivot and then you do everything I do here. You get these planes and you charge down to get that one. It might take a little bit of practice, but I promise you, if you can get that section down in Crystal Flight, everything afterwards is easy, easy, easy. And it'll also being able to do that in Crystal Flight is like probably some of the best flight practice you can get, aside from Sunny Flight as well. Planes in general. But yeah, there's nothing too complicated here. The one thing I'll comment on is I'm sticking really low to the water to pick up speed, and something you should be aware of in Crystal Flight is that the water is way closer to you than it looks. So if we go back here, for example, the water, you can't see it there. Let's see. You see this? Hold on. Let's see. Fucking pixels, bro. You see this little like white streak down here? That is the game's indication that Spyro is close to water, like just above it. And so if he goes any lower, then he'll like get dragged into it basically, and then you fail the flight. This streak appears way higher up when Spyro's like way higher up compared to any other level in this game. For whatever reason, the water is made in such a way in Crystal Flight that it's like it appears low, but you actually can't get as low as the water looks. Unlike other flights where you actually can go all the way down, basically like touch the water. If you get too close in Crystal Flight, it will just pull you down. Same thing in some sections of Wild Flight. So, like when the water's uneven, it gets a bit fucky. But we're gonna charge to pivot uh here. If you're not comfortable with pivoting in the air, then just like touch down on the platform and then continue. Uh, yeah, just want to get these chests. Oh, here's some advice actually. If at the start when you're doing the planes, you miss a plane, they will be coming here If you miss any of the first ones, it's kind of a cringe and it's gonna be a bit of a long recovery. But if you miss the very last plane, you only lose like less than a second because right after you flame this chest, the last plane will be here if you've done everything correctly. So if you're gonna miss any of the planes, miss the last one. Uh, or yeah, miss if you miss any planes, make sure they're towards the end of the line, preferably the last one. You'll be able to recover them quicker the closer they are to the end. So we're just gonna finish up all these chests, and we're just gonna glide down. Animation cancel. If you don't know what an animation cancel is, by the way, I haven't mentioned it because it's not necessary for console, but you get it every time here. Spyro, when he finishes a flight, has a little animation that he does. You see like twirling, and then like all of these things will pop up, and they'll come around him, and it'll go like bing, 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 with a little sound effect. If Spyro during this animation collides with an object, it just ends. The animation just stops, like it did there. So 50-51 exiting. And what happens as soon as you leave Crystal Flight? The reason why we didn't touch the dragon before entering is because as soon as you exit, he touches Boulder, and as you can see, you just rescue him, and it doesn't cost any time. You don't spend any time getting him. We're gonna charge down, hit these chests, hit this guy, clean up the gems. It's all very, very simple. And then we're gonna have, as you can see, the 300 out of 300 pops up before we enter Blowhard. Just to say that we've collected every gem in the home world. So we can enter Blowhard stress-free. We do not need to think about anything else in the home mode. We just need to do Blowhard, go to the Balloonist. Easy. So let's do Blowhard. Blowhard is another level, kind of like Alpine, where it's very cycle dependent. All your time save is going to come from whether or not you can hit the cycles. Not all your time save, like the time save at the start of the level, like first half level time save, all cycle dependent. Um, I want to say this run gets the good cycles, but if it doesn't, then it's okay. I have an example somewhere that I can show. We're gonna start off here by turning, and then it's just flame instantly and turn in like a clockwise 12 to 6 to make sure we get all the gems, and then we're gonna collect that last one out the air, and then we can charge through. Let's collect the other one. These here, there's something interesting you can do. I personally do a charge to hit both, right? I find that if you do like a fairly short jump and you charge these and turning to the right, it's very consistent. If you're not comfortable with that, you can flame both of them, and it is a tiny bit slow, but what it means is that you see this guy here, you see how he's charging up a shot? If you flame both of these and then come up to this platform, this guy will hit you with his shot. If you're like here, after flaming both of them. And what that does is when Spyro's in the damage animation, when he charges a fireworks chest, he won't bonk off of it. He has like invincibility frames, right? And so it means he can get hit and then charge through the fireworks chest and then deal with these guys. Alternatively, you can do what I do, which is avoid getting hit after charging and just bonk the fireworks chest. I like, as you can see here, I like to turn and then like face to the right or face in a way that means that Spyro will push back to the right. Because if you come here and then charge like straight forward, hit here, you'll just be blown off the platform again. So I like to hit to the right here, just so that I stay on the platform. But we're going to keep charging. We're just going to clean up this area. You see the way that I do that. I really like how it's done. It's like a little zigzag where you go right, left. No, I do right, left, right, and it's like kind of nice. But if you do everything the way that I'm doing it here, and you do it quick, then you'll hit the cycles. Another thing I should mention here is that I find it easiest to go left, right, right, left here. Although you can, sometimes these guys will be in a bit of awkward position, then you have to hit like the left spring chest before the right spring chest. But preferably, I like to do the right spring chest with a charge, and then I like to flame and do like a booster jump up for the left spring chest. Everything here should go fine, and then here's something actually I can talk about. It's important to keep in mind the second you flame this guy, this platform stops moving. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna flame him, right? Drop down on the platform to get the gems, and then because we flamed him, this platform is like set up perfectly. But we're not even gonna think about hitting the platform. We're just gonna jump straight to this platform, right? And I messed up the cycles a bit. If I was faster, then this platform wouldn't have been raised. It would be down. So you can do this even faster than I did. Although I do think this cycle is like basically like the default cycle. Like if you don't make any mistakes leading up to this point, you will hit the cycle. But if you get hit, then you'll get the cycle after this one, which is even worse. You don't want that. You don't want that. But what we need to do here to hit this guy, we can't just jump up and hit him. We need to do, first of all, jump. As you can see how late I'm jumping. I'm still charging here. I'm fully off the platform. I'm still charging. So we need to jump really, really late. And we're going to do a boosted jump. And by doing the boosted jump, you can see Spyro's head is clear above the platform. And we can just flame his toes. And then we land on the platform, pick up the 5 gems, get the green gems, or the 10 gem. And that whole section in full speed just looks like this. It's a very clean section. It takes quite a bit of practice. I'd say it probably takes quite a bit of practice to get that boosted jump. We're gonna go left to right on these chests. Free the Dragon Altair. Shout out to Assassin's Creed. Again, these platforms are dependent on how everything went at the start. But all I'm gonna do here is the only thing to mention is that I'm flaming. The same thing we did at the end of Shemp with the Mama, but this one is way less risky. Because instead of losing time to having to go all the way back around, you only lose a few seconds if you miss it, because you can reach more back at the dragon. Which flaming and then charge jumping, and then we're gonna clean up the gems here on the left. Grab these gems here. I do that little shortcut there, but if you're not comfortable with the jump, you literally just charge the chest and then like jump up to this platform, and it's like less than probably like a half a second difference, but I like the little shortcut. I do a little booster jump up to hit him. Same thing with this fire chest as before. You need to turn to face the fire chest in such a way that when you get knocked back, you don't just fly off the platform. That will kill you. I've faced it in such a way that I get knocked back to the left, and actually in such a way that I'm lined up perfectly to just turn, face this way, flame both chests, get the gems out of the air, and then if you remember how I talked about at the end of Shemp, boss's gems drop in a specific way every time. Okay? This time, Blowhard, as you can see, the first gem comes out, and then it's like on the right, basically. On the right of Blowhard, the first gem drops. We jump up, and then we start moving to the left, and then we go a bit forwards to pick up the other gem that drops, and then we go back to the right, and we pick up all 4 gems out of the air without needing sparks. As you can see, sparks is green here, right? So this is another important thing to mention. We hit 2 firework chests in this level, and even if you do the strat I said at the start, you still take damage 2 different times in this level. If you go into Blowhard on green sparks, you cannot do it the fastest way possible. You will have to flame at least one of the fireworks chests. If you go into Blowhard on blue sparks and you take accidental damage at the start of the level, which can happen fairly easily, you will not be able to do the strat. You have to flame one of the fireworks chests. If you if you take too much damage, you cannot do the fastest strats in Blowhard. It is a brutal level. It's very short. It's one of the shorter levels in the whole run. But yet so brutal with how easy it is to lose time. So just be wary of that. If you go Sparks are still at the end, like let's say you're on green, like I'm on blue here. Let's say you're on green, and after you bonk this fireworks chest, you're uh, on nothing. You can still do everything here at the end without Sparks. It's not an issue. You charge this line of gems rather than letting them pick up. But as you can see, yeah, if you if if you struggle to get all these gems out the air, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't cost that much time to just let Sparks pick it up, but it's a cool strat, and it allows you to be smooth with your movement. It allows you to just charge straight to the end right after getting the boss kill. And there's no reason not to try for it, because at worst you pick up like one or two of the gems, and you just need to let Sparks home in the other ones, and that's still better than if you had not done anything. I pick up one of the sheep right before going into Beastmakers just to make sure I have a little bit more sparks. 5,500 going into Beastmakers, and I mean, I've cut for the other two home modes, so I think I'm just gonna take a break again and record the Beastmakers part of this video at a different time. How long was the Magic Crafters section? An hour, 10 minutes. So basically, as long as Artisans and Peacekeepers was, that's how long Magic Crafters was by itself. So, God, this video is gonna be so long. Okay, it is now 2 days later since I last recorded for Magic Crafters. It's 1:30 in the morning. I am having like a very like average day. And what better way to make a day better than to talk about Beastmakers? Oh my god, it's my favorite home mode. Not really, I don't really enjoy Beastmakers that much. Look at how happy this guy is to go into Beastmakers. He literally cannot wait. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that was. But essentially, Beastmakers, the reason why it's a bit annoying is because it is very tough. For a quick breakdown, we will be doing Terrace, then Bog, then Wildflight, then Treetops, then Metalhead. I'd say Terrace is like pretty standard level. Bog, very, very tough level to get used to in 120. Wildflight, pretty standard flight, but there is a lot that can go wrong and a lot of bullshit that can happen that can kill your flight and maybe even kill your run. And to do with the debris from the arches and stuff, you know. But the real killers are Treetops and Metalhead. Oh, something fell. Treetop is just really tough. It's just a really, really tough level. Not just because of the superchargers, but just in general, there's just so much that can go wrong. So, and it's so easy to lose time when you're trying to do it at like a high level. Metalhead, not only is it easy to lose time, easy to make mistakes, but the time loss is compounded by the fact that you need to hit cycles on the poles in the fight, as well as the second phase being RNG dependent to an extent, um, as well as cycle dependent. So it's like, you know, it for a home mode, it's like pretty tough. So um, I'm gonna try my best to guide people through this. But if there will be times I'll just say like, look, this is really hard. Just try your best. So just be prepared. But one quick thing I need to mention before we do anything in Beastmakers is that as well, I don't really remember if I mentioned it during Edgecrafters, but basically, considering that this is mostly a console focused guide, um, some of like the home world routing will not be the same between console and PC. Uh, both for Magic Crafters, which I just covered, and Beastmakers now. The only difference between Beastmakers home world routing and Beastmakers home world routing for console and PC is that on console we do Misty Bog and then Wildflight. But on PC, you want to do Wildflight and then Misty Bog. The reason why is because the route we do on console saves in-game time from not having to go back up the whirlwind after doing Wildflight. However, on PC, there's no time gain. there's no time gain from doing bug first, and so people do wild fight first. 'Cause it's faster to do that way. If you want to know like all the differences between console and PC, what I'd suggest is after you're done going through this like guide, um, I probably should have said this at the start, but what I'd suggest is before going for like um going through the route for the home mods and stuff, just like watch a PC run. You don't need to watch a Cat's World Record if you're, not looking forward to doing like a world record level like keyboard and mouse strats, which get really crazy. You can look at some like mid-level runs, or even some older runs in the top 10, which do not uh, do keyboard and mouse strats. Like from like 2 years ago, those runs probably don't do keyboard and mouse strats. At least if they do, they're like fairly simple, but the routes will still be mostly the same for the home mode. That's all I have to say. Everything for like Artisans and Peacekeepers will be completely the same between console and PC, I believe. It's just Magicrafter's Beastmaker's home mode routing is different. And then Dreamweaver's home mode routing, I believe, is the same. And then Nexus home mode routing will also be the same. And the only levels which should have differences between console and PC are the ones which involve supercharges. So take a note if you're going to a level which has supercharges, which is um Wizard Peak. Damn, they really introduced supercharges in Magicroppers and only having Wizard Peak. Isn't that crazy? Anyways, Wizard Peak, Magicroppers home world, of course, and then Treetop, and then you have Haunted, and Twilight Harbor. Check PC routes for that if you're on PC. Anyways, enough of a ramble. Let's just get into this. Let's see what I have to say.
Maybe if the gods allow it. This run is actually ahead of PB. I thought it would be behind, but no, it's ahead still. It's not ahead by as much as it was before, but somehow I didn't lose enough time throughout Magic Crafters to make it not ahead. Wow.
Well, indeed. I remember actually a fun fact about this run. I don't really okay, before I say any fun facts, I don't really have anything to say about any of this collection other than the fact that this chicken here can sometimes you'll hit it. And all that means is that these three red gems you have to run over them because bots won't collect them for you. Um, I typically don't enjoy this section because of this chicken. See, this chicken follows a set path basically every time, where he just runs onto the electric platform and kills himself. And what that does, you can see here, Sparks just goes after the butterfly which the chicken drops. And so Sparks doesn't help you collect these red gems. And so you have to like, it just feels like you go a bit slower. And then sometimes if you're not used to like Sparks' movement, sometimes you'll miss this final guy. What happens, as you can see, he has like a big delay in his animation. Like, let's see. Like here is from here, that's when his first animation stops. At any point here is when typically they would go for like their little hit. As you can see, like he waits ages. Um, but if you're a bit slow on that movement there, he will hit the platform and then it'll be like quite quick thing to oh my god, I keep going back too far. Quick thing to know about these spring chests. You can either do a double charge, just whoop. You can go up to them and get a double flame and they both pop up. You can flame them individually, but what I like to do is what I do here, where I hit the chest, turn, flame, and my flame connects with the first one so that I don't even need to think about hitting that one, and then I just turn in and hit that second one. Honestly, the fact that that hits is so crazy. As you can see, if you hit a spring chest directly on top of it with a charge, you get it in such a way that there isn't even like a frame where the gem pops out. It's just one frame, the chest is there, and then next frame it's gone. It's really cool when you do it, but that's how I like to do it with the flame and then charge second one, but you can't just double flame it or flame it individually. Honestly, I think double flaming it is probably like just as fast as double charging it, but like way easier. Got a drink with me, let's go into terrace. Okay, here's another thing to note. If you're coming from Magic Crops, obviously. If you're coming from Blowhard and Green Sparks, you're guaranteed to have blue sparks going into Terrace because of the fodder that hits the electric platform. And then there's also the fodder right outside Blowhard, which you can hit on your way to the Balloonist. Plus, there's the fodder right at the start of Peacemakers, which will sometimes be in front of you. Plus, there's this chicken here. So basically, you're guaranteed to be on blue if you exit Blowhard on green, but even if you were completely sparkless exiting Blowhard, there are four different chickens which you can get, one of them guaranteed. Essentially, you should always be in Terrace at the start of it on gold, and if you're not, then I don't know. I don't know what to say. But honestly, Terrace, the start of Terrace is not too bad to do sparkless. Not too bad, but there's so much fodder before Terrace, at the start of Terrace, throughout Terrace. You should almost never struggle with fodder or with sparks during Terrace. So let's start. The first thing we're gonna do is gonna flame charge jump into this guy's gem. And you can see flame charge jump, bonk up the stairs, flame charge jump, go to the right. Uh, this gem here has a pretty solid range. As you can see, sparks like targets it pretty early. Like that's a pretty good range when you think about it. Sparks is like cone is pretty big, I guess. It's not a cone. It's like a I don't know how Sparks range works in this game. I know in like the OG games it's like super detailed and like it's pretty well understood. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, pretty good Sparks range. You can just turn into those gems and then you want to pivot out of it. You're gonna hit that guy. Um, this is also really minor, but hitting this guy on the right is obviously gonna be quicker when you're pivoting into turning into this guy. Allows you to charge jump him as well. This is probably my favorite, like, double flame in the whole game. It's super satisfying to do, where you jump up and before you even touch the ground, you flame, and then as you touch the ground, you just instantly jump back up. Jump, glide into the second one because you're gonna glide pencil and turn back around like 90 degrees essentially. My movement's a bit sloppy there, but super nice. You run into that room and get the guy and the gems before doing that section right to left. Uh, Pretty nice. Flame charge jump into that guy. Um, I feel like the range of where you can start your flame for this guy for whatever reason is like really big. But another thing to know is that you do a small charge jump there because you're on a higher up platform than what you usually would be in. So, has there been a single double fan chest so far in this entire run? There's no way this is the first one. Well, if it is, what you want to do when you have two fan chests that are like right next to each other is one of two things. If the fan chests are close enough, you want to position yourself right between the middle of them so that your flame extends and hits both of them at the same time. In this case, they're not close enough to each other, although I think if I was positioned a bit further back, I probably could. Whereas you can see what I'm doing is I'm flaming and then turning Spyro as soon as the flame starts, right? And so, like, it's like, you see? The flame initially connects with the one on the left, then I turn, and then it connects on the one on the right. And if you do that 3 times on each, they just pop out, you know? And it saves you 3 other flames, which is quite a bit of time when you consider that there's going to be quite a few fan chests throughout the run. if you can save a little bit of time on each double fan chest, you're gonna be that time save stacks up over time as well as it builds your confidence with how you control Spyro. Sometimes when I first started doing this, it felt a bit like finicky and I wasn't really confident with it, but the more and more I did it, like the more confidence I grew with just like being able to completely control Spyro. Completely. But yeah, pretty basic stuff. And then they see another fodder. And there's even more in that section as well. Flame charge jump, charge that guy. We're gonna go into this room. Okay, here's another thing to note. Hold on. We've been flame charge jumping all of these guys' gems, but this guy we're specifically gonna leave because after we're done with this room, we're gonna come back out the same way. And so there's no reason to pick up his gem right now. Because as you can see, we do right to left here, and then we pick up all those gems, and then we pick up his gem which he left. Something to note here is that um Sparks isn't good with gem piles, which I think I mentioned at the start in Stonehill. Remember how in Stonehill you jump and glide onto the gem pile so that Spyro picks up like most of it and Sparks only needs to deal with two of them? Because Sparks isn't very good with gem piles bigger than like two. If there's only two gems, Sparks will pick them up both pretty quickly. But this obviously has four. And so what we're doing is basically Sparks picks up this first one, and then we're gonna stay really close to this one. Because if I try to go like here, like if I try to like pick up this one and then stick to this side and run away, Spark just won't deal with this one. Because he will pick up this one, and then by the time I'm here, he's gonna pick up this one. And then by the time he's picked that one up, he's gonna pick up that one, and we're gonna be out of range. So just sticking to the left basically, so that when Sparks is done picking up that gem, and he's done picking up this gem, we are still in range for Sparks to pick up that gem. So when I say be confident with Sparks and really extend your gem range, you also need to be aware of how the gem piles are distributed. It's really like overly complicated how I'm explaining it, but basically in this section just stick to the left and then charge out. I'm talking too much about shit that's like really easy to explain, but it's not just to help you with that section, but just to give you like a general understanding of how Sparks works, you know, so that you can build your own confidence with Sparks over time. Now, if you've done everything correctly up until this point, this platform here will not be, it won't be lit up. And this is something very important about Terrace. Um, these uh platforms are on cycles, and although I think these ones might be on cycles straight from the beginning of the level, maybe the way that all the platforms in Terrace work, aside from maybe these ones, although I think these ones apply the same way, is that they enemies aren't loaded in until until you can see them with your camera. And so because they're not loading in, none of the platforms are like electrified, right? Electrified. Yeah, electrified? They're not electric. Shockey's happy. And so because of this, the cycles for Terrace are actually really consistent. You just need to know what you're doing and go fast. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna flame the firework there, and then by the way, in case you missed it, there it is. Every time I do Terrace, I get so scared that I miss the firework because you can't flame this section of it. You need to flame this tiny section, and so it feels really easy to miss. Anyways, we're gonna charge that guy, and then yeah, you can charge like between these two chests and hit them at the same time. This jump here coming up, uh, I'll slow it. As you can see, hold on. Well, you can't really see it, but basically, right behind this leaf is this ledge here, and it extends further than the rest of this ledge. And so, right by this leaf is the best spot to jump from. Um, because it's just the furthest out. And as you can see, do a big charge jump, glide across, make sure you practice that. It's a very good one to practice because there's nothing else to it. This one and the one in Clifftown are both like probably the two best to practice with your charge jump gliding because there's nothing else to it. There's no like difference in elevation. There's no like nothing obstructing it. It's just straight up do the jump. I have 90 minutes in this, so obviously it's going to be way easier for me in this run, but you can make this jump really easily. It's 100% consistent. It's just good to practice. You just need to practice it a tiny bit. It's not okay. I'm pausing way too much in Terrace, but there's there's honestly Terrace has a lot of movement to it, surprisingly. If you come when you come up to these stairs, if you try and just walk up to it and jump up normally, you cannot reach this step. The only two ways to do it are the little backwards jumping thing that I showed in Shemp, and the other way is boosted jumping. I think boosted jumping is nicer just because you can boosted jump like perhaps like here and then take like kind of like a straighter line. But if you're not confident with boosted jumping, you can do like a little turnaround jump thing like I showed in Shemp. Mhm. And if you're not confident with either of those things, then just walk up the steps. As you can see, I do like a really bad boosted jump. It still works. I played that gem power really safe, and so same thing with that one. Something you can do, you can charge these two, and then here, instead of just like turning the way that I do, you can just like roll. Or maybe even like after you hit the first one, you do a roll to the right, pick up both the red gems as you turn left and charge. It looks pretty nice, but I'm I'm not good. I'm not swag enough. Yeah, back to this though. What I'm doing here is we're gonna jump and then you need to flame, as you can see the flame connects there. Flame this fireworks first, jump up, flame that one first. And the reason why you're doing the one on the left and then the one in front of you is because this one is gonna go to that chest, right? And you're gonna get that later. But the one before that we flamed, the one we flamed first, oh, the one we flamed first is gonna be like on the platform that's like around here, right? Like off the screen. And we want that one to explode quicker because that's the next spot that we go to. My flame actually hit this gem, but if you don't hit this gem, there's typically a chest here, and so you would charge at the chest. You charge both of these chests and then flame and jump into the spring chest. Like crazy how the flame extended. But yeah, just turn and then you go to this. As you can see here, because we flamed that firework first, this explodes like this gem here is landing as we're landing. And so you want to just go around the right and pick up the gems right to left, jump down. If you've done everything up to this point correctly, better than I have, these cycles will line up so that you can jump down and just charge this guy. But I had to be very careful. Here's a little bit of advice actually. If a guy's gonna shock a platform, you can stand right on this. I don't know if it'll show. See how the electricity spreads? You see how it doesn't touch this little cobbled path? As you can see, I kind of land on it and then charge jump off of it. That's why I didn't get shocked because I landed on this. If I landed a tiny bit further forwards, I would have been hit. I would have taken damage. It's like half a second time loss probably, but ruined cycles potentially. That's a little bit. That's a little something to keep in your mind. If you're worried that you're gonna get hit, and you're able to land on one of these, then you'll be safe. I charge jump him. Yeah, you wanna deal with this guy and then this guy, and then instead of taking these gems and then hitting everything here and then come back around, you go to the left first because we're gonna exit where we came from basically. Um, I think people do this gem collection sometimes left to right and then exit, but I don't know why. I think it is faster to do it left to right, but I like to do right to left. I like to do it counterclockwise, kind of. As you can see though, this guy here, I don't remember. I think this guy here would have loaded when we were gliding across to here, right? So his cycle has been completely dependent on everything that we just did. Okay. However, this guy back here and that guy back there, who's like probably like 3 pixels on the screen, but these two guys, they only just spawned in because only just now did we see them with our camera. And so their cycles are only dependent on what we do from this point onwards. Although I think it might be RNG what their first action is. So that might be RNG. I'm not sure. I don't think it is. Point is, if you've done everything correct up until this point, everything should line up so that you can charge this guy, and then charge this guy, and then you want to flame, charge, and then jump into this guy's gym, because if you try and charge him, you see how close he is to hitting the ground? He basically hits the ground as our flame connects with him. If we try and charge towards him, we just get that. They need to flame that guy and then jump into his gem. Very nice. And then we're gonna turn and flame charge, jump into that guy's gem, except I do like a little boosted jump that I can turn in midair. And the reason I hold back a tiny bit is because if I'm too ambitious here and I'm trying to like charge, like hit out of the air to get that guy's gem, then I might hit the platform and get zapped. But then we just clean up the rest, and you want to be on 257 gems at this point. Now, here's another very interesting thing about cycles. Very interesting. I learned this from Quizzy as well. Quizzy told me this. So when you hit this guy here, you see we hit him, and then we pivot, and then I like to, as soon as I'm done hitting that guy, like flames, that I can charge and extend the flame to hit this guy. But only now. You see this guy here? There's another one back here. That's the electric guy. They only just spawned in because again, they only spawn in once the camera sees them or can see that area. And so this cycle is 1000% consistent every single time because all you need to do is after you get this guy's gem, you'll see that the platform is electrified and all you need to do is wait half a second in the air and then you can instantly start going. It's so beautiful how it lines up. In full speed, you'll see that I wait like less than half a second in the air. You see? You see the little delay I do there? I can, instead of charging straight away, I have a little bit of a delay because that little bit of a delay lets the electricity go away and then I can land on the platform safely and then I charge this guy and then I charge that guy. Beautiful. Basically, the advice is hit this guy and then after you get this guy's gem, just wait a tiny bit. Like 0.2 seconds, and then you're good to go. If you wait a little bit too long, then what you have to do is you need to, well, if you wait a little bit too long, then this guy's animation will be further ahead, and you just need to flame him. If you flame him, then you'll be able to land on the platform before or after the electricity's gone, and so you'll be safe. But you should be able to get it consistently every single time if you just wait a tiny, tiny little bit. This guy's cycles, I don't remember if they're 100% consistent or if they can be a bit weird. It might be a bit tiny bit RNG, but if he's like jockeying the platform as you're about to land, then I mean, hold on. I'm pretty sure I just charge him here. Yeah, I just charge him there. But if he's jockeying the platform as you're about to land, you can either one, flame him as you go past him, and then leave his gem and then get it on the way out, or two, glide over him and past him, and then clean up this area, and then by the time you're exiting, you should be able to charge him or flame charge jump into his gem. Another double spring chest. Another fan chest. Something I can mention here. I flame. Typically I'd flame all three, but I only hit two. I flame these gems, but the fastest way to do it is to charge into that one and then pivot and charge out of it. But if you play on console, this is a console versus PC difference. On console, when you charge and you let go, Spyro like slides a tiny bit, so he moves a tiny bit more forward than where he would have been if he let go and he instantly stopped. On PC he instantly stops. So charging here and then pivoting out is easier on PC because he's less likely to like fly off the edge. On top of that, if you're not comfortable with like holding the angle on the pivot, you might just like charge down here and then you're gonna have to lose time running all the way back around. So I like to just flame these and be safe. Yeah, these frame chests as well, you could like drop down and then do like a double flame where like you get your flame to go like whoop, and then you get both of them, but I find it to be about the same if I just flame them both individually. Uh, Little thing here is that don't charge down here. As you're gonna fall off, let go of charge and then pull back right a bit so that you can fall on that test. And you can start charging as you're about to land, and then you can kind of like pivot out of it. You see how I don't hold charge the whole time? I'm like I let go of it to like flop down, and then I charge down to hit it, and then I let go of charge and then pivot out of it. I'm pretty sure you could charge that whole way through, but then you might miss the first metal chest. Key advice here. You can see I flame this guy and then I stick to the right. The reason I stick to the right is because I find that they are less likely to like aggro you early if you stick all the way to the right. Obviously you need to stick to right because there's the 3 gems here. But if you stay a bit more to the left of those gems, I feel like more likely than not these guys will aggro you because they'll see you earlier. But stay all the way to the right and hug this wall, then you're less likely to be aggroed. But I could just be wrong. So but that's what I do. You see, I stick all the way to the right and then I go right to left and then finish on those gems. And that's terrace. I feel like I've been talking for like half an hour already. I've been talking for half an hour already. And we've done one level or about 3 minutes of the home world. How did I turn 3 minutes of the home world into 30-minute conversation with myself? That's so dumb. Hmm. I had a run which was a 104.07 and it would have been like a 103.50 something. It would have been the first ever 103. But I forgot Bruno. So key pro tip: do not forget the dragon outside of terrace. That's my pro tip. That's my pro tip. But what we're gonna do here, this is something that's pretty cool. Remember how I mentioned in Blowhard how when Spyro takes damage, he has a little invincibility period where you can just like charge through fireworks chests without getting knocked back? Well, this is what we do. There's 3 fireworks chests. So what we do is we jump up and then we glide past the first one. You can charge past it, but you do run the risk of going a bit too much to the right and then charging into it and then falling into the water, and then it's really awkward. But essentially, these 2 fireworks chests are close enough to each other that if you hit one of them, the explosion from the fireworks chest will trigger the other fireworks to light up. So we hit this fireworks chest, right? And then the gem, homes in, blah blah blah. But as you can see in the back, that fireworks chest is lit up. Oh, so sick, so cool. The advice I'll give is if you stick too much to the right, if you hit this fireworks chest facing like basically too much into the right of this corner, you'll uh fall back, but you'll be like stopped by this fireworks chest. All you need to do then is just turn around and bonk it. You'll have time. If you're too much to the left, then you're more likely to fall into the water. Um, oh wow, look at that. But you're more likely to fall into the water. And so, uh, yeah, you just need to hit it kind of like left center-ish, and you can charge through. And as you can see, the other fireworks chest gem is just there. Then we're gonna flame that guy and not pick up his gem. Because we get it after we pick up these gems. Honestly, these gems are like, as you can see, Sparks' range is pretty good. Uh, that's all I have to say really. Um. Yeah, we did get all of these gems. Okay, actually, here's something that I should mention. As you can see, we flame this guy only because he's in front of us. We don't pick up his gem. And then because the reason is when we exit from Bog, um the when we exit from Bog, that guy just dies. Like he boop, just dies, and you pick up his gem. It's really weird. So cool. Do I quit game here? No, I don't. Oh no, I do. Okay, this is something that's different between console and PC. So you may see, I have blue sparks going in. I don't want blue sparks in Misty Bog. There are only two chickens in the entirety of Misty Bog. Okay, there's only two. One is at the very start, and one is going to be right where we end. So that's a long period of time with no spark in one of the hardest levels of the game. That's quite scary. I don't like feeling scared. If you ever feel scared, make sure to reach out to the people you love. But there's no one to reach out to in Misty Bog. What we do is we're gonna, hold on, bro. You're gonna hit this guy on the turnaround. You want to turn around from the start, you turn right, you turn around, you pivot into this guy, and then pivot, hit the gem. As soon as the gem touches, we pause, we're gonna quit game, continue back into the level, and all that does is it gives us full sparks without needing to hit the chicken, and it puts us right again, straight at the start, facing forwards, because we're gonna go forwards. And this little section here, I like to be a tiny bit safe. What you can do here, if you can flame charge and then charge straight out of the air and then flame that guy and then charge straight out of the air and then straight, you can charge straight out of the air from these. So as you can see, I'm like hesitating a tiny bit on everything except for the first one. And the reason is I find that if you try and charge out of the air too quick, and it's like that guy or that guy, they're more likely to get you. And it's just a tiny bit scary. So I do little like boosted jumps into their gems. It's pretty nice. Or little charge jump and then like hesitations. Nothing to really add about gem collection. Okay, I like to go around the left here. This is the route that I prefer for Bog. Is okay, well my mic died, but I'm back. Yes. I don't know how that's happened again. But what I like to do is straight from the start, I just go around the left hit because what you would do otherwise is you would go and hit all these chests, and then you go get the fan chests, right? And then after you get the fan chest, then you go around this side, and then you come back around, and then you get all the frogs. But instead, I like to do this because I don't like getting this chest coming from this side. It just feels awkward. So I hit the chest and then turn around and then get the double flames on the fan chest. I kind of messed it up, but it's okay. These frogs, where they move, where they position themselves, completely RNG. They will stop moving when you get too close, but where they decide to move is RNG. So this frog being right next to this chest, quite lucky, because it means like I'm already going this way to get these chests. It means I don't need to think about I need to think about one less frog after these chests. These two being kind of close to each other is pretty decent, but this guy being here, it could be better. It's not the worst, but it could be better. As you can see, it ended up being not the best collection of the gems, but the idea is essentially after you get the fan chest, punch straight through these three chests and then deal with the frogs the best you can. That is the that's the advice, is just figure it out after the chest. I could have dealt with it better. I could have charged that guy instead of flaming it, but we're gonna we're gonna okay, here's something actually I could have done differently. After flaming this guy, you don't need to charge into his gem. Because if you don't die throughout all of Bog, even if you do die, we're gonna come back around this way, and you can leave this guy's gem if you want. You don't need to get it. I decided to get it. And what we're going to do is we're going to flame, and then before we collect it, we're going to collect the other 3 green gems, because as the gems falling, we can collect those gems and then pick up as it falls. And then we're going to flame the ball, hit the guy, turn around, get the ball gem, clean up the 3 blue gems down on the right side of that platform, left to right on those chests. Make sure you get all these red gems. It's very easy to miss one of them. You need to drop. I like to drop around this side and then charge left into it, because you need to hit this chest. It makes me kind of easy to miss this chest if you just drop like kind of like straight down, like sticking to the wall. Typically I'd get a double flame on that spring chest, but clearly I missed it there. Don't miss the chest right off the spring chest. And then for these guys, um, oh yeah, don't miss that chest. That's the one I'm talking about. Don't miss that chest. If you're like struggling to hit the spring chest, you might get frustrated and then you forget the chest. But these guys I go. And again, they're in a square, right? So this like bottom right, bottom left, top left, right. Let's go right, left, top left, top right, and then exit. If you picked up the 5 gem, you'll be at 192. If you didn't pick up the 5 gem, like I recommended not picking up, you'll be at 187. More frogs. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to deal with the first frog. This frog will always be further behind than this frog, okay? Sometimes, if you're lucky, this frog will be like right here. And what will happen is the ball comes charging in, kills this guy, which is intended. Or maybe it's not intended, but it's like guaranteed to happen. But if this frog's also there, he'll kill both the guy and the frog, and then that's like perfect. But what you need to do is you need to deal with the frog in front of you, because as you can see, the ball kills the guy. You don't need to think about the guy, and then as you turn around, you can flame the ball, and then you can get the gems plus the frog. If the frogs are in such a position where you need to deal with them first, and then the ball is like back here, that's fine. Deal with the frog, get the ball as he's coming back. You'll be okay. I did it kind of slow just to be safe, but another ball is going to be coming here. Can't even see on the screen. All you can see is this frog. This frog will typically come to like here-ish. He might be a bit further back. You're gonna see it come closer to like the wall. Off screen, like there's a ball, alright? And that ball will come for you. So what you need to do is I like to charge in until I grab the first 2 gems, and then I turn around a bit. As you can see, I'm turning my camera, and as I turn around, as you can see, the ball hits the frog, and as I'm turning around, I flame, because then I can pick up the gems to just like exit out of that area. Point is, you can just kind of slowly collect these gems because you need to wait for the ball to come to you anyways. And then you just flame as you're turning the corner. The gem was a bit glitched there. I got stuck on a leaf. Um, here's a nice little thing. Sometimes this ball, depending on how you've been doing, sometimes this ball will be coming towards you when you go to these chests, and it can be very scary. Uh, so be wary of that. Be careful when going for these chests as well, because as you can see, you're right on the ledge. And yeah, the ball's going to be coming. If you're too slow, the ball will be like here, and so then you need to flame before you turn the corner, because if you don't, then he'll hit you. But flame, grab that guy, get all the gems on the left, kill other ball. This ball, as you can see, as soon as I kill this ball, he's aggroed already. He's gunning towards me. So as I'm collecting these gems, I just quickly turn to my right, flame, and then it kills the ball. So in full speed, this whole section looks like, what the fuck? This whole section just looks like this, with killing these balls. It's a very annoying section. You might need to slow down a bit going through this, but it's okay if you have to slow down in bog. Honestly, it's better to do a slower bog where you don't die than to try and do a fast one and then die a bunch. So just keep that in mind. For these gems here, I like to get the red gems, kill this guy, and then go to the left to get the spring chest. You can just flame and then charge jump into the chest, or you can just charge jump the chest normally, but I kind of messed it up and then I had to recover it. It was honestly a very nice recovery with like the boost to jump into the charge down, but after you get a spring chest, you kill the guy, you go up the steps, and then you get Bubba. I'm sure no one's ever made any weird fan art of Bubba. Get those two metal chests, and then we're gonna glide up these stairs, bonk up the final one. We're gonna turn around, we're gonna clean those two spring chests. I will add that for these two spring chests, you can come to the right of them, and then like extend the flame across, and it hits both of them, and then you can glide cancel to get both the spring chests, but I didn't do that. I just charged one of them and then flamed the other one. Mostly fine. Hmm. Remember how I said Sparks isn't good with groups of gems that's more than two? Sparks hates this. One at the start and then three right next to each other. As you can see, I land to grab the first one. I land on the first one so that Spyro grabs it rather than Sparks. And then I turn and then I land on the second one as well. And the third one. So that Sparks only needs to grab the fourth one. Essentially, extend your charge jump here so that you guaranteed to land on this first one, and it means that you're way less likely to miss one of these three. Because if you try and cut this tight and you try and just like run across it, you will miss, like typically this one, you'll miss it. And so land on the first one and then keep going. Or just take your time on the platform, but that's what I do is I land on the first one and then keep going. Just a straight line of dudes. Hit the two chests. Oh, it's even a free chest though. Hit the free chest there, and then you're gonna see we do some like triple fan chest. Holy! I never used to be good at triple fan chest. What I would do is um, I'd flame these two because they're close to each other as a double fan chest by sticking into the middle of them, and then I'd flame the other one by itself. But I eventually got more confident and started doing triples. But if you're not confident with triples, we do like a little turn. Do a double and then a single. Still gonna save time over doing all three individually. There's a little something. Glide around. For that little section there, where it's like we're turning around, instead of just turning normally, I turn and then you can kind of see it. You can kind of notice it. It's a little bit slow in the slow-mo, but I'm actually playing it, um, you can notice it more when I'm actually playing it like full speed, but I'm not only turning my left stick here, but I'm also turning my camera to the left with it. And what that does is that it just makes it so that my turn is sharper. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that earlier with a night flight. But yeah, I turn my camera with the left stick to make the turn sharper and then charge this line of chests. Do this charge jump across, and as you can see here, if you left the 5 gem here earlier, this is where it will be. See, that's why you can leave it, because you're going to come across here anyways. But I didn't leave it, so I just need to do with this guy, and you'll be 386 gems right at Roscoe. And now, oh, now we get into the juicy section. Okay, you're gonna clean up all these gems, grab all of them that you left behind. I flame the chicken cage before I land here, and then I charge jump into this guy. And the reason why is because, well, you need to flame the chicken cage to get it out the way so you can keep the straight line going. I charge jump it because the debris from the chicken cage can interrupt you. You can get stuck on it. And so I charge jump it to avoid it. Avoid the chicken as well. Final gem check 416 before touching this little island. It's called Guanton. It's referenced as Guanton a lot in Spyro 1, but I don't I don't know how I feel about a section of video game that people find a little bit difficult compared to like a military prison. Is it a military prison? It's a really fucked up prison. Inhumane. I don't know how I feel about that comparison. But people don't like this section is the main point. So I'm gonna give you the secret sauce. Okay? First things first. You can already notice one thing. I'm I'm gliding. Like the entrance is here. I'm gliding away from it. Why is bro gliding away from it? The reason is that I like to turn. I like to turn from here and then turn into it, charge the first frog, and then flame the next two. You can charge all three. You can do the exact same setup I did, and instead of flaming the second two, you just charge all three. But I like to flame them because it makes me feel confident. It's what gives me confidence. Then you're gonna clean up these three chests here. Now this is the room people hate because it's so easy to take damage. It's so easy to lose all your sparks. It can be fully gold. First of all, it's really easy to lose your spark during this whole level. But if you've like taken 2 hits of damage and you're on green sparks going into this, it can be very, very scary. I'd recommend to go back. See this chicken here, where the chicken cage was? If you're on blue sparks, green sparks, sparklers, get this chicken. It will make you feel more confident. It will help you get through the level. Anywho, the key is to stick to the left and then do a clockwise turn around the room. So you stick to the left wall and do a clockwise turn and you never let go of charge, essentially. As you can see how I'm not letting go of charge there? You see that? You clean up the room very easily doing that. Now, of course, there is frog RNG. These frogs can move in unpredictable ways, but almost like 90% of the time, there will be 2 frogs along this wall, and if they're not along the wall, then they will be in this general area. And then there will be a frog here at the back right, and there will always be a frog behind this guy. Okay? So those 4 frogs are almost guaranteed, and then it's just these two here. You see this guy, and then this guy's like maybe off screen. Those are the random ones, okay? Typically, most of the time, these two will be in the perfect positions. So these two in the back corners are like basically perfect every single time. Just these two that you need to worry about. But we stick to the left. Hold on. We're gonna stick to the left, right? And then we just stick to the left. I just stick to the left and keep charging. Stick to the left, keep charging. And a tiny bit inwards. As you can see, I don't stop charging until I hit this guy. If you don't stop charging across that whole left section, and you turn inward, and then you hit this guy in the back corner, only you'll be perfectly fine, and then only then do I pivot. And as you can see, sometimes there will be a frog right here, and he might hit you, but he's like off screen, he's over here somewhere. This frog sometimes will be behind this guy, but he's to the right, so I can be calm, and I know I'll be able to hit these guys. I even charge jump here because now the reason I charge jump is because if this guy decided to aggro and go for me, charge jumping would have avoided his attack, but he didn't do it. So as soon as I touch down, I just flame, and then I can deal with the final guy. So the recap is stick to the left until you turn in here. Never let go of charge until you hit that guy. Once you turn around, you can even snap your camera with L2 or left trigger to assess the room. And then you just clean up these 2 guys and then clean up the frogs. If the frogs are in the way as you're getting the 2 guys, it's probably even better, but that's my advice. Stick to the left, hold charge the whole time until you hit the frog in the right corner, and then you can assess the situation, essentially. That's bug. Now, you remember how I talked about how this board just dies when you exit? Oh, he's dead. And there's his gem. And if you hold to the right here to just exit straight from the portal and you start moving the gem homes in, Sparks grabs it, you can be fully confident that he will grab it every single time. And if not, guess what? There'll be an opportunity for you to do this after Wild Flight. So we're gonna ignore everything in front of us, and then we're instantly gonna go around the left of this hut, grab all the gems, and obviously flame the ball. I don't know how I messed up, but typically you would just flame, charge, jump into that guy's gem. I messed up, somehow jumped over him, but come back around, do this room right to left, counterclockwise, and then touch the dragon Cletus. And then we're gonna do a double flame on these two fan chests. Obviously I'm doing spins for it, just because I find it easy on those chests. We're going to drop down and we're not going to hold charge. We're going to just let ourselves drop because I'm going to drop on this gem. Then we're just going to collect these gems here. I took a little like moment there. As you can see, I like kind of like walked it a bit just to make sure because again, Sparks doesn't like gem groups of more than two. And so I had to make sure Sparks had time to handle all of those gems. And then I'll pause it here because I messed it up. But typically what you want to do is you charge the right side of this chest and a little bit to charge the left side of this chest and then turn in, or even pivot in, sorry, to hit this chest and then pivot back this direction, then pivot in. So it's like charge, turn, pivot, pivot, pivot. I messed up. But you can still do it that way even. You can just charge, pivot, pivot. Theoretically saves an extra turn, but you can't be as sharp with your turns, I feel like. Wild Flight. Same advice I give for each of the flights so far. Practice, 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 practice. Wildflight especially. Oh my god. These boats are the worst. If you miss one of them, if you are late, these boats are the worst to recover. You lose so much time and it's so frustrating. The time loss isn't as bad as the frustration it gives you when you miss one of these boats because in Wildflight, it really feels like the game is against you. You know? It's really messed up. But anyways, what we're gonna do is we're gonna hold to the right, kind of down right even. We're gonna hold to the right and charge all the way down basically to the water level. Oh, I don't do it to the water level in this. There's two options really, which is to hold charge and charge all the way down to water level, or do what I do here and just hold charge until we're about level with the top bit here. Both, I believe, are like about the same time speed because one gets you through the door quick and then the other one lets you build up speed along the water. Um, I guess I opted to do this in this run, but typically I'd stay to the water. It doesn't matter. The point is you turn to the right and you're gonna stay close to the water. You're gonna flame this guy's boat on the right, this guy's boat on the left. You want to turn, kind of turn late there, but you want to turn like because you're flaming that boat kind of. I should preface this actually. Preface the what's about to come up by saying this is a strat that takes a lot. This flight route takes a lot of practice. Okay, don't be upset if you can't get it instantly. I'd say icy flight route is icy flight. I'd say wild flight route is probably the hardest flight route to learn. I think I struggled with it more than I did with sunny flight, honestly. Maybe some people find sunny flight harder, but man, I think wild flight's so tough to learn. Anyways, if, if you need to take your time learning it, take your time learning it. If you need to do an easier route, do an easier route. There's an individual levels board attached to the consoles board where you can see all of the times for the individual levels for the flights. If you need to look at like a slower wild flight time just to see what's an easier way of doing it, or if you have a way of doing it that's easier for you, but it's slower, just do that if you need to. But it's nice to learn the faster flights, I think. Anyways, We're gonna flame this guy on his right, and we're gonna turn our camera with it so that we turn more sharply. Now here's where I take a bit of an easier strat. I charge down onto this platform and then charge across and jump down in flame. But what you can do is you can continue your glide and then turn left here, whilst also turning your camera and then face a little bit downwards in flame and then turn into the next arch. If I didn't do that, I charge down. This is the easier way of doing it. If you're learning this strat, I would recommend doing this. We turn, charge down, jump, charge down, flame, turn, flame that guy, go up, flame this guy, go down. This is the section where when I said wildfire can go really bad really quickly, the debris from these arches after they explode when you go past them can just be launched down and hit you. And if the debris gets launched down and it hits you and you're close enough to the water will just pull you in and you will die. You see, hold on, see this debris here? You see how it gets launched and it's coming down? If I was closer to here, if I was closer to where it was, if I was going down, basically, it would have hit me and I would have died. And that would have been the end of the run. But it didn't happen. We just hit this guy and then we hit this guy and go into the left. We're gonna charge this chest and then use that charge of time to pivot back up. This section here, more so than the boat, is fully cycle dependent and is fully dependent on everything you've done so far. I don't believe my world record does the fastest route for wild flight. There is a faster route if you want, again, if you want to know the very fastest way to do wild flight. There's a very small changes to the way that I do it, and it saves a bit of time. But again, if you want to know that, go to the individual levels section of the Speedrun.com boards for the console runs, and you'll be able to see them for wild flight. But this is the easier way. This is clearly me doing baby strats for 120. So I'm scared. But I stay close to the water or to the goo, and then I'm gonna hit these two chests. Damn, that camera angle sucked, but I missed the first chest because the camera angle sucked, but you can recover it. It's not a big deal. And then we're gonna flame this plane as we come out, and this is where it gets tough. Okay, so this plane here, very easy to hit. We're gonna come up. We're gonna what I'm doing here actually is I'm holding down on my left stick to be able to go up, but also holding down on my camera so that I go up even quicker. I'm like shooting straight up. Yeah. Right? That's why my camera looks like this, because I'm holding my camera down. We're gonna flame it. As you can see, there's just a sneaky plane here. And this plane is very tough to get when you do the safer strat that I was doing. You may be thinking to yourself, why would you do it then? Why would you do it? Well, there is another way to approach this, because that plane that you just saw that's coming out that I said was really hard, it's this one. It's this plane. So if you really want to, at the start, after exiting from this little thing here, you just go up flame, and then charge down, flame the two chests, and then do everything I've done. Right? But I didn't do that, because it's just not what I used to do. But what you can do anyways is after you flame the first plane, you go down, you flame this chest, and then you instantly start pulling all the way up, as you can see, pulling up or pulling down to get Spyro up on my left stick and on the camera pulls me up just quick enough that I can barely flame that plane. And again, it's because I took the safer strat of not gliding, of charging at the start instead of gliding through the arch, and then not getting the plane at the start of this section. But I still recovered it. I still did it fine. And I never really had issues with that. And then all you need to do for the final section is just clean up the clean up the planes. If, of course, you're doing a safer wild flight strat, then I would still recommend do everything I did at the start, and then get the boats the best you can, and then do that exact like route through that section I just did. and then just clean up any chests or planes that you missed, and that'll be the best way to learn this, is you just do the shot and clean up whatever you need to clean up if it goes wrong. But didn't notice. I pressed retry rather than quit, and you're thinking, why are you retrying the level that you just did 100%? Why not just quit? Well, because when you retry Flight, first of all, it gives you gold spark. The same way that quit game and then continuing into the same save file will give you gold sparks in the level. Retrying a Flight gives you gold spark. So if you struggled in Misty Bog and you're now green sparks or sparkless after the final room because you got hit by the frogs, which is very common to happen, you can retry here and get your sparks back. But the other main reason, because we're gonna guidebook, baby. We retry. We're gonna guidebook back to Misty Bog, as you can see there. Let's see what I'm saying. The reason, by the way, that we're gonna guidebook is that we can exit level from Misty Bog. Oh, bro's laughing hella loud.
Oh no, the 6 bits! No. PVD, what have you done?
Oh, shout out to Praise Big Dog. Praise Big Dog gave me 6 bits throughout this run. We have a little ongoing bit. Sorry. We have a little ongoing joke, a bit, if you will, where PBD would give me, every time PBD gives me 2 bits in a stream, I get a world record. And so in this stream, clearly he gave me 6 bits throughout this run. It was going to be a crazy record. I mean, I don't know, maybe this guy will be able to pull off world record, but the way he talks and the way he plays this game, I don't know if he'll ever be at that level. So, anyways, if you didn't get the gem from the ball before, oh my god, I'm rhyming and shining and rhyming. Then you would have gotten it there, and then you want to charge, and what we're gonna do is you'll see here, there's this red gem, and then there's this red gem. And you know how I say Sparks doesn't like to deal with gem piles more than 2? Well, this isn't a gem pile with 4. This is 2 different gem piles of 2. Like perfect for Sparks. So what we can do here is we just very, very slowly actually kind of turn around and let Sparks take his time with that gem because we need to turn around and flame the ball and then we can pick up his gem as Sparks finishes with all the gems in that pile and then we charge away. But we're just letting Sparks do his little thing there. He doesn't need to worry about a gem pile of 4. So he can take his time and we can take our time because the ball needs to die and then we get the gem. You can see here I'm staying a bit to the, like, a bit to the left of this torch, but you could be a bit more central of this torch and you can still pick up that gem and then we're going to turn to the right. Jump along the tree because it's quicker than going down. I don't know if it's quicker, but it lets me turn sharper a little bit. We pick up the 10 gem on the way into treetops. You want 6, 8, 7, 4 entering treetop. If you're not at 6, 8, 7, 4, then you have missed something. That's a little bit of advice. Animation, but we're gonna go right to left here. Flame and then car jump into the gem. I missed that green gem. I actually really messed this up. You can tell I was nervous during this run because this is something very simple. And quite easy to mess up even. But I don't typically mess up, but you can tell I was nervous because what I meant to do here is flame and then like booster jump into that guy's gem, right? I just I just wanted to keep moving because I was so nervous. I just need to keep moving. But I missed that guy's gem. But you're meant to grab it, and then what you're meant to do, because I was like rattled by that mistake. You're meant to flame this guy and then leave him by jump into this guy's gem. But you go right to left here, and the reason why you leave him is because his gem would be right here. But now it's the opposite. That guy's gem there, and this guy's gem I picked up. But you're meant to leave that guy's blue gem there, because then you can pick up, and then you would just 10 into this window after picking up the 5 gem. 6 to the right to hit the monkey and the chest. Pick up the key. We're gonna do a booster jump, and we're gonna flame those two guys. Take our sweet time to pick up those gems because we're in no rush. But I like to pick up these gems left to right. Get the left one out the air even. Holy. Quick little thing to note about these two guys. This guy clearly aggroes way quicker because the reason for that. This guy is already in position. This guy needs to walk into position before he can aggro you. So if you try and charge this guy and then just continue to try to hit that guy, he will hit you. He will do his animation. He will hit you before, oh my God. Sorry. He will hit you before you can hit him. So what I do is I do a little charge jump, except I don't even do a charge jump in this run. I do a charge and into a boosted jump into the charge. Holy, but you can do a charge into a charge jump on that guy, and this is what it looks like in full speed. It looks nice. Now, treetops has a lot of different routes you can take. Okay? A lot of different things you can do. It's quite a big level. A lot of supercharge ramps. Oh, we're gonna get into the supercharge of the treetops. How long have I been recording for the Peacemakers? An hour already. Simply put, I do not have the time to talk about every single different possibility in treetops. I'm covering what I did in my run. If you want to know about other supercharges and other routes, there are other runners who have done their own run with their own route, and they can talk about it. But I have a tiny bit of knowledge I can pass on to you about other routes, about what I don't do. So, the first thing that I don't do in this run, which you could do, and it would be faster, is after you charge this guy, you turn straight back. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to charge this guy at the back. But you can leave this guy at the back if you want, because we're going to do a supercharge that could get him later, but I don't do that. Because I don't like the risk involved with potentially missing this guy. The other thing you can do, as you can see, I'm going to charge this guy. We're going to charge jump again to miss the thing, the banana. On this platform, you may know, oh, it doesn't even show. I didn't even show it. But you may know there are fan chests on this platform along this side. There's like one here, and then one here. If you wanted to, you can, before you get off this platform, you can kill these two monkeys and then flame all three of the fan chests and then leave. Alternatively, you could flame only this fan chest and then leave. And leave those two. If we're going to do a supercharge that would get the two fan chests, right? What I do is I only get these two monkeys and then leave the three fan chests because I'm going to take a risk with my supercharge. I'm going to do the same supercharge that you would do to get these two fan chests, but I'm gonna be a bit riskier and go for the risky third fan chest on the supercharge. Now, the reason why it's risky is because when you do the supercharge, you can't see the third fan chest. You like by the time you turn the corner to try and hit it, it's like a jump scare, you know? Like the second you turn, it's there, and if you miss it, then it sucks. You just have to kind of have like you can have that like a bit of like muscle memory attached to just like knowing where the fan chest is, and if you don't have that kind of muscle memory, like then you might miss it, so it can be a bit risky. However, the thing with leaving the back monkey is that it could be made faster if you got all three fan chests, and then you can extend it to hit the monkey as well. But we'll get into that later. The safest thing to do, absolute safest, is to get everything on the platform, the two monkeys and all three fan chests, and then do the same supercharge that I do, but instead of going around the right, you go around like the center bit. But we'll get to that in a second when it comes around. Until then, I get the two monkeys, I turn straight back, avoid the banana, because you can get hit by it if you charge into it, even though you're charging the same direction that's going. It's so weird, it makes no sense. It knocks you back as well, it doesn't even knock you forward. and it's going forwards. And you get the 2 chests, and then we're going to touch the dragon. Shout out to Lyle. What we do here is we get all of these chests on the side, and then we're going to drop down onto the supercharge ramp, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to hit these 2 fan chests and then bonk onto that pillar. Now, I will say, there have been theorized faster treetops route, where you hit both those 2 fan chests, and then you turn around, you like, you, and then you hit the 2 monkeys back there, and then you get this guy, and then you can clean up the rest, going that way, like you do the rest the same. But I did it once in a run. I hit it, and then I did like 3 runs after that where I missed it every single time, and then I never did it again. It does save time, and I have done it in runs. So it's viable to do in runs if you practice it. It's just I never practiced it enough because I didn't think it was worth losing a good run that late into a run, like we're almost an hour into the run. It'd be even more time if you're doing this run on like a PS4 or Switch. But losing a run this deep into it, a supercharge that doesn't save that much time, it's kind of cringe, you know? But so I do the safe thing, which is to not do too much. And all I do is I stick to the right. You can see it. I stick to the very right of the supercharge ramp, and then I jump, and then I turn quite late into the charge. Do I turn left? Barely land on the platform, and then hit the 2 fan chests and bonk. Now the reason why I hit the 2 fan chests and I don't like, I don't know, hit 1 fan chest and then turn into this monkey and then maybe try and get the other monkey is because then there's still another monkey there that I'd have to clear up, and then I'd have to run all the way back and then flame the fan chest 3 times. Basically, flaming fan chest is really slow, and being able to minimize how many times you need to flame a fan chest in order to break it is like perfect. So if you can get rid of 2 fan chests using 0 flames, using a supercharge that you need to do anyways, that's good. That's good routing. Anyways, as soon as I flame, as soon as I break the 2 fan chests and bonk, I instantly turn to the right, start a flame, and then start a charge jump to get that guy's gem. And all I do is I just charge jump over the banana, hit that guy, flame the other guy, get his gem, clean up the chest. Uh, you can see here, you don't need to start on the supercharge. You don't need to start at the very back of the supercharge platform. I cannot speak. You don't need to start there. You can like just cut the corner basically and line yourself up with like this grass and start supercharge there. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump along and we just need to hit the strong chest. Now, all we need to do is hit that strong chest. But there is no risk involved with just turning to the left. Because as you can see, the plan is basically to hit the strong chest and then turn, I said turn to the left, but you turn to the right. Hit the strong chest, turn to the right, and then the plan is to and hit the 2 spring chests. Unfortunately, I bonked on here, but if you turn right earlier than what I do here, uh, then you would have been able to hit the 2 spring chests, which I've done multiple times. But those spring chests actually are really easy to get double charges on. Uh, and if you're still not comfortable with double charges, then you can obviously double claim it. But this is another thing that's very important to mention. You will always miss this red gem. It never, ever homes in. I've done I've done so many runs of 120, so many practice attempts. I've never, ever gotten that red gem in this supercharge. I'm sure it's possible, but I've never had it. Because how many gems is in that pile? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, what did I say about sparks and piles of 4? As you can see here, Sparks picks up 1, 2. No, sorry, Sparks picks up 1. Spyro charges into the second one. Sparks picks up a third, and by the time Sparks is gonna pick up the fourth, you're already too far away. So always, 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 always in this section, check that you didn't miss this red gem, because it's the easiest red gem to miss in all of Beastmaker's, probably the entire game, maybe. It's the easiest gem to miss. That's a lie. That's not true. Very easy gems to miss. But it's really easy to miss that gem at the point that I'm trying to make. You should be at 160 gems when you death abuse after flaming this monkey. I like to do a little jump into it and then charge down to the left, but you can just charge jump and then charge down forward. I don't really think it makes a difference. Now, we're going to run here. This is a gem pile of 5. Ooh, how's Sparks going to deal with that? Well, Sparks is going to deal with any of it. We're going to charge along this gem path, the path here on the right where these 3 line up, and then we're going to turn straight back, and Sparks picks up what we don't pick up. Actually, no, I lied. I misremembered. Yeah, we charge kind of in the middle of these 5, right? And then we slow down to turn around and pick up this one all the way at the back, because that way there's only 1 gem left for Sparks to pick up on the turnaround. Basically, just take your time and take your time picking up those gems. Make sure you get everything. But you remember how I was talking about, oh, 3 fan chests, 2 fan chests, oh, leave the monkey, oh, don't leave the monkey. This is the supercharge. This is very tough. Very tough. You know what I suggest? I suggest leave 2 fan chests. Get the 2 monkeys, get the fan chest closest to the monkey at the end, and leave 2 fan chests. Because those 2 are quite easy to hit. The third one's quite hard, and apparently leaving the monkey is Leaving the monkey is quite easy if you're already leaving the third fan chest, but I never tried it. Hmm. Let me give you the key secrets to this supercharge, okay? Secret number 1. You start on the very left, okay? You jump when you're at about the second arrow. On the left of the second arrow, and then you start turning hard to the right, okay? Start to control Spyro a bit more, turn less harsh to the right, but stay to the right. You need to jump on this ledge. You see this little corner bit here? That ledge, right? So that you can get onto this platform. Okay? Now, be very careful. Very, very careful here. I've had many times where I stay too far to the right on this platform and then I just go straight down and I drop down here and I bonk or I slow down. Or I've had times where I try to cut it too quick and I hit this torch. You see this little brown blob here, this little pixel? That's a mushroom. Okay, we'll get close to it. Hold on. You see this mushroom? It has collision. You can touch that mushroom and lose your entire run. No, you're not going to lose your entire run, but it wastes a bunch of time. All right. The point is, you stick to the left on that platform, and then you turn in, and you stick to the very right. Okay. And there's going to be this fan chest and this fan chest. You see, those are the 2 that I recommend leaving. 100% of the time, if you're doing this route, leave those 2 fan chests. Don't grab them. There's no reason to not leave them. They're so easy to get. Okay. You see this fan chest? You see how you can't even see it as you're turning? If you're too, if you're overcompensating and you're too far to the right and you don't turn in left quick enough, you will miss this fan chest. And you know what happens when you miss this fan chest? There's 2 options. One, you recognize that you missed the fan chest, and then you jump, glide, cancel quick enough that you're still on the platform, and then you recover the fan chest, and it's really slow because you need to flame it, and then you need to glide over to the next section rather than supercharging over to the next section. Super slow. The other option is that you jump to the next platform without getting it, and you forget it, or you realize that you did it, but you can't go back for it now, and that loses so much time. That loses more time. Like, there's no good way to recover this chest, which is why it's so risky to leave the third one. So I recommend if you're starting to learn this treetop supercharge, only leave the 2 fan chests and get this one after you get the monkeys. But the point is that the monkey would be like here, I think maybe. I don't really remember. point is that the next let me actually go back. So this is what that section looks like, right? Jump, stick to the left, you go to the right, so good. And then okay, yeah, this is the key. Let me go back a tiny bit because I need to mention something else. Okay, you see, I'm jumping like just basically after this little wall bit, like just after hit the third fan chest. The reason why, because if you try and stick a bit longer, stay a bit longer on this platform, and then you jump really late, you'll jump like really high, and you'll hit this monkey like on like its head, and you'll get a slowdown from it. And that slowdown is like really annoying. What you want is what I got there, which is just a really smooth land, like basically where its body would be, and then you drop down, and then as you're dropping down, you turn to the left to hit that monkey, turn to hit the key chest, or stay on that same line to hit the key chest, and then start turning to the right along this wall, and then you end the supercharge. You let go of charge basically as you're going past the key chest, because then you can turn and flame the monkey, and then you go up the steps, you get the two chests behind the dragon, you get Isaac. The full supercharge looks like this, okay? The hardest section of the supercharge is easily this first bit. If you can do that first bit, you can do the second bit so easy. Yeah, that's all there is to it. I don't think there's any more detail to add, but you get the idea. It's tough. It's tough. Um, what I'll say about this second supercharge though is, see, I like to stick to the very right here so that I can like come and hit this strong chest, like coming into the right, like swerving in from the right into the left, because that way I get a better angle to try and hit these spring chests. You can hit both of the spring chests and continue the supercharge into then hitting that monkey. But I messed up and I only get one spring chest and I have to turn around and flame it. If you miss the spring chests, just flame them and get them. When you get the monkey, and then if you got that full thing, got both spring chests with the charge and hit the monkey, you want to stop it so that you can get all the gems on these stairs. Charge into the small monkey, flame the big one. We do another supercharge. Um, so basically, this supercharge can be a little, it can be a little, kind of like a turnaround supercharge. It's way, let me play and then explain it. Okay, you see, it needs to do that. Okay, so so let me give a few bits of advice. First bit of advice: if you're new to this supercharge, come to the come. I say new to the supercharge because maybe you've run NBS and we do the same supercharge in NBS if we mess up the big one, or it's even a Gnost NBS tutorial from like 3 years ago. But what I did when I first learned NBS, when I first learned treetops with Spyro speedrunning, I would come here to this right next to this arrow, right here. I would stand there, I would do a full jump, and then start my charge. The same way we do in Wizard Peak, where you do a full jump and start your charge. I would do that because it gives you a tiny bit of extra time to build up speed. Okay? If not, just come to this section anyways, because what you want to do is you're going to run along this right side, and then you see there's three torches, yeah? There's this one right at the start, then there's this one right in front of you, and then there's that one. You want to do this charge along the right side of the platform all the way until this torch, and then the second you pass that torch, as soon as you're about to pass that torch, you start holding all the way to the left. And then you wanna hold all the way to the left, cut diagonally across the platform, and then just as you're reaching, like right before the end, right before the end, you start to turn all the way to the right again, so that you're cutting across diagonally to the right this time at the top of the platform. And you want to leap off at the last possible moment that you can, and you'll turn around and you'll land back on the platform, and then you can keep you can keep turning to the right, um, to launch off closer to like the top right of the platform. Okay? So the key details: stick to the right of the platform until the third torch. After the third torch, go to the left. After you've reached all the way to the left side, cut into the right. After cutting into the right, at the very last possible moment that you have on the platform, at the very typically top of it, sometimes you'll jump from here, sometimes you jump from here. Anything from like the center of the platform to the end of it should be fine to make it. If you end up jumping from like here, you're not going to turn all the way in time. So just be aware of that. If you're jumping from here, then that means you're turning left. Oh, you're turning right too late. Um, but once you make all the way around, it should be good to make the jump. And then from here there's more. From here there's more. So the safest option you can take on this supercharge is, oh my god, again. Safest option you can take on the supercharge is to jump to the left here. And what you would do is you would land about here. You would charge and hit the thief, and then you'd bonk on the little hut. Okay? That's the safest option. And then all you need to do is just clean up that island. Where after you bonk, you get the fan chest, then you turn around and you go with the gems and you drop down. The next option, which is the fastest option, is what I do here. Let me put this in 0.25 speed rather than putting it frame by frame. Okay? Where when you land, you're gonna land on this gem, okay? That doesn't really matter, but you're gonna land around that gem. And then what you need to do is you need to dig to the right of the platform, turn into these fan chests, and you need to let go of supercharge at the perfect moment so that you hit both fan chests and don't fall off the map or don't fall off the level platform. Okay? Now, I used to have a visual cue where I knew, oh, this is where I let go. I believe it's about here. The quality's low because of the Twitch stream where everything the quality was low, but when you're playing in game, you can see a clear, like all this is grass, and you can see like a clear like dirt patch here. And as soon as I was about to touch that dirt patch was when I would let go of charge, and that would carry me all the way to the end, and I'd hit the chest, and right as I hit the final fan chest is when the supercharge would end. I never used to have that visual cue, and so all I would do is I just muscle memoried it, but that is roughly the visual cue, is the dirt patch, okay? And and now let me say this, even if you play this really safe, and let's say as soon as you get to like here, you let go of charge and you only hit the first chest, only hitting that first chest is still faster than going the safe way, okay? It's still faster. So would I recommend doing the tougher fan chest route straight away? Not really. But once you're a bit more comfortable with supercharges and the visual cue, once you practice it enough, once you start to feel like, okay, I can get both of the fan chests maybe like 50% of the time, and the other 50% of the time I'm like, only getting one or, falling off, then I'd say, maybe try it, maybe go for it. By the way, if you want to know the best way to practice on console, it's to have uh, make a save that uh is at the start of whichever home mode you want to practice. And then save that onto either like the cloud storage you can do on PlayStation or onto a USB stick. And then just upload, yeah, you just upload the data onto that, and then you download it back onto your console whenever you want to practice. And that's the easiest way to do it on console. And then the easiest way to do it on PC is to use something called console injector, where you can just load up a level with all the gems just ready to be there. That's the easiest way to do it on PC, but that's not available with console runners. Our practice tools are way more limited, and so yeah. If you need help with console injector, I'll leave a tutorial in the description. If I remember. I should remember. Hmm. But that is that supercharge. Try your best to hit at least one fan chest. Once you get used to it, try and hit the second one. If I play some full speed, you'll see I do not have any confidence with myself in this supercharge. Okay? The second I let go of supercharge, I'm so scared I'm gonna fall off that ledge. Because it's happened so many times on so many good runs. That as soon as I hit the second supercharge, you'll see that I turn around and jump because I'm trying to like my mic died again, but we back. The second I hit the second chest, you'll see that I turn around and jump because I'm trying to like extend like my KO timing to try and like not fall off the ledge. There you go. So after you do that, you just turn around and you clean up. This thief is like really bad. You just hit the chest, then you can turn. You have so much time. You can charge him if you really wanted to, but that that chicken got a proxy. Holy, that's crazy. Anyways, we drop down onto the double fan chest so that we can flame them both at the same time. We collect both the gems, and then what we're going to do is we're going to flame this fan chest so that it hits this chest, turn into, I'd roll even, turn into those gems, and collect them up. And as you can see, I paused to check my gem count because you want 410 gems for the final section because there's one island left to clean up, and that island has exactly 90 gems. And it's another turnaround supercharge. Okay, let me give you the secret sauce for this one now. The key here is to have Spyro stand directly on top of this little green vine branch thing. I think it's a vine. But you want Spyro to stand directly on top of it on the very left side, as you can see. And then we're going the same thing in Wizard Peak. You remember Wizard Peak? Jump. We do a full jump and a bit to the right. Start the supercharge. And as you can see, by the time Spyro touches the ground, he's like more than 90 degrees past facing the way that we need to go to the right. And he can just turn, and then as soon as you just hold harsh all the way to the right. As soon as we're about to fall off, we just jump, and then as you jump, you want to hold a lot less to the right, that you don't like land like here, and just go straight down. Uh, and then we're gonna land on the platform. As you can see, I kind of messed up even. If I recovered it, oh my god, this recovery is actually so insane. Oh my god, dude, I remember hitting that. But I think I messed up. I'm pretty sure I die here actually. But you can see what you're meant to do. Yeah, you can see I mess up and then I'm not gonna be able to make that, so I have to kill myself and then do it again. Let's hear my reaction to that actually. Hold on. It's gonna be a bit funny, surely.
Oh, oh. I can't make that. I can't make that.
Bro, I was pogging and then I realized I couldn't make it. That's crazy. I literally pogged in real life. But you get the idea. Actually, let's just go to when I have to redo it. So I'm gonna do the same thing. You can see, I stand on the exact same spot. We do the same full jump, turn.
What even happened? Toys for Bob. Toys.
Boys football, what happens? So true. What happens is I'm terrible at this game. This guy always trying to blame the developers. You can never get world record with that mentality. But the key after landing on this platform, as you can see, I do a way better job here of not holding all the way to the right. You just want to stick kind of central, and then I like to jump off of the very left edge because it means that I spend more time on the supercharged platform, building up supercharged speed, as well as it's just it extends further, so it's going to be closer to the platform. I hold the supercharge, as you can see, past the peak of Spyro's jump. Spyro's jump, as you can see, peaks about here. Now you can hold glide from here and you'll make it very safe. But gliding is slower than supercharging in the air, and so I like to hold it for a bit longer and then go for the glide, just for the extra speed. I charge jump the spring chest. You can just claim it. I grab all of the fire gems except I missed one. I missed that. But you get the idea of what you're meant to do here, right? Like you, I just needed to. Oh my God, I just needed to stick a bit more to the left there. I didn't stick enough to the left to grab it, which kind of cringe. But and then all I do here is that when you turn this corner, you have two options. One, just charge jump it normally, or you can do what I try to do, which is to flame and then jump into it. Oh, that sucks. But the point is, you grab these gems, you stick to the right of this little thing, and you grab that spring chest, and then you clean up. You would end here, where you grab the thief's gem, and then as those gems come in, that's when you'd exit. But I messed it up, and so I had to recover it, and then I exit. 7374 exiting, that was a very unfortunate end to honestly, it was a really good treat up until the end where I just lost so much time. It sucks. Anyways. Oh, from here, if you hold no directions, just charge out of here, you'll grab all four of these gems, so don't hold any directions. This jump, really easy. You get a lot of airtime on that jump. If you struggle to make this jump, though, you can land on like here on the rail and then jump from further back but higher up. And it will be a tiny bit slower, but not by much, and it will be easier, but it is not that bad to make that jump from where I did it. Last level of Beastmaker's Metal Head. Gonna bonk up the stairs. Hit this guy on the right. You're meant to hit that guy on the right. Let me explain something about Metalhead quickly. So, hold on. You see this monkey, see how he's gonna roll these guys down? If you let those guys roll past you, eventually they'll just roll and they'll hit something and then they die and their gem homes in. Except for one of them, and we'll get to that one, where he will roll and he'll just keep rolling until he's reloaded, like he's despawned. So his gem despawns. And then you have to like restart the level. And it's so cringe. So I'll make sure to point that one out. All that's happening here is I'm hitting this guy on his right side, so I can then turn and hit this guy on the right, which I missed, but I recovered it quickly. And then the whole point is that uh this guy here rolls past you and his gem homes in. You'll see when his gem homes in. There you go. Do you see it? That's his gem homing in. Hit the chest right to left, go up the stairs, don't get hit by the banana like I did. What you want to do is you want to just flame that guy. Oh my god, everything's collapsing. Dude, you can tell I was so like rattled by what happened in Treetops that I couldn't focus. The fact that I pulled this run back to still be world record is honestly like crazy. Because I know in this moment I was shitting myself. For sure I was shitting myself. But you go up the stairs, you get the monkey, and then you get the gems to his right. You get those two gems, double flame, glide cancel. Stick to this right side on your way back. What you're going to do is you're going to drop down. You can charge jump down if you're less confident about just letting yourself drop down and then glide, but as long as you get to that platform where you need to be, and then we're gonna grab these gems. And quick advice going up these stairs, don't stick to the left. It's a wider angle. You need to jump higher, stay in the air longer. Stick to the right side of these steps when you're going up them. Make it quicker. Think of racing lines. It's good to keep the corner tight rather than take a wide angle. Because all we're gonna do up here is we're gonna hit this line of chests on the very right of each of them, and then pivot in to hit that one. And then we're gonna grab B. I was scared that was gonna fall off. Oh my god, I was so scared during it. Oh my god, dude, you can tell how nervous I was. That's embarrassing. But you just charge down, and all you do here is you just you hit the chest like on the very edge of it, typically. Which I just didn't do, and then you would pivot to the left and charge the other two, and then pivot back in, then do this jump. God, that's it's honestly really funny just watching my gameplay when I'm really nervous. Wait, what do I sound like during this whole section actually? Hold on.
Oh, do not fall off. This is not a good start to Metalhead.
So true, bestie. That is not a good start to Mountain. Oh my god. Anyways, we go up the whirlwind. If you charge these chests on the very right side of them, these two gems will home in. You never need to think about them. As you see, I literally just stick to the right. On the very last one, I try and quite a bit more to the right, just so we can get closer to this edge, make it easier to make this jump. And then I'm gonna flame as I land. I missed the flame. Oh no. Point is you flame as you land so that you hit the flame and then you jump up and hit the chest. And then you grab the gem, you land, um, you want to land on the very, you see that? See how I land on the very, like, uh, the very first red gem? So then you can just charge through the other two, hit this guy, flame, leave that guy's gem because you're gonna go back for it anyways. This, hold on. This guy, kill. This guy who's coming up, that is the one whose gem will despawn if you're not careful. So please be careful. Please do be careful. The way I like to be careful with him is after I charge the first guy, I like to just charge jump the second guy, just a small one, because typically what will happen is one of two things. One is you will charge jump into him, and you know when you charge him, his gem homes in. Or what happens in this run is I charge jump him and he kind of just rolls off of me, which is awkward, but he doesn't roll far enough, so he just dies. You can see he's still rolling, he just dies there. So either you charge him, which is what's meant to happen, and you get the gem, or you make him slow down so that he just dies next to you and then you can pick up his gem. So after the first guy, charge jump the second guy to make sure you get his gem, make sure he doesn't despawn. I don't know why I'm getting that fodder. You need to make sure what you do here is you flame this guy, and then you go to the left, you pick up the two red gems. As that gem's dropping, you charge to the right, you pick up his gem as it's dropping, and then you hit this guy. I'm just clearly bamboozled here. But you hit that guy, and then after you hit that guy, you get these two gems. Oh my god, dude. Why is this guy so nervous, bro? Bro's acting like his world record pace or something. Anyways, after you get those two gems, what you would do is you would drop down the same way I've dropped down here. You hit these two chests. Honestly, it's surprisingly easy to drop down here and like not turn enough and miss one of these two chests. But it's like the one thing that went right in that metalhead. I tried okay. Now here's another thing. Typically I'd say flame or charge jump these chests. I think this one, if you're trying to hit the best cycles in metalhead, you need to charge jump it. If you don't, then you're just like wasting time, basically, and the cycles are more likely to be bad. But I mean, this run is already, the start of Metalhead is honestly so bad already that it probably doesn't matter. But make sure you charge jump that one. That one's actually a very good test to practice charge jumps because it's right against the wall. You have like way less way to like mess it up because it's right against the wall. You can just practice it over and over again. Oh my god. Okay, these two monkeys at the back are gonna throw two metal ones. There is an issue of RNG here where if you can see the chicken there, right? These two chickens. Sometimes they will be towards the center, and if one of the metal guys gets thrown into the chickens, they will die on top of the chicken, and the chicken dies as well. So when you go to pick up his gem, Sparks won't pick it up. His Sparks prioritizes getting the butterfly over getting the gem, and then you waste time trying to like get the gem, which is out of position already because you were meant to have charged it, and it's just not a nice recovery to go for. But here that doesn't happen. Actually, one of the chickens did die. Look at that. This guy hit a chicken. Anyways, you get the first guy, you get the second guy, you stick to the left so you get the green gems, you flame the two bigger guys, you turn and then you charge through this. Even though Sparks was picking up a butterfly there, even if that didn't happen, I still recommend charging straight through the middle of this group of free gems because it's the fastest way to collect them. And then we're gonna just get the two green gems first before charging the chest. Charge the last guy. You should be at 239 gems at the D key. If you have done everything up until this point better than what I have, then you will be on a good cycle and you will be able to do Metalhead good. I clearly have not done Metalhead that good up until this point, so it's going to be hard for me to explain what a good cycle looks like, but I'll try and you can feel the pulse here. I'll explain what you usually want to do, okay? Here's what you usually want to do. This will be everything here. If you go on the good cycle, everything that I'm about to say will line up basically perfectly. You'll get these two gems. You'll charge. What did I just hit? You'll charge and hit this pylon. It's all pole. I call them pylons, but I'm just gonna call them poles. You hit this pole on the left so that you can then turn and grab this red gem whilst also turning to be able to hit this pole. You pivot and hit this pole, turn and pivot so that you pick up no, you don't pick up that gem. You hit this pole. By that time, Metalhead will throw a monkey in your direction and it will hit this pole and this one typically, and then you can charge the monkey as you're pivoting back. Then after you hit the monkey or hit this pole, whichever one happens, after the other, you turn to the right and then you make sure you grab those two gems. You turn to the right and then you grab the gems that are along the wall here. Then you'd hit this pole and then you turn all the way across the arena to hit that pole. All of that will line up perfectly. Now let's see what happens in my room. Oh wow, it actually worked out perfectly. And I wasted my explanation. That was I wasted my explanation completely. Literally everything I just described is what happened. Stick to the left, hit that, turn to the left, pivot, hit the monkey and the pole, hit the pole, grab the gems. Wow. Anywho, if something goes wrong throughout that whole section, and maybe you get hit, you can see there's another monkey up here. Metalhead might throw that monkey, and therefore you will need to grab the gem, which will be down somewhere in the arena, whether it be here if you just grabbed it, or across the arena if you threw it. If you miss the metal monkey that hits the pole, it just misses you, and it goes all the way to the back of the arena. Then after cleaning up all the poles, you need to then go get the gem because it won't home in. It will just sit at the back of the arena. But if you did everything correctly, like I have here, somehow, then there will be these 3 red gems there, which I missed one of them, I believe, there. But there'll be this like lineup of just blues and golds, 5s and 10s. You just need to collect all of them, collect the red gems that are down on the ground. You'll be at 317. Yeah. And then you go up the left side here. I like to charge jump the left spring or the spring chest on the left, and then flame and jump up for the spring chest on the right. Oh no, I don't do it. I didn't do it this run. But typically, what I prefer to do is as these gems from the chest are like dropping, I will turn and then get this, get that spring chest and the red gem next to it. But in this run, I opted to grab all of the gems that come out the key chest and then grab that. And be aware, there is a red gem right here, and it is a dead gem. It will not, Sparks will not pick it up. You have to land on it. And then I charge down, and then there's actually 2 ways to do this final section. There's actually 2 ways. But the faster way is RNG dependent, and so I don't go for it here. But what you would do the fastest way is instead of jumping down from the left here, you jump down to the right, and then you'd hit the pylons like whoop, whoop, whoop. If you want to know what, actually, I wasn't going to use the vortex run for Metalhead, but I want to see if actually, maybe I actually did it. Um, is it going to load? Isn't- It's meant to load. Oh, it was just about to. But let's see if I did it here. It can actually show, it can actually show the fast way of doing it, even though I didn't do my run. That'd be cool. Um, this is a very old run as well. Yeah, I do it. Okay. So if if you want to do the riskier way, that's RNG dependent. And the reason, by the way, that's RNG dependent is because Metalhead has 3 attacks that he can do in his second phase, and you just need him for this to work. You need him to not throw the monkey. If he does any attack that isn't throw the monkey, then you're good. But it always feels like in phase 2 that he starts off by throwing the monkey for some reason. I don't know why. But anyways, what you would do is you jump down to the right and then you'd hit and then you do this order. Okay? Except you'd hit that the one I missed, you'd hit that before you get those final 2. But I don't do that. I go around the left because it is less RNG dependent, and the reason why is because even if you throw the monkey at the start, which as you can see, he is about to throw the monkey because he picked it up. Even if he throws it, he'll throw it uh, towards the back, and we're gonna end at the back, and so it's fine. You just want to clean up the pylons the way that I do that. The only one that's missing here is this one, which got hit by the monkey, but you'd get that one right after hitting the one I just did there. If the monkey doesn't hit it, but typically the monkey will hit at least one, and so you won't need to think about it typically. But if you go the way that I do, then and the monkey gets thrown, then the gem will be right at the back of the arena, so just make sure you get it before cleaning up the pile of gems that Metalhead drops. Turning to the right, grabbing the gems by the vortex, turning straight back around. Grab all the gems in this area, except I leave one there. And basically what I do here, right? Preferably, you would run and you'd get all of these gems. But as you can see, there's like so many gems in such a tight area. Sparks cannot grab all of them. So what I do is I just charge through and I grab as many as I can by sticking to the right and grabbing all of the smaller value gems first. And then I pivot into to the left and just charge through the higher value gems to pick up as many as I can. And you need to just do this charge jump basically across to where this chest is. Then you need to do the same charge jump back, and all I do is I just recover the gems that I missed from before. But if you wanted to, you could here be slower and just like slowly grab all the gems, and then when you do the charge jump across here, on your way back, instead of charging like all the way back here, you can go straight to here. But you're also a bit slow in the recovery, so I think it ends up being like about even with what I've done here. So I don't really know if it even matters that much. It's a personal preference at that point. But I get the fire up, I grab it, I make sure I grab the gem. Uh, if if you did the second phase and he didn't throw the monkey, then that monkey's green gem will either be on the floor when you're grabbing all of the gems that he drops, or there'll be a green gem right here. Sometimes there'll be a 10 gem right here, but that 10 gem was a part of the recovery or of the gem pile that he dropped, just because he was about to grab another monkey to throw. So we just need to grab the final two chests at the end, and then we can exit level 7878, exiting from Metalhead. It's very easy to remember 7878. If you're not 7878 exiting Metalhead, then you've missed something somewhere. So this fan chest here, you need to flame it so that it hits this guy. For some reason, sometimes it will, instead of locking onto this guy, it will lock onto this fan chest. I don't know what makes it do that. I don't know if I'm too much to the left here or too much to the right. I don't know. But the point is that you'd flame this fan chest and it hits the guy at the back, and then you don't need to go grab his gem. But as you can see here, I hit the fan chest. If what happens to you, if what happened to me happens to you, then all you need to do is exactly what I do here, which is just go run and get him, and then you'll recover these gems. You'll be at 200, like typically you'll be at 200. Maybe you pick up an extra red gem, like exiting Metalhead, but you should be at 200 there, going up those stairs. And then you want to grab the key here. Make sure when you land on this pile with greens. You'll see here. I land and I grab two of the greens because if you land on the left, then Sparks will be slow to pick up the pile with three green gems, right? Because again, he can't deal with can't deal with pile of gems bigger than two numbers, bigger than two gems. So you land on the greens so that uh, two of them are picked up by Spyro touching them, and then Spark can quickly grab the first green gem, and then as you're exiting the platform, Spark will pick up the second gem, that doesn't happen if you don't uh, go towards the green gem. So if you've done everything up until this point in the homeworld, exiting Metalhead properly, then those cycles will line up that you can just charge them. Then I charge jump down, but you instead of charge jumping down, if you don't want to charge jump down, what you can do is after hitting this guy, you just turn like 180 degree straight back, and you just drop down like here. You drop down, then you can charge all those chests. I like to sometimes what I would do if I wasn't confident that I got all the chests, but I just wanted to keep moving. During this key test animation, you can turn your camera, so you can turn your camera to just face directly behind you, and you can go see if you missed a chest. That way, you could uh you could just like grab all the gems from the key chest and then go get the chest. Or go get the chest and then grab all the gems from the key chest. So here, all I'm doing is I'm just waiting for all the gems to drop out. I grab all of them, and then this jump here is actually a little bit finicky. So all I'm doing is, of course, I'm make sure I grab all the gems, jumping onto the well, and I'm gonna jump from this edge. It's kind of hard to see. This edge is the closest edge on like this line. This line is the closest edge to where this platform is. The reason I say it's a bit tough is because if you don't have 90 minutes and you're not used to this jump, you might mess it up a few times. But I'll give you a secret. I don't do it in this run, but literally the second I finished this run and the second I realized I was done with 120, I just realized I had a moment of realization, okay? After you pick up all these gems, when that final gem homes in, I could totally. Press guidebook and guidebook back to Metalhead and then exit level. Because when I exit level from Metalhead, I would be right outside the Metalhead core and I could just go to the balloonist. And that would cost me 0 seconds to do the guidebook. And it would literally save time from not having to do this jump. And I only realized it after I finished doing 120. So if you're a console runner, you're watching this, here's a pro tip that I didn't do in my run. And it's after collecting these gems, guidebook back to Metalhead and exit level. But if you want to do this jump, if you're on PC, or if you don't want to do the boring IDT strats that I do, then just practice that jump for a bit. You need to make sure you grab this red gem by the mushroom. It's very annoying red gem. And then you can just charge share the balloonist, and then you should have 300 out of 300. It is now 3:42 in the morning. I think that means I've been recording for 2 hours. This is getting ridiculous. This is actually getting so ridiculous. I thought at a stretch this tutorial would take, oh, maybe 3.5 hours. We're at, we are at 4.5 hours of recording. Almost 4.5 hours, like almost 4.5 hours of recording, and we just got to Dreamweavers. I'm so cooked, bro. I'm so cooked. Anyways, we're gonna keep the tradition of a break between each homeworld. So, oh god, thank you for being patient with this, because this was meant to come out like a few days ago, and I'm not even barely close to being finished. So, see you in Dreamweavers. Alright, so this is either gonna be the last or second to last day of recording. I'm hoping to get through all of Dreamweavers and Nexus, but I mean, Beastmakers took like 2 hours to do, and there's a good chance that Dreamweavers will take either 2 hours or maybe even like 2 hours and a half. I'm expecting Nexus. It's only 3 levels, but I'm expecting it to take close to an hour as well. Well, it's only 4 levels, but I'd expect it takes close to to an hour as well. So I don't really have 3 hours that I can record right now. I guess I kind of do, but it's about to be 3 a.m. Um, so let's just get into this, I guess. Dreamweavers is potentially the hardest home mode in the whole run. You could argue Beastmakers, but I'd say if you're on a really good pace, then the pressure really starts to build up when you hit Dreamweavers. Let's check my guidebook time there. Hold on. A 41:30. That is a honestly insane guidebook time. We can start going to the left and grabbing these two gems before pivoting. Charge the first guy, hit the second guy. We're gonna clean up all the red gems here. You can see this guy over here. He has his little cannon, which are gonna be he shoots shots from his cannon, and when they hit an enemy, they go big or go small. What we're doing here is we're basically just waiting. We're just gonna glide over here and just basically just like glide cancel and then wait so that he hits his shot on this guy to make him smaller, so that we're able to charge him. And then we're going to go and charge the other guy before dealing with the two spring chests. If you wanted to, you could obviously do these spring chests better by doing like a double flame and then gliding into it and glide cancelling out of it. But I opted to just do a charge in the flame. It's really not too deep. Charge those two chests, and then before we enter Haunted, we're gonna clean up this area on the left. Now, I'll mention as well that actually I'll mention it right before, but we're gonna clean up, start off with the red gems, flame the guy. Now, um, this guy, when you flame him, the platform starts to go down, and basically, the second we flame him, we're on a timer before the platform goes back up, and so we're gonna flame him, instantly run to the dragon, and then from the dragon we're gonna run and get these two red gems, do a quick turn straight back, and then run and grab the gem on this platform. charge jump down, hit these two chests, try not to fall off like I almost did. And the thing I'll add is there's two gems. If we go back to the right here, there's like two gems across like this section basically. I opt to get those after Haunted, but you can opt to get them before you enter the portal. And the only difference that makes is that at the end of Haunted, if you've already gotten those two gems, you instead of exiting level, you want a guidebook back to the Star of Dreamweavers. And if you do like I do, where you leave the gems, then you'll exit level and grab them after exiting the level. But we're gonna do Haunted first. Now, Haunted requires some amount of practice to get the supercharge that we're gonna be doing, and as well as supercharge, the initial um like uh charge from the ferry to the supercharge platform, that section is also gonna require some practice. So we're gonna start by getting these red gems on the right here. Fairly simple. And then we're gonna charge through, get these two red gems. There is a green gem to the right here. You can see it. You can see it there. That's the green gem. You can opt to get it now, and then all you do is you just go and then pivot back to get the red gems and keep going. But um the way the Haunted Towers route is structured on console is that you basically do the level from the start, and then you go all the way to the end, and then you go all the way back to the start, and then you finish it at the start of the level. Like literally where you spawn is where you finish. So we're gonna come back to get this green gem later, so you don't need to grab it now. But we're gonna grab these red gems, and then what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna every time when you enter this level, the second you enter, there's gonna be a knock right here. So all I'm doing is I'm just charging the right side of the door so that when I come through, I hit him, and then I'm going to turn to the left and grab all those gems before touching the fairy. Fairy gives us a kiss, and I mean, you can see there's a timer here. We need to do everything we're about to do before the timer runs out to make sure that we reach the door. Now, there are ways to make it easier, and I'll get to them, but do everything I'm doing here essentially. We're just gonna ignore most of the gems, and we're gonna bolt straight to the vortex. You need to we flame that guy just because you need to flame him to be able to pass through. Go straight to the whirlwind, and then we're gonna jump over that guy, but you can choose to flame him. I get a red gem there, but you don't need to get it. Um, Charge through these chests here. Now here's where it's optional. I am confident in my movement, so I go and I flame this strong chest before touching the dragon. But if you're not confident with your movement and you feel like you're running out of time too quickly, you can opt to not flame that strong chest, and all that happens is that you're gonna lose time later, um, when you have super flame permanently. You're gonna lose time later coming back and having to flame it then. But you can opt to leave it. When I first started doing runs, I opted to leave it. What we're gonna do after dragons, we're just gonna go straight to the door, and then that's it. That is that section. As you can see, the timer like glitches out. Like it still shows that I have like all my time left because we touched the dragon, but then it runs out. So by the time you flame this door, you can see there's like about half a second. There's about like a half a second, maybe a little bit less than a second, like leeway basically to mess this up. If you bonk somewhere, you've basically ruined it essentially. If you bonk at any point leading up to this, then yeah, you should skip this strong chest because then you're going to be a lot less likely to make it. But you get the idea. If I play this all like continuously, it's just get the flame and then flame this guy to make it to the whirlwind. Go to the left from the whirlwind. Charge past that guy or flame him if you want. Choose to flame the strong chest or don't. But it's faster to flame it now. And then run to the door, flame the door, and then charge up the second whirlwind. Make your way up these stairs, and then we're gonna initiate a turnaround supercharge where, as you can see, it's the same way we do it in Wizard Peak, same way we do it in Treetops, where you do a full jump and then you start your charge, turning to the left, and essentially what we're doing here is if you just hold almost like perfectly to the left until you're about to hit this door, and then you just keep, and then you see where this is going? You need to land back down here, okay? Now, if you hold just like straight to the left the whole time, you'll bonk like here, or you'll slow down like here sometimes. So you need to hold all the way to the left until about like here, and then once you're like basically exiting the door, you need to start like pulling slightly left to the left to make sure that you don't go all the way. You can see here, like I'm holding basically all the way to the left here, and then I start to like let go of it. You see Spyro starting to like be less to the left and starting to straighten out. And then I go a bit more to the left again, just adjusting my position. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but if you mess around with this supercharge, it's really easy to practice it because I mean you just get the dragon. Uh, just like go touch the dragon after opening the door, and then just keep doing this over and over again. If you die, you just respawn the dragon, go up the whirlwind, do supercharge. Um, but just keep practicing it until you get a good feel for like how much of an adjustment you need to make. But what we're doing is we're doing that turnaround, and then we're gonna charge, jump, or oh yeah, hold the charge as you do the jump. I'm just gonna stick all the way to the left here. The only reason we stick to the left is because the ledge here is like extends a bit further out. Although I don't really think it matters. You could probably land like here even, but I like to stick all the way to the left just to be safe. Um, and then as we land, we're gonna let go of charge as we land to be completely safe. Because here's a fun fact: if you hold supercharge, um, and you let go of supercharge inside of a whirlwind, the whirlwind will not pick you up, and then you'll be soft locked basically until you death abuse, where you cannot progress through the level. So do not try and hold it for way too long because you'll either go off the ledge or you'll not be picked up by the whirlwind. So just let go early, be safe. I always played it safe. Hey, you just continue the charge. If you enter the level on low sparks, then here's the fodder for you. That's where you get it. Um, there's a strong chest there and there's a dragon right to the left here. We're gonna ignore both of them. We're gonna charge straight up. Just follow where I'm going. Um, actually, I stick to the right here, but when I first started playing, it was very easy to bonk on this guy here. For whatever reason, this hitbox felt like it extended a bit further out than it looked, so you can go to the left of him. And obviously, it's like not as good of a line, but you can be safe there, guys. See, I bonk on that guy there, but the key to not bonking this first guy is literally just to go a bit more to the right. I should have gone a bit more to the right here, obviously. But you can avoid going up the last step. You can just jump across like I did there. And then, yeah, like that. And then what we're going to do here, this is actually important little optimization. Not that important, but it's a nice optimization. This room has a bunch of chests. You want to stick to the left of the room and only charge these two chests, the ones on the very left, because when you get flame here, what you're going to do is Spyro, in this animation, Spyro turns 180 degrees and it automatically flames for you. So you don't need to press anything, it just turns 180 degrees and automatically flames for you. And when you do that, you can just turn your analog stick to the left so that it does like a nice little rotation, and it will flame every single box except for one. And so by charging the two on the left entering, You then flame every single box with an automatic flame that the game just gives you. And then you only have to think about charging one box, exiting the room, and it's a lot easier to think about the gem collection that way rather than, you know, running through the middle and cleaning up a bunch and then doing whatever. So stick to the left, and then when you get your flame, just turn to the left as it gives you your flame. And then you can just let the gems drop and you can walk to collect them the same way I did there, and then just charge out the room. Charge that guy, and then you're gonna flame, charge jump for these guys. There's a few of these. Okay, something that's such important to note. The charge jumps on these guys are short jumps. They are short charge jumps because the gems drop like where the I mean, if I go back here, you can see when I flame this guy, his gem doesn't pop up as high as bigger enemy gems do. They pop up low as if they're smaller enemies. So you only need to do a short jump to get it. But that means that like for this guy, where you're flaming him on like a high ground, the way to do it is to flame him and then just charge down basically. Well, I didn't even charge down, I literally just let myself flop. You see here, I just flame and let myself drop on top of it. And then for that guy's gem, I flame and then let like Spyro just pick it up. I just slow down. So for those two guys in the middle, I slow down just to guarantee that I pick up those two gems just because they drop awkwardly. For whatever reason, these guys' gems drop awkwardly. But then I clean up the gems and I also slow down for that guy's gem because again, you're flaming him at like a high ground. Then before we touch dragon, we're just going to turn this corner and we're going to flame as we turn the corner just to break the strong chest. If I turn the audio on, you'll hear it. You know you're doing those turns nicely because you'll touch the dragon before the audio cue from the strong chest finishes. So if you hear it, like you'll hear the strong chest breaking and the gems popping out, and then it plays a little beep, 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 you know? And before that little thing ends, if you touch dragon, that means you're doing this turn like decently quick. And then we're gonna collect these gems kind of just the best you can. There's a lot of gems there. Just kind of stand around and like do like 2 circles maybe, and just try and collect them basically the best you can. There's not much to it. Um. Oh, here's something to mention. Uh, just because we have permanent super flame now, every spring chest, we're not charging them. We're just gonna flame them. We're just gonna flame charge them. You could still charge them, but it's just easier to flame charge them. So you can see I just flame charge and the gem pops up. It doesn't even pop up, it just gives you the gem. And then for this, let's just hit the chest on the left first, and then quick turn to then pivot into that fireworks chest to bonk it. That it launches us into this corner, and then just because the fireworks chest blows up, it breaks the other chest that was next to it, and so we just grabbed that gem before dropping down here. If you try and just charge, just straight down, you'll bonk right here, and you lose time to bonking. Do a little charge jump, just right before getting to the hole. Lets you drop down a bit more smoothly. And then we touch Lucalo. And then we go into this room, and then I like to do this room left to right. I don't think it matters. It's just I like doing it left to right. I just flame this guy, and then you know, keep charging to extend my flame as far as possible. And then I charge the one in the corner, and then I just flame as many as I can, and then flame the rest. Essentially, my advice is flame, charge after the first guy, and then just flame everything and collect it as best as you can. And I check to make sure I have 200 gems because that's where I'm always at. If you didn't pick up the red gem, you know how on the way to the like first dragon, I'd say, oh, this red gem's optional, you don't need to grab it. If you grab that red gem, then you'll be at 200 there after that room, and if you don't grab it, then you'll be at 199. So just that's a nice gem count you can check to, so just 200, it's a good number. I just charge in and run straight at this guy, but I heard in the audio that he was gonna throw a
For
bomb.
you to do to be successful type thing, but it's always like,
I don't even think I heard it. I think I just kind of knew that he was gonna throw a bomb. But typically, you can just charge straight at him by like charge jumping over the bomb, or sometimes he doesn't throw the bomb. But I like to be a tiny bit to the side of him, just that he doesn't hit me after I enter. But you can see that it's actually kind of nice. I flame charged this door really late. Like you can see, I'm getting really close to the door rather than doing it early. That's because when you're like basically up against the door and you flame charge, your flame extends and hits the big metal guy standing behind the door. And then you can like boosted jump, or charge jump, whichever one's best. Probably boosted jump, but I do like a charge jump there. But you can just go up on the first step as you're grabbing green gem out there. And then there is this guy here, but we're leaving him for later. We're gonna flame this guy and not pick up a gem, charge these two guys. Even this first guy who's just laying here, you could just flame him and let his gem drop. But the guy to the left, essentially we're doing this room here. We're gonna be doing it um left past the vortex and then come back around and then cover it like that. So we're going clockwise basically. And so because we're going clockwise, we're going to be coming out back the way we came. You can leave this gem. Every other gem here you don't leave, except for the one metal guy blocking the vortex area. Well, I also picked up, but you could leave that guy there as well. We're going to hit these two metal chests and then hit the guy and then get this guy in the corner. Jump up for all their gems, pick up the guy's gem that we left. Uh, and then we're going to hit this guy who we also left, and there's going to be a strong chest here. If you want to know the fastest way to clean up these gems, there are a lot of gems, and it can feel like Spark's going to pick up really slowly. But these red gems, you see how it pops out 4 red gems? If you stand like kind of towards where they land, Sparks will pick them up before the other gems drop. And so because of that, Sparks just picks them up quickly, and then as these gems are dropping, Sparks clears those, and then when they're ready to pick up, Sparks is ready to pick up all these gems. So it saves like a little moment of like hesitation. Like I don't know if I could find it in this run. In the Haunted Towers of this run, I probably did it like bad. Um, yeah, let's see. You see, that was like almost good, but there was a little bit of like iffiness to it. There's a little bit of hesitation. With this one, it's like the reds get picked up really quickly, and then I go forwards to stand by where the blue gem lands, because this gem is the next gem that's ready to be picked up. After getting this red gem, I go to where the blue gem lands, and I kind of do like a stand around here. Hold on. If I go to where like all the gems are popping up, you start off by standing like here, so that these three pick up, and then you go like do a clockwise turn basically to pick up the rest of the gems. But I did it kind of wrong, but that's what you're meant to do. Is grab the reds first, and then go to the front to pick up the blue, and then do like a little clockwise turn. And then you go to get these spring chests, you do a double flame on them. You get the green gem on the right here. Charge that chest. I like to charge this life chest or flame this life chest just because it's just in the way and it allows me to continue my charge without needing to like you know try and like butt too much into this corner. I can just continue my charge and not have to think about it. And then you bonk the chest and then you grab the life on your way out. which is convenient. Then we're just gonna hit these guys in this order. Don't really have much else to add to it. Oh, actually, I can add something. So we're going like bang, bang, bang. Um, and there's this metal guy at the back. This metal guy at the back. I go and grab his gem. You can grab his gem a lot quicker if, when you initially flamed this door, you also flamed him, but I missed a flame on him in this run. So I have to go flame him and then get this guy. But if you had flamed him, then after hitting this metal guy, you would charge to hit this guy and then grab the gem and then pivot out of it. At least that's what I think I typically would do. I don't think I have too much else to add about this section. I mean, it's just flame, charge jump, or I didn't even charge jump actually. You can see because of like how low that gem pops out of his body, you can literally just flame him and then walk up to it and grab it. You see, I just flame and then let it drop on top of me because it's so low down. There's no point of even like dropping. I get that one though. This is the point where if you had skipped flaming the strong chest, this is where you would flame it, but of course I did it. And so I collect these gems in like a counterclockwise turn. It's pretty nice. Pretty easy. Pretty easy gem collection. Um there's actually something I can add here. This uh uh this fairy zaps you. So if you're on no spark, if you've done everything up until this point correctly and you started level on gold spark or did everything after the getting super flame, if you did everything after getting super flame right and you had gold sparks before that, you'll have green sparks at this point. But if something went wrong, then you might have no sparks. Because this fairy zaps you, after you collect these gems, you can opt to death abuse to reset your sparks if you really need it, but there's also fodder that's going to be coming up. You'll see how we do that. But first things first, we're going to go to the right and charge this guy and flame that guy's flame this uh the metal guy laying down. As you can see, when they're laying down, their gem pops up even lower. So really, this guy don't you don't even need to jump for that, but I just decide to. And then we're going to go to the left, get that guy, go to the right, pick up the red gem. If there would be another red gem there if we didn't pick up at the start, but um. we're gonna flame jump up to that guy, and this is where the fodder is. You can see uh the there's two here. You can charge this guy, and then what sometimes you can do is like you charge this guy, right? And then you hit the fireworks chest, you bonk into it. And then the fireworks chest blowing up will cause this fodder to die, and then it will auto pick up. So that you can do that, but I just hit the fodder as I make contact with the fireworks chest. It's pretty cool. Flame the last big guy, drop down. You will be at 417 gems dropping down here. 417. That's the gem count to look for. If you've done everything that I've done the same way I have, you'll be at 417. But you hit this guy on the drop down, hit the mail chest, you grab the green gem that you leave at the start. Don't forget to get this green gem. I've forgotten it many times when I first started running. Of course you can get it at the start, but I just always opt to leave it towards the end. Um, This room here is actually interesting, because there's like a few gems just scattered around, but I've never had to pay attention to where these gems are. I just do this, I just go for these chests, and then these gems kind of just auto pick up the way I approach it. But the way I'm approaching it here is like I just well, what you're meant to do is you charge the first chest and then flame the two spring chests. But um, oh no, I did do that. Yeah, I thought I flamed the first chest accidentally, but basically just keep charging to charge the first chest and then flame the two spring chests. And then we're gonna turn around and we're gonna flame and then jump up to get the fan chest gem. And then as we jump up to get that gem, we're turning Spyro to then charge out the room. And as you can see, he just picked up the two gems that are there. And the other two gems that were here, I picked up on the way in. You can see what this looks like. It's very smooth. I checked my gem count there just in case I missed a gem that I didn't realize in that room or just in the level. But 484 there is the gem count that I was looking for, so I just keep going right to left on these guys, and we end there. Like I said at the start, if you grab the gems that are outside the Horn Star's core before entering, then you would guidebook it to Dreamweavers, the Star Dreamweavers. But I didn't do that, so we're gonna exit level. And then all we do after exiting level is just charge around the corner, grab those gems. I check my guidebook one last time. Not last time, we'll do it again. Going around 44:56, crazy guidebook time, and then we just let ourselves drop down. You can opt to guidebook out, like where I pause the guidebook there, you can choose the guidebook out. On the guidebook out, you can choose to pause and quit game after grabbing the gems. But for whatever reason, for the loads, it's faster on the loads to just defuse. So I just choose to defuse because the time difference is negligible and it saves us like a little bit of load time. So listen to this. Oh, I hope you heard that. That's crisp. Um, we're gonna go to the right now and we're gonna get those two chests and uh claim this guy and grab his gem. Now, here's a fun little fact about this home mode. Typically, when you do an NBS run, when you're doing an instant NBS run, you don't want to grab this gem, funnily enough, because if you jump too much to the left on this platform, this cannon will shoot twice on the big guy, and then he'll be big, and then you can't get his gem. Well, of course, we need to get the gem, so we're gonna land on that gem. And as you can see, the two shot sometimes just glitches and doesn't work. I don't know what causes that. And I don't know if it's like a consistent thing that you can abuse. But it happens. But you can see, fairly simple, just charge, jump, grab all those gems, and pray that the double hit either doesn't happen or you get the glitch way of it happening. And if if you get the if you get it and so that it's a double hit and it's not glitched, then all you have to do is just wait for him to go small again, and then you kill him, you grab his gem. Damn, 30 minutes for Haunted Towers is kind of crazy. Anyways, Dark Passage now. I quite like Dark Passage. It's quite a fun level in how it's structured. But we're gonna start off with I hold basically almost directly left on the analog stick, but a tiny bit up from directly left, so that when I start charging, um, it just points me towards this chest, and then I can pivot out of that and hit that chest, and then continue my charge to hit this guy, and then this green gem gets picked up at a pretty crazy range. Isn't that crazy? You basically just want to line yourself up with the very, very left of this red gem, and then the green gem will be picked up before the red gem gets picked up. It's actually kind of weird how Sparks works there in that section, because he targets the green gem first, even though you're running directly at this gem. And then after picking up the green gem, he targets the red gem furthest from you rather than getting this gem. And then only after he gets that gem does he then go and get the gem that you were standing next to the whole time. It's really weird. Sparks is really weird sometimes. But we're gonna try to hit those two dogs, hit these two chests, and then flame that guy in turn. Now, something to note here is that when these turtles and dogs have their like little animation to go from big to small, they have like a tiny window of being invincible during the animation. You see how he has like his little animation? Here, he's invincible. Next frame, he can be hit. So if you get here a few frames, if I got there 2 frames earlier, then I would have bonked on him. Hmm, that Sprite tastes so good. Oh my god. Anywho, basically don't get there too early. After charging him, all we're gonna do, there's 2 spring chests right here, and there's 2 ways of doing it. Um, the way these spring chests are kind of positioned, it's like really awkward to go for a double charge on the spring chest straight from this because your camera's turning as you're charging, and it can be a bit awkward to line up. And I just have to build a muscle memory for that. So what I like to do is to flame the first one and then charge jump the gem out of the air and then charge and try and land on the gem. I miss it here, but as you can see, if I had jumped a tiny bit less, I would have landed directly on top of that gem. In fact, I kind of feel like that should have hit. But of course the other option is just take it slower and then flame both of them and then glide cancel. But oh well. Touch the dragon a bit more to the right. Make sure both those gems home in. Charge that guy, get the 2 chests on the right, get the chest on the left. Flame the jester, let the dog go small, charge him. Or alternatively, you can, instead of flaming the jester, you can just walk past him a bit and then flame when you're like here. So that the flame hits the dog and let the gem drop on you. That's also an option. Either way, if this whole level, of course, is cycle dependent. So what I'm gonna advise you to do, if you're not good at getting the cycles, is to basically just read and react to what the enemies are. If they're big, then flame them. If they're small, then charge them. In my case, I'm on pretty good cycles. The enemies are big. I'm gonna flame the first one and then extend that flame to hit the second one. Pull back a tiny bit to grab that guy's gem before charging through and grabbing that guy's gem, grabbing, oh my god, grabbing all the reds, right? Jump up here, and I like to flame this jester because you need the guy in the back to be small. He will either already be small, and flaming the jester just extends the timer for which he will be small, or he'll be big, in which case you will set him to be small. There's really no like downside to flaming this guy. It's just like an easy way to be safe and not lose time. So yeah, try through that. I go left. I go for this left dog first, and then what I do is I then pivot and then flame as I turn. The flame after I turn to hit the dog, and then jump and turn to the left so that the flame extends and hits this guy. I somehow missed the flame, but what would happen is this guy would be flamed and then his gem would drop right here, and right after Sparks picks up this gem, Sparks would pick up the other gem. I missed it though, which is kind of cringe, but if you do that, then just charge him. So I wonder if the how I do it here actually. I wonder if I get it. Oh, that's too far ahead. God, let's see if I get it here. Oh, I didn't do it right. That sucks. Anyways, Azizi. I actually really like Azizi. It's a good name. We're gonna go left dog first because we're gonna charge both of those guys if they are small. If not, then flame both of them. And then I always flame this guy because with the cycles that I typically get, he is just about to turn big every time. So I always flame him because the second you flame him, his gem gets like stuck on the wall, but Sparks grabs it, and then you can grab the red gem that's next to him. But you can see here, charge both and then flame him. No, gem gets grabbed, and then we're gonna flame both of these guys again with the same flame, except this time I messed up and had to use 2. And then we're gonna flame the Jester to make sure this guy's small. And then we're just gonna let ourselves drop down to get the 2 gems. There are 2 gems where I landed. You can see there's this one here which I land on, and then there's one right next to it. If you land on the one on the left, then Sparks will pick up that one. If you don't land on either of the gems, then just sit there for like tiny bit to make sure don't get picked up. So we're just gonna run through that little section. Right dog, left dog, double flame on the spring chest for the glide cancel to get the 2 spring chests. However, as you can, I've already talked so much about all the different ways you can get them. Charge this guy and then pivot out of the air. So right to left on those turtles. Hit the fodder as I hit the fireworks chest. Realistically, you want to hit the fireworks chest before you hit the fodder, so you have gold sparks here, but it doesn't matter too much. Why should that drop? I don't want that to drop. That's like, yeah, that's not good. Anyways, we're gonna drop down here. Just gonna, quickly grab all those gems. Here, right after killing, actually, as you're dropping down here, you'll be at 195 gems. If you are not at 195 gems after bonking the fireworks chest, then you are missing something. Well, not after bonking the fireworks chest, after grabbing these 3 red gems, if you are not at 195 gems here, then you're missing something. And you would need to get it when you come back towards the section that we were just at the end of the level. But we're just going to grab all these gems here, grab these chests, flame that guy. You do need to flame that guy. Those tails will never go small by themselves, so you do need to flame that guy. As you can see, I take like a slight moment of hesitation as I turn around, and it's because of the thing that I was talking about with the invincibility uh, frames that these guys get during their animation. And so I just have to take a little bit for the turn and then charge these 2 guys. And that is another thing I do here. This guy is sneaky. He will try and shoot you way earlier than you think he can. And so I charge jump. As you can see, he's in his animation. He's just about to shoot me. So I charge jump it just to make sure that he doesn't hit me. Uh, um, so for whatever reason, he never hits you out the air. And then I grab the gems as I'm going off the whirlwind. Double flame the spring chest. As you can see, there you go. There goes the little turtles trying to kill you, bro. Again, just hit this guy. Avoid that arrow by sticking to the right of the first turtle. And then what I do here is I like to stick more to the left of where this guy's positioned. And a bit more to the left. But also the easiest thing is to do what we did with the first guy that tried to kill us. And just jump. Just charge jump here. It's always safe. Another thing to mention is this guy. I'm pretty sure this guy can land on one of the fodder and kill them. I'm not sure if that's a thing, but I'm pretty sure it is. But if it isn't, then you just need to be aware that this fodder is here in this gem, like, pile scattered. It's very easy to accidentally charge one of them, and then Sparks will be busy, and then you'll have to grab the gems manually. So that's why you can see that I walk. I grab the first 2 gems in that section and then I walk for the other 2 just to make sure I don't charge them. Same way I did in Ice Cavern with the bat, where I walk around the bat to make sure I don't charge it. I do it there. I don't think you need to get those 2 guys here. I'm pretty sure you can just go straight to this fireworks chest, but I like to get these 2 guys. And then what you want to do is you want to flame this fireworks chest because we're going to go to the left dog, charge the Cupid, hit the other dog, and then as we're doing that, the fireworks chest is blowing up, and we can just stand there and let the gems pick up. You'll be at 274 gems at a para, and if you're not, then you've done something wrong. So be aware. Hmm. Another turtle that is very eager to hit you is this one, this guy. And so what do? I charge jump in. As soon as I hit the first guy, I charge jump, hit the second guy, and it also just helps me land on the next step where the gem would be, except here I bonk it and I don't make it. But you can see what I was trying to do. Just jump gliding up the steps, bonking up a few of them. Um, yeah, I like to yeah, these two gems will pick up quite fine. Because what I like to do is I like to flame these three chests because it gives Spark time to pick up the blue gem and the green gem. And then as these gems are dropping, I go like to the left of the first gem to make sure that that gem gets picked up. Because again, Sparks is really weird. He he targets the first green gem first. That makes sense. But he then goes to target this one next. And so what you have to do to be quick is let him get those two and you get this one yourself manually, as you can see here. And then I charge off the platform. It's I don't know why Sparks works the way he does, but he does. And so this is what it looks like. You see you can see what the intention was here, but it did go wrong. Where the intention is to essentially you charge down and then you charge the two dogs on the right whilst picking up this gem as well. But you charge the two dogs on the right and then and you turn to the left and flame the other dog because the other dog's meant to be aggroing on you at this point, so you're meant to turn and flame. He just like didn't. He just stood there. But you get the idea. Charge the two dogs and then turn to the left and flame this guy, and then you pick up his gem by walking around it. And like, yeah, you just grab his gem and then grab the other two gems that are on that platform. I messed up. 330 gems at Obasi is another gem count that I look for. I'm always checking gem counts in Dark Passage. You may be wondering why do you constantly check gem counts in Dark Passage? You know, like for other levels, you might know like one gem count for a level and it's like halfway through, but you know like a bunch of gem counts for each dragon at Dark Passage. And it's because Dark Passage is the worst level to miss a gem in because so it's so big. It's a big level and it's very um linear. And so if you miss a gem, you have to go through. If you miss a gem like at that section that we just did, there's no quick way to go. Okay, my mic died again. I don't know why it's happening like every single homeworld, but oh well. Um, yeah, if you miss a gem in that section that I just did, and then you go down here, there's no quick way to go back. The next best thing you can do at that point is to go through the whole level again, and then drop down where we dropped down at the start again, and then go through everything that we just did, and then get the gem. You lose a lot of time from missing a gem in this level. But what we're going to do is we're going to land on this 5 gem and then let the other gem home in, and then we're going to do this room by going to the left, hitting these two first, and then coming back, grabbing these two gems, and then hitting this dog and the chest, hitting the dog and the cupid, um, and then getting the spring chest and leaving. So we're going to go left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left, right. I messed up spring chest, but you get the idea of how this section goes. It's pretty simple, but it's quite nice to do. You you need to hold like down right kind of to pivot down to get these gems, but I can see I do a little turn just to hit this guy, and then we pivot to hit this guy, and then we pivot out the air to get these two chests, and then this is something I should mention. This guy is quite prone to hitting you. Um, as you can see, um, he was getting ready there. He was pulling back the bow. So I like to flame him rather than charging him, just because it kills him like earlier than what you would if you charge towards him, just a tiny bit safer. So I like to flame that guy, and then here, I really like how I do this, where I charge, after charging this guy, I do the double flame on the spring chest, and then glide, and then I do a glide cancel, and then as I do the glide cancel, I start turning to the left, and I flame that guy out the air. And then what I would do there is I would then pick up his gem as it's dropping out the air by jumping up to it, and then I'll charge to the whirlwind, but I had to recover it here. 399 when you flame the fireworks. When you flame the firework is indeed what you're looking for. Land towards the left of this platform. Oh yeah, go right to left on those gems, but it doesn't matter. Go for those two gems at the top. Is grab them. But I like to land like right like here, basically. Kind of towards this left gem, but on the way to go grabbing the right gem. And I touch the dragon. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go right to left on these chests. Charge that guy again, just like in Stone Hill. If you remember all the way back in Stone Hill, which is like, oh God, that's like 5 hours ago at this point in the video. After Stone Hill, what we did at the very end with the key chest is we want to land on the big pile of gems so that Spyro lands and touches as many of the gems as possible so that Sparks needs to deal with as few of them as possible. And that's exactly what we did there. All the only thing we did there is we just landed on gems and then waited, and then the same way we did in Shemp, if you remember, with the key chest where you pull back a tiny bit and then charge off, and then Sparks collects the purple gem in Shemp as you're jumping off the platform. We pull back a tiny bit here. Well, we land, we pull back a tiny bit here just to give Sparks more time to pick up these gems, and then we start charging away. If the cycles are bad, then that guy will be big and you'll need to wait for him. But, you know, if you need to wait for him, then that's all fine. But just charge the chest, charge the guys, charge this guy, and then as you, after you charge him, let go of charge, flame this guy, grab his gem out the air, and as you grab it, oh my God, that was literally frame perfect. That is ridiculous. That is a literal frame perfect grab of the gem. But as you grab that gem out the air, you go on extra level. Oh, I choked it as well. I choked the frame perfect. I want to see what I said about that. But as you grab that gem, you'd exit level.
Oh wow, I actually did get that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did. Anyways, I just have something really big to mention here. Um, so I mentioned this in my movement tutorial about 90 minutes, leaving your game open for 75 minutes so that you get a bigger, or you stay at the peak of your jump for longer. As you can see at this point, this run is 75 minutes long, as well as all of like the resets I would have done before this run. Um, I would have definitely had 75 minutes at this point. But uh, actually that's not true because here's a fun little fact about this run. This run is a 103.39, but it's the only 103. It's the only 103 that has a that's recorded on console, and therefore it's the fastest run ever done on just a controller. But it's not the only 103 ever. the very previous run, the exact run before this, I got like a 103.57. I never highlighted it because I put this run right after. But basically, because I've been streaming for so long at this point, I would have no longer had 90 minutes, I'm pretty sure. And the reason I'm bringing this up now is because
I wonder if I still have
Dreamweavers,
90 minutes. My guess is no.
look at that, look at that. The reason why I'm talking about this during this run and now is because the jump that I'm about to do does not require 90 minutes, but it is made infinitely easier with 90 minutes. And then the jump straight after this one requires 90 minutes. It's not straight after this one, but the jump that I do after this one also requires 90 minutes. The first jump saves about 5 seconds, I want to say. The second jump saves about a second. So combined, they save 6 seconds. That is pretty big time save to get just on homeward movement. If there's something you can do on just purely movement based in a homeworld that saves you 6 seconds, that's something that's 100% worth doing. And so just because I don't have 90 minutes here, I'm not going to be able to do it. Now we'll see if I went for it. I did go for it. Yeah, you can see. You see such a tough jump, but I'm pretty sure I go for it again. I actually can't believe I messed it up in the run. Wow, I actually can't believe I messed it up in world record. That's actually crazy. I completely forgot that I messed this up. But let's see second try here. Yeah, second try was super smooth. Second try was textbook. But basically, let me explain what you want to do with this. So what this jump is skipping is typically to get across to here, you need to go up this whirlwind and then it glides you across to here. But the whirlwind is slow and the gliding is slow. And so what we're doing here is you want to line yourself up with one of two things. You can either line yourself up with this ledge here, this part of the ledge, like this rock. You see this like triangle in the rock? I like to line up with like the middle of the triangle in the rock. The other place you can line yourself up with is this crack here. You can aim for this crack, but I like this triangle better. And all you want to do is you want to really extend when you jump up. You see here, you see this is where I'm jumping up right at the end. You need to jump super, super late, and then you're going to hold that jump. And as you can see, the peak height is like, this is the peak height. Just as you reach this, you wanna hold it for a tiny bit longer and then glide. Basically, you want to glide right before you hit the ledge. So as you can see, I'm about to hit the ledge and then I glide. You know? With 90 minutes, that jump is like trivial. I probably have it in this run here. If you're wondering what this run is, I'm pretty sure I said earlier, but this is my first ever submitted 120 time. I probably have it in this run, so yeah, I mean, you could see it there. It's like it's just super simple when you have 90 minutes. Don't even need to think about it. And then we're gonna hit that guy. I should go back. But we hit this guy and we grab the red gem. There's another red gem that you can see like next to him. These two. But we're not gonna grab them yet. We're gonna run past all these guys because they're gonna get big. And then we're gonna do this little island here. We're gonna go hit this guy first and then hit this guy. And then we're gonna turn and flame. And we're gonna leave that guy's gem because we're gonna go grab these two first and then pivot to the left, grab these gems, pivot back to the left, to grab that guy's gem, and then this is where the second jump comes in. Let's see if I do it in this one. I hope I did. I didn't. If I go to speedrun.com and go to my profile and we go to 20% NBS And we go to here. Okay, you see that first jump? Pretty good. And then let's see me do the second jump. I better have done it. You see that? That jump there? Super risky looking. But I actually find this jump is easier to do than doing the first jump without 90 minutes, but this jump requires 90 minutes. So when you have 90 minutes, this jump is easier than doing the first one without 90. But all I'm doing here is I'm sticking to the very left of this platform so that the whirlwind doesn't pick me up. And then after charging a bit closer to the front bit of the platform, which doing a really late jump, you can see how late this jump is. This platform lets you run on it for ages. Super, super late jump. And then as you reach the peak of the jump, you start to glide. And then you can get across. I get across here with no auto hover, like no like flutter up. But typically you get a flutter up. In this run I don't have 90 minutes, and therefore I cannot go for that jump, so I just take the whirlwind up instead. You do skip the second whirlwind though, because you can just go to the right of this platform and just charge, jump down to hit the dragon. Charge jump up to the cannon. You go counterclockwise here to grab the gem, and then after you grab the final blue gem, flame the guy off the cannon, and then you turn the cannon. I don't remember if I mentioned this in Peacekeepers with those cannons, but if I didn't, then fun fact, you can turn cannons quicker by holding both the left stick and both the analog stick and the D-pad in the direction that you're pushing. So here I'm pushing to the right, so I'm holding my analog stick to the right, and I'm also holding D-pad to the right at the same time to make the cannon move quicker. You'll see how fast it moves, rather than how slow it typically does. And then we're just gonna flame we're gonna flame 2 shots to hit both of the guys, and then because we left these guys before, they're now small, which means we can just charge them. So charge all of them. Again, we're leaving, you can see uh, these 2 red gems. We're going to leave them. We're going to come back to them later, but we're going to charge these 2 guys. Bonk up the stairs. Yep. Grab all these gems, and then here's a fun little thing you can do. You flame this guy, and then as you flame, you turn to the right and jump up, and your flame can extend that whole time to flame both him and the spring chest. I missed it in this run, but I promise you it works. I wonder if I hit it in this one actually. That'd be kind of interesting to see. It'd be interesting to show off. There you go. You see that? Isn't that cool? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to it other than the fact that you flame like to the right of him, and then as you flame, you turn to the right and jump up, and then you hit the spring chest, and you go up, and then you grab the spring chest out the air. But if you miss him like I did, then just flame them normally and grab the gem. Uh, Grab the 10 gem, leave the fireworks chest, leave all the gems on this platform because we're gonna go into icy flight, baby. God damn it. I I have a weird love-hate with icy flight, but we will get to it. So, just like all my advice with all flights, do whatever strat works best for you, but I recommend trying to learn the fast strat and then just if you mess up, you mess up and try and recover it the best you can. But the best way to learn is to just practice it by trying it. So just try it. But we're gonna start off by just flaming this first lamp and then or flaming the first light and then charging down, and then flaming the second light and then charging down. something to note about these lights. Their hitboxes, so so weird. Sometimes you'll just flame this and it just won't light up. It just won't. But anyways, we're gonna flame that chest. As you can see here, where I turn is I stick quite low to the water, and then I turn to the left whilst holding camera to the left as well to make that turn even sharper. Then we're gonna go up, flame that box, and then get the next one, then get the next one, and just keep turning to get the next one. Now this one, probably the most inconsistent out of all of the ones in this level. Um, there's two options for what to do to make it consistent, in my experience. One is to just fly straight at it and don't stop, and then just flame it and let yourself bonk on the light. And then because you're flaming it as you bonk, you'll hit it 100% of the time because you're bonking on it, as you're flaming. And then after you bonk, you just pivot out of the air to the right. Use the bonk to allow yourself to turn, and then keep flying to the next section. Or you can do what I do here, which is just stick to the right. And for whatever reason, if you stick to the very right, it tends to be more consistent. And then I charge out of the air rather than letting myself bonk to then get this chest. But we're then gonna hit this light, and as you can see, turn to the left whilst also turning the camera. Hit this one, basically hitting this one in the middle of it to give us enough space so that we can charge down, turning to the left as we charge down, glide as we hit level. Knowing when to continue your glide out of that charge will take a time, like a little bit of practice, a little bit of muscle memory. But you'll get it down, and then you'll be able to hit that chest, stick to the left of this light, to then turn with your camera again and hit that chest, hit up, hit that light as you go up, hit this light as you go up, and then if you've done everything up to this point, on time, on cycle, you'll come in here and there will be a train just coming in now. And you need to flame the barrels on the train to make sure, like, because you need to hit the barrels on the train. But just keep that in mind. If you flame the front of the train, it won't blow up the barrels. So just flame the barrels. And then after flaming that, we're gonna turn to the left and we're just gonna deal with these guys going left to right. So first one, I'm gonna go up in the second one, and we're gonna go hit the last one. And again, if you've done everything up to this point going right, there will be a train coming through the tunnel right here. Now, this final section here is the hardest section of the flight. Again, it is cycle dependent, and so if you're a bit slower, which is normal to be slower when you're learning stuff, so don't be harsh on yourself. But if you're a bit slower, then you won't be able to do this the exact way that I do it, and you might need to recover a few things. But this is the order when things go right. You fly up to meet this guy first, then we're going to charge down to the left. We're going to go through this arch and flame those barrels, and then instantly turn harsh to the right to then flame this guy, and then charge out the air to pivot, and then go and fly up to hit this guy, charge down to flame those barrels, get this guy, and then just meet that guy. And I actually here's a fun little thing you can do. I mentioned animation cancelling in Crystal Flight. However, alternatively, you can also do a frame perfect pause. As you can see, a flame and it counts as me getting the guy, and then the next frame I pause before the animation starts, and as you can see it says 300 out of 300. At this point, if I quit out of the level, it would give me all the jumps for the level and it'd be perfectly fine, the animation wouldn't play, but I messed it up and I didn't really realize that I got it. And so 55.9 is like one of the best icy flight times that I've ever gotten, and so that was really, really good. But anything under a minute is like incredible, incredible stuff. especially if it's just hang out. A good goal time for Icy Flight is under a minute. So yeah, that's Icy Flight. Pretty short. Now, the level I've been waiting for. God, I can't wait to talk about this. Before we can get to Lofty, you want to grab those 2 gems that you left there. There will sometimes be a third one if you stuck even more to the left when getting the test entering Icy Flight. Just get the gems there on that platform. Now that there is one of the things that took me the longest time to get right. But let me give you, there's many different ways that people approach this, but I'll tell you the way that I approach it, and then maybe you can mess around with it. The way that I like to do this is, as you can see, each fireworks chest has a gem on it. I like to line myself up so that I'm facing directly towards the gem the same way that this chest is angled. I'm facing directly towards it. We are perpendicular to each other, right? Is that the right one? Perpendicular. I'm gonna say is. We're perpendicular to each other, and then I just charge, and then all I'm doing during this whole animation is I'm spamming glide. That as soon as I can, I start my glide, and whilst also spamming glide, I am holding hard to the left, with my camera turning to the left as well, so that I turn even sharper, and then I can glide across to this chest here, and then we're all good. And that's what it looks like. Now, different ways that things can go here. One, of course, is you just charge it and then you die because you don't make it to the platform. If that happens before you die, hit guidebook back to Icy Flight, and then just quit out of Icy Flight and charge jump down to basically right in front of the lofty castle pool, and then clear up all the gems that we're about to clear up. The other thing, I want to see actually what happened in this run. If I go to like here, let's see if I get it in this run. If I get the backup. No way I got it on my foot. That's crazy. Anyways, so that can happen. Another thing that can happen is here, you can bonk it on like the perfect spot so that you land like right here and then Spyro just stops rolling and he doesn't fall off. You can actually stay on the platform. And I think that is a tiny bit faster than gliding because what you would do then is you just turn to your left and then charge jump down where you need to be. Charge jump and then glide down. Um, but it is very hard to line that up and there's no point trying to line that up. But anyway, you fall down, and then you get those 2 chests, and you get these 2 metal chests, and then you grab those 3 red gems. And here's another thing I'll mention. Another place that you can land from bonking on the fireworks chest is you can opt to land here. This little ledge here, you can land on it, and I mean, after landing here, you can get this red gem and then go get the chests. Uh, Typically you would land there if you opted to bonk the fireworks chest right here. If you bonked it like right here, you could then glide to the right rather than to the left like I do there. But after grabbing these red gems, you can grab the fodder just outside Lofty, but we're gonna go straight into Lofty. Now, how long? Are we at? An hour, 12 minutes. Oh, that's Discord. An hour, 12 minutes. I am so excited to talk about Lofty. I'm so excited. There's a lot to Lofty. I will start us off by saying the route that I'm going to explain here is probably not the best beginner route, but I will show the alternative, which is slower by, I want to say about 15 seconds is my estimate. But man, I really like the lofty that I do. So let's let's just let's just start this off. We'll get to it when we get to it. But everything leading up to it is also cool. We're gonna start off by charging over and hitting bird. And then this is all cycle dependent, so you need to be very quick. We're then gonna turn back and then charge jump and glide up to this platform to get these 3 red gems. Then turn to the right and charge to a very short charge jump right after clearing up those gems. You see how there's these 2 patches of blue flowers? Right between them, right at the start of each of them, right between them. Hard jump and turn to the right to hit these 2 chests. And clean up the red gems, and then stick to the right of the whirlwind, and then do a boosted jump up. If you want to hit this boosted jump, you want to aim right here. You see this rock? Right here. And there's like a little crack here by the green patch on this rock. That's where you want to boost the jump up to. Because what we're going to do is we're going to jump and boost the jump and hit that guy's balloon. Oh my god, it's so smooth when you get it right. Look at this. God, no reaction 'cause I'm so concentrated. It's crazy. But as you drop down, you want to make sure you grab all 3 of those gems there. And then we're gonna hit this bird thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure people in the OG community call them turkeys. I'd call them the bird. The bird. Mm. We're just gonna go to the left one first, and then make sure we grab the 2 red gems, and then grab hit the other guy as we go to the next platform. Go right to left on these, and then go right again. Just grab those 4 gems basically is what you want to do here. But you need to do it quickly because if you've done everything so far on cycle, then you're still on the cycle. You're not off the hook yet. You still need to be forcing your movement to be fast if you're trying to do this as fast as possible. But we're gonna charge over and flame to hit this gate first. Then we're gonna grab the gems along the way. You might miss a gem, like I missed a green gem there, but even if you miss 1 or 2 gems, you're gonna come back to that spot later to grab it, so don't worry. We're gonna hit that Cupid, and then we're gonna charge jump to hit the second Cupid. Flame this fireworks chest. You don't need to flame the chest there, but I mean the way you're turning you will flame the chest, but you need to flame that fireworks chest. Jump up and then flame the cage. Let the fireworks chest blow up. As it blows up, you want to drop down to grab the 2 green gems from the chest that you flamed, and then grab the blue gem from the fireworks chest, and then as you're collecting them, you charge jump over. If you're on cycle, you will be able to flame that guy's balloon. If you're not on cycle, then wait to be able to charge over and flame that guy's balloon, or just run over and get up to the platform and flame the balloon when you can. But after you do that, you want to flame that cage, and then you have all 3 rescued. I collect that gem that I missed before. If you didn't miss any of the gems, then you just want to charge straight over to the bird. Now, fun fact about Lofty. Bef- Um, you obviously need to free 3 of the fairies. Oh shit. You obviously need to free 3 of the fairies here. Wait, let me make sure this is at Lofty as well, because this run has a thing in Lofty that I need to show. Okay. You need to free those 3 fairies that we just did. If you try and jump over to this platform here before freeing the 3 fairies, you won't be able to make it. You will bonk on an invisible wall here. That means that you cannot make it over. So you may be thinking, well, you've freed the 3 fairies now, so why don't you just jump over rather than waiting? You can make that jump, right? You can make that jump. But it's weird how this game works. The invisible wall stays there until the whirlwind is active. So you may be thinking then, okay, well, if you need to wait for the whirlwind to be active, then it's probably not worth going for the jump anyways. Like, just wait for the whirlwind to be active and then go up the whirlwind. No, it's still worth doing the jump. You just have to wait for the whirlwind to become. You have to wait for the moment just as the whirlwind's becoming active, but then run over and do the jump. If you don't want to do the jump, then yes, you can just go up the whirlwind and it'll glide you across here. And then you will touch the dragon and you'll grab all three of the red gems as you touch the dragon. But it's nice to hit that jump. You just can't be too ambitious. You can't be too quick with it. You need to wait for the whirlwind to be fully set up and then you're good to go. We darted the 69th dragon. Gonna grab the 3 red gems, charge, and then flame the Cupid. Charge the first one, flame the second one. Grab the 3 red gems, sticking to the left there, you can see how Sparks likes to handle that. When I stick to the left here of this gem, grab the left one first, and then Spyro charges over the middle one, and then Sparks picks up the last one as we're jumping off. That gem here is like, these gems here are like kind of hidden. So you need to get really close to this platform and then do like a boosted jump. Is what I like to do to the left, and then pick up this red gem. Um, and then charge the Cupid, and then we're gonna go to that other dragon. As you can see, we're gonna touch the dragon on the left to make sure that the gem gets picked up. And we're gonna go right to left, grab all the gems there, flame the cage, wait to be able to flame that guy's balloon, glide across past this cage. We do not need to free that fairy because we will not be using the whirlwind. Ooh. Anyways, so we're then gonna come up here and we're gonna grab these gems. We're gonna flame the balloon and the cage. By the way, the debris from the cage can block Spyro's flame, so just be aware of that. I like to stick very close to these fan chests to make sure that the debris is not blocking my flame. So yeah, the double flame on this fan chest, and then pause here. You may be thinking, why are you pausing here? Like, yeah, of course, there's a supercharged section coming up soon, but just get to it. Everything up until now is what you should be doing 100% of the time. That's the best route to do. Everything from this point in the level is kind of up to you. What I'm going to talk about as like the suggestion, or what I'm going to talk about that I did in my run, is like the fastest way of doing it, but it's kind of hard. Um, and it also involves a supercharge that I rooted myself, that I invented even. Uh, and to my knowledge, no one else has done. Actually, no. Alk CF has it in their 120 PB. They did it, or at least they attempted it. But up until that point, no one else had done it. It was only me doing it. But it saved like 8 seconds. I will cover what I do, of course, but I want to start off by showing off the slower alternate route for the rest of the level. So as you can see, we're at the same point here, and this is if you're trying to play it safe. I'd say this route is about 15 seconds slower than what I will show for my run. So this is from my first run, and you'll see the alternate route I do. What we're going to do is we're going to run straight across here, grab these 3 gems. We're going to go up the whirlwind. I don't know why I paused, but we're going to go up the whirlwind, grab the 3 red gems, and I messed it up, but you'll get the idea of what you're meant to do here. I'm going to go back and try it again, I guess. I was too ambitious. What you would do that is you need to basically jump up, grab those 3 red gems, and then wait for the balloonist guy to be in the right position. And then you can claim everything on your first way around. And then what you would do is after claiming all these guys, you would turn back after glide cancelling, and then you'd hit the 2 chests that are there. and then you grab the 3 red gems, and then you do the double charge on those spring chests, or you double flame it, and then you come back the way you came, and then you go in the whirlwind that the fairies made for you after being released from their cage. Get the 2 chests, get the key on Useni, all dragons found, and then you do this charge here. All you need to do is stick all the way to the right. You see how I do it there, where it's like God, scrolling back on the clips of like oh Twitch was so bad, but you just stick all the way to the right for the supercharge after jumping off the very end, and then you just glide as you reach your peak. You glide across, you bonk the firework chest. I like to bonk it from that angle that I did there, just because it like launches you back onto the gems, and then you clear up the gems on that section. Charge the Cupid, um, kill both the Cupids there by charging the flaming one. You can tell that this is gameplay from 9 months ago, so I'm not doing it very smoothly. But basically just clean the gems the way I did there, and then you get the key chest, grab the gems from the key chest, and then you would death abuse. Okay, simple enough. After the death abuse, at 300 gems, exactly 300, we supercharge across where we came from. Now, this supercharge is very simple. This is a very basic one. Just supercharge down, land on this like strip basically, and then you want to jump up to this little platform here, and then from that platform you can turn straight to the right and jump up here, and then you just glide across, or alternatively you could even continue your supercharge and then turn into the right and hit this fan chest and then jump up to the side around here and hit those chests, and you could do like a full loop basically. You could do the supercharge that you turn in, hit this, and then do like a full loop around, and then you just need to clean those up. But I chose to be safe here, so this is actually a good showcase for why this is the safe route, because you can play it very safe. You can see here, I just get all those gems. You know, I got the red fan chest. It's pretty cool, pretty cool. I even got the red spring chest earlier. I didn't even say anything about it. You just charge this guy, and then you get the 2 fan chests, and then you just want to clean up this area. Um, and you get the fairy in the cage, get the gems, fairy in the cage, flame the guy, jump across, fairy in the cage. You want to kill the burb, make sure you grab all the gems, and then that's it basically. You just go up the whirlwind, and then miss both spring chests, I guess, and that's lofty. That's the safe way around it. You know, the key takeaways are that the 2 supercharges are fairly simple, right? Because all you have to do is one, you do a charge and then a jump straight to the right. You can literally hold straight to the right here, there's nothing to fear. And then the other one, you just do a straight path to the toilet bowl, and then you can extend it if you're willing to practice that. It is not so simple for this. Let's get to it. The first difference is we will not be grabbing the gems here. You may be thinking, whoa, 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 whoa. This guy just forgot that he was doing a 120 run. Bro, you need the gems. It's 120. You can't get 100% without the 3 gems. I mean, it is true, but you need to stop thinking so short term. You see, this is the issue with so many people. They think too short term. They can't see they let the tree distract themselves from the forest, you know? In other words, fuck your mom. We're gonna go up the whirlwind, and then we're gonna do the correct leave-in. Oh my god, this is a correct showcase because this is 5 months later. I've been playing 120 for 5 months straight at this point. Since this point, 9 months ago. This run 4 months ago. I'd been playing 120 for so many hours. I had so much more confidence. I knew what I was doing. I actually do this correctly. I sit there and I make sure I grab all those gems and let this guy come back up. And then I charge jump down to then glide to hit all these balloons, grab all the cages, hit the chest, grab the gems. Oh, look at that. That was smooth. Okay, my mic died again. But thankfully nothing there whilst I was playing was different from before. But now is where it's different. I'm gonna let this supercharge play and then I'm gonna talk through it. You see that you see how smooth that was? Oh my god, let's talk through it. So where am I starting the supercharge? Where I start supercharge? Very important. Very, very important. You see this little flower patch here and this arrow? That's where you want to line yourself up. Between the tip, the top, the top, not top, but the right tip of this arrow here, right here, and between this flower patch. You want to stand right between it. You could even start this a bit more to the left. than I did, but I was a bit more to the right. Maybe a tiny bit risky, but you want to start right there. And then all we're gonna do is we're gonna do the same as every other turnaround supercharge. We full jump. Hold on. I even go a bit further up to the corner just to try and start a bit further up. But I could have started it where I was before. Full jump, charge, turn to the left, and then the only difference is as soon you can see here, as soon as we touch the ground, I instantly jump straight back up and continue holding to the left. And that allows us to land back on this platform where the 3 gems were. And you can see I grab all 3 gems. Sometimes you will miss 1 gem, but don't you worry your little heart. Don't you worry. We have a backup for if we miss, but we'll get to it. Then you turn to the right and charge onto this like arc here. Jump off of that, turn into the left and hit the fireworks chest from before. And this saves so much time. Not only do you supercharge, not only is the supercharge quicker because you spend less time gliding across this platform, but you don't need to turn and then hit the fireworks chest and then go through the bonk animation. You can just hit the fireworks chest and all the gems just automatically just are given to you. It's such a beautiful supercharge. It is so good, and I would 100%, 100%. Once you get used to Lofty and you're trying to add something to your end game in 120 to save a bit more time, this is the perfect supercharge to add. And the reason why it's perfect is because you can do this first supercharge and then combine it with the second supercharge that I do here. So you could do that first supercharge and then do this one. Because spoilers, it's not really a spoiler, I mean it's just a freaking 121. But spoilers, after doing this, we're going to do the exact same thing that we did before. We're going to death beast as well. So after you death beast, you can do the same thing that you did here, and you can just have added this one. The only issue of doing that is that if you missed one of the gems, if you missed one of these gems here, then you won't be able to recover it, and you'll have to do a different. You basically will have to do this setup again, just to then grab the gem that you missed, and then instead of going to the right here, you would go to the left and you'd go through that way. And that's the way to recover it if you're trying to go the left side on the second supercharge. So as you can see, I just recover the gem, I just collect the gem, and then this is how you actually meant to do that gem collection, isn't that crazy? Wow. I can't even mess up here. You're meant to charge this guy as well, or at least charge the first guy and then flame the second guy, and then let his gem drop on you, and then you do the double flame for the red spring chest and the green spring chest. And then you just turn to the right, grab the gems, charge that guy at the air, pivot into those chests, and then you get the key chest. And then for death abuse here, this is actually something that's good to mention. Because in the first one I showed, I death abused on in the water. But it is actually faster if you're on gold spark. Um to jump off the edge here. Basically, let me explain something with death abusing. When Spyro lands in water and he starts his drowning animation, the in-game timer keeps counting. It keeps going up the whole time until Spyro is fully submerged in the water. The only exception is when you have 0 sparks. When you are fully sparksless and Spyro touches the water, he instantly is considered gone. You lose your life and the in-game timer stops ticking. So here, if I land here and I let myself drown, the in-game timer will tick until I drown. But if I keep jumping, then as soon here, I no longer have sparks and I've touched the water, bang, in-game timer stops. So if you're trying to defuse in water, the quickest way to do it is to keep jumping into the water over and over again until you no longer have sparks. So obviously that is quicker to do if you already have no sparks or if you're on low sparks. But I have gold sparks in this case, and so it's gonna take longer. It is faster to just charge to this edge. Another thing is that also you can charge in this water and then like jump on top of the waterfall basically and just keep jumping onto it and you'll keep taking damage that way, and that's the faster way to damage abuse or to death abuse in this water. But it is still faster in my opinion to just or from my experience to just charge up the ledge. Now, are you ready for this? Are you ready for my creation? My abomination of a supercharge?
Please, dude. Please bless me. I see. You know what? There's all actually some really crazy things to say. Oh, fuck.
Hmm. You hear how I said at the start of supercharge, please bless me? There's a reason for that. It is very, very easy for that supercharge to either just not work or work, but in a way that doesn't really save that much time. The fact that I got this supercharge, not only did I get it, I got it almost flawlessly towards the end of a world record pace run is it's kind of ridiculous. In my opinion, it's kind of ridiculous. How long have I been recording for? An hour and a half? Okay. Um, oh, it's hi Surf. Everyone say hi to Surf. Let me close actually. Anyways, the kind of hard to explain. I've tried explaining this supercharge to other people. It's kind of hard to explain. But essentially, we're gonna, you know how I said, oh, we have a back. If you miss one of the gems from before, we have a backup for that. This is the backup. You line yourself up on the exact same spot as we did before, and then you do the same turn around, jump, you land on the same spot. If you miss the gem, then you collect it there. I've never had a case where I do both these supercharges and I miss the gem on both of them. That would be very unfortunate if it happened, but I don't think but I think Sparks just automatically picks it up if there's only one left. We're gonna then jump on the same arch, but now we're gonna do a little hop, just a small charge jump there to get hit. Now this is where we're gonna go frame by frame because I'm gonna have to explain. Honestly, I don't even know how I do this. I don't even know what made me think of this when I came up with it, but it's just like it's kind of just muscle memory at this point how it works for me. But what we're doing is we're sticking in this straight line, basically heading towards this like corner here, right? And then as we're approaching the end, not as we're jumping, this is something to note. Unlike most jump in superchargers, you do not want to jump like coyote timing, jumping off the edge. You want to jump before the edge, okay? And then you turn, and there's another thing. It can't be a big jump. If you do a big jump, then you're more likely to mess up. You're more likely to mess up. Then you do a smaller jump. Not a short jump, but a smaller jump than a big jump. Okay? Like a medium kind of size jump, okay? Then, as we turn onto this platform, you you basically almost, not immediately, but almost immediately jump straight off, turning to the left, so that basically when you're jumping off, you're facing towards the end island, and then you turn in to the left so that you can make the turn into the room. Part of the reason why this supercharge saves about 8 to 10 seconds from my estimation, 8 to 10 seconds. Part of that is not having to deal with this fan chest. You only need to think about one. You don't need to go for the struggle of doing a double flame on fan chest that kind of separate from each other. You can hit this fan chest as you're going in. Here's one of the areas where it's very easy for the supercharge to go wrong. It's very easy for you to either completely miss this fan chest, jump over it, or sometimes you'll even land on top of it. Like you will land like here on it and it won't break. Or you'll get a really big slowdown from hitting the fan chest and then you lose all your time save basically because you're gonna have to build up momentum again. But after hitting the fan chest, you can hit this guy straight away here. You could jump like as you land and hit this guy and then continue over there. I prefer to not even bother trying to hit this guy. I like to just charge past him and then jump off the platform, okay? Hit this guy, keep turning to the left. As you can see, my charge jump here was too big. I should have done a shorter jump. Because if I did a shorter jump, then I would have landed on that red gem, but I didn't. You can see that gem here, I missed it. That is that is what stopped this supercharge being flawless. If I had just gotten that red gem, this would have been perfect. But let me set this like half speed. I missed that gem, and then all I do here is I keep holding the same direction. I hit the other fan chest, I hit those chests, and you can see that the green gems even um that green gem there homes in. Right, Sparks collects it as Spyro is charging through the chests. And then all I'm doing here is I charge jump after hitting these chests. I charge jump, and as soon as I make connection, I glide and cancel. If I had gotten that red gem, then what I would have done is I would have gotten these gems here, and then turned straight back, and then gone up to the where the fan chest is, and then gone from there. But I had to go get the red gem, and so I dropped down, I got it, I recovered it, and then I just have to get this fan chest. Now, hold on now. You may have noticed something. Where are the balloon guys? They are not there. This is reason number two why this supercharge, or reason number three, or how is one of the reasons why this supercharge saves a lot of time. Because the cycles are perfect every single time you do it. Because even if you have messed up the supercharge, these guys are still gonna be despawned. As you can see, if we go here, when I'm done messing around with these guys, they're here, alright? And their cycles can be whatever they want to be. You know, if you've been slow up to this point, they're going to be off. But here, let me set this back to full speed. Here, it doesn't matter what you've done so far. You can still save time on this end island section. Because look, the second you come into range, they spawn in on perfect, and I mean perfect cycles. This guy here, you charge along this green gem, let the red gem pick up, and then you just jump up and you flame the guy. And then you jump over to this next guy, and as you turn around, he's also perfect. You flame the page with the fairy, and as you can see here as well, there's meant to be a guy here. Where's the guy? Where's the guy? He spawns in as you basically come onto the platform. As you approach it, you can flame the cage with the fairy and then literally just jump up and flame that guy's balloon as well. It's perfect. And that is 100% was 100% consistent. It will always those cycles will always be like that. That is the beauty of this supercharge. I stumbled upon it by complete accident. I stumbled upon this despawning or unloaded balloon guy method like completely by accident. But we're just gonna clean up this section the same way that we would either way, which is by dealing with all these guys. You do need to flame that final guy, by the way. As you can see here, he's like too high up, so that I wouldn't be able to charge him, so I just have to flame him. And then grab his gem, go up the whirlwind, and then I just get these the two gems right at the end to finish it all off. And that is lofty. I believe I golded it. Let's see. Let's see.
There's such damning evidence against him as well. 1 second.
I did not gold it. Anyways, I thought I did. Clearly I didn't. We're gonna turn, rescue Latif. We're gonna just jump into the corner and bonk this fireworks chest. I like to jump the way that I did there because it will force me to be in this corner as these chests explode, and then those gems will just pick up as I'm in that corner, as I'm recovering from the bonk. We're just gonna charge straight across, hit that guy, grab all those gems, hit these two chests, and then finally we're grabbing these two red gems that I've left this whole time. Grab all those gems along the way, grab the chest, go up the steps. 285 right before Shark is the gem count in the home mode that you want. 9985. And now it's Shark time. Shark, there's nothing too complicated in Shark, I don't think. But but at the same time, it's very close towards the end of a run. So you can imagine on a world record pace, you'd be very, very nervous at this point. But we're gonna start by just hitting this guy and then flaming the Jester and the Mama using the same flame. Leave the Mama's gem because you're gonna get it on your way back to get off the platform. Um, I'm gonna charge this guy and then flame this Jester and then grab those gems before the platform rises and then just to jump onto the platform. But if you're not confident with your movement, then what you should do is you should hit this guy, go to left, grab these gems, and then run back to flame the Jester, and then you have plenty of time to get up the platform. But if you're wanting to push your movement, then this is what you do. Flame the guy, turn around, boost to jump up. It's very, very satisfying to do once you get used to it. But it also quite easy to mess up when you're trying to learn it. But put a little bit of time into learning it, and I promise you, it will not only not only does it save a little bit of time there, but the confidence that you grow from trying out different little movement things like that, the confidence you grow in your movement, it's invaluable in terms of getting comfortable in this game and or getting comfortable with the movement in this game and improving over time. doing stuff like that is invaluable for your progress. So I'd recommend trying it at the very least and continuing to practice it. So we're gonna hit these chests at the top after we get up. We're gonna hit this guy on his right because as we hit him on the right, which gonna allow us to drop down onto these two gems here that we're gonna pick up. You want to obviously land on the right side of this platform because all the gems are on the right side and you can basically just land on all three of them at the same time. It's pretty cool. We're going to do a thing called single cake here, which is basically where there's two jesters, one, two, and after you flame one tier of this platform rises, and then after you flame the other, the top tier rises, and the platform just so happens to look like a cake. So we think of it as like tiers on a cake. So you raise the first tier and then the second tier rises after you flame the second guy. But we're only going to flame the first guy, so only the first tier of the cake rises. But another thing I can mention here is, again, this is another movement thing with these platforms. This is the previous one I mentioned right before this. If you're not comfortable with doing quick turns, quick snappy pivots, and, being on a timer basically to get shit done, then I'd recommend after you grab the gems from these platforms, or this platform, rather than turning to the right, go to the left and hit these two chests first. Because what we're going to do is we're going to flame this guy, and then turn and pivot for those two chests, and then pivot back, and then bonk up the cake. This is something to mention actually. Um, you could just like jump and glide onto this tier, like here, and then get up on the cake, but it is so much easier to just allow yourself to bonk on the platform and then just hold jump all the way up. And then we're going to turn and we're going to grab the gems and the key and then jump across. Now, I think single cake in Spyro Reignited is quite easy, I would say. I know in OG it's incredibly hard, um, or quite difficult at the very least, but making this jump here, it's kind of easy. As you can see, the way this is set up is like this is really low down, this is quite high up. So going somewhere in the middle is most optimal because you don't need to glide super far away and you also don't need to glide point that's super high up. So if you just turn around and try and aim for this middle bit, you'll almost always get it. You don't even need to glide up, you can do just a straight charge jump up, right? And then charge jump back, and then if I have audio on actually, you'll hear when the platform starts to
Doing
go down.
a temporary suspension, which he may appeal.
You know, you have quite a lot of time. That whole time the platform wasn't about to go down. You have quite a lot of time if you do the movement right. Even more time if you get the chest before flaming the jester. So also this second charge jump across here, really not that bad. If you can do the one in terrace, then there's no reason why you can't do this one. But what we're gonna do here is we're gonna charge, jump into this guy first, and then double flame for the glide. Sorry, not even the glide. Double flame these, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna charge straight out of it to then get these two gems, turn around, charge into this guy, turn, and then jump charge into that guy onto this platform. If you're not used to the movement and you're not used to controlling Spyro too much, then um you might basically fall off a lot. These are small platforms, and so you need to be able to charge and instantly let go of charge as soon as you hit them. Otherwise, you're going to be falling off quite a bit. Anywho, go to the key chest first, and then after the key chest, before grabbing any of the gems, turn to the right, get those two chests right to left, and the gem that was in front of it, and then you hit the the. I accidentally hit the fodder, but you want to grab all the gems, and you want to avoid that fodder. Now let me explain. You remember how I said in Lofty about how death abusing in water is fastest when you're on lower sparks because you need to jump left into the water to get the in-game timer to stop. Well, I was on blue here. If I had made a mistake at some point during this level and gotten a hit, I would have been on green. But 99% of my runs that make it hit, I would be on blue. And that's okay. But being on gold, the extra jump just makes it so that it saves the tiniest bit less time. It's just think about it. Every bit of extra sparks you have costs you about zero point 0.2 or zero point 0.3 seconds. So the difference between 0 sparks and gold sparks is more than half a second. It's close to, it's somewhere in the range of like zero point 0.6 to zero point 0.9 seconds. And so it's kind of cringe to go from blue to gold because you're just losing time and this guy is just in the way. Try and avoid him if you can. If you can't, then just, it's not that big for time loss, but it is frustrating, to be honest. It's frustrating when fodder just like gets in your way when you don't want it to be in your way. And then when you actually need fodder, it's just like running around trying to avoid you. It's just you want to charge straight down here and avoid. You can avoid the gems on the way down because we will be coming back up these stairs. Just run down and get the dragon. Funnel effect, you'll be on 179 as you hit the dragon. But the way or the place that the dragon animation puts you makes it so that as soon as you start charging, you will pick up one of the red gems at the bottom of the stairs. But we're going to chase Shark here, as you can see, very standard. We're going to flame him when we should flame him. There is one little skip here, as you can see. You just don't need. Basically, you don't need to wait. You don't need to like wait for him to go across and wait for the platform to rise and jump on the platform to get onto that platform. Or have the platform rise. Well, you don't need to do that. All you need to do is just jump straight across. You can just hold the charge jump. Uh, you don't need to let go of charge jump even. You can just hold it the whole time, and the whirlwind just grabs you from beneath. I have never missed it. I don't think I don't think I've missed that a single time in my life. Just stay right in the middle, and right to the middle of the whirlwind basically, and you'll be picked up. And then you want to charge at him, and then pivot, and then jump across, flame him, jump up as the gems are coming out, go up the whirlwind, grab these gems, and then as you're gonna see, as we're grabbing these gems, I'm just gonna turn, pivot to the left, and just keep charging straight down because we're gonna do the damage of boost. And as you can see, that's how I opt to do my jumps into lava, where I just jump and instantly charge down. And there you go. Then straight off that, we're gonna hold down right, go to charge to the stairs, go up the stairs, right? We're gonna glide across, flame that guy, and then I like to glide cancel to make sure I land on the platform, and then flame the other guy, and then as I drop down on the guy's gem, just turn around and flame the other guy that's running around because he can hit you. If you don't flame him, basically as you grab that gem, he can get close to you and like try and hit you. So I just flame him wherever he may be. Sometimes directly behind you, sometimes you to your left. But just flame him, grab the green gem, grab that guy's gem, get the 2 spring chests the best you can. Typically it's to double flame it and glide cancel. Same way I've done for most of the double chests in this run. This set of double chests though, as you can see they're like in their own separate corners. They kind of like have a distance between each other. You can still double flame and then jump and glide across, but it's just not as fast as it would be. So I prefer to jump charge or charge jump for the first one and then drop down and flame the second one and grab that. This jump here is like annoyingly difficult. I recommend is to just do a full charge jump and then at the peak or like right as you're about to land, right as you're about to hit the platform, just keep holding forwards, but let go of charge and keep holding forwards and then flame and then let the gem drop on you. I'm pretty sure that's what I do here. Yep. As you can see, if I go like slower there, you can see that is exactly what I do where I have the charge jump and then just as I'm about to reach, I let go of charge, but keep holding forwards and then I flame as I'm going forwards. That is the best way to do that. You need to do a full charge jump. But if you're not used to doing that, and it might take a little bit of practice, then the safer way to do it is to do one jump where you glide across and flame, and then come back to this platform, and then do a second jump where you actually charge jump onto the platform. And then all we do from here is just do a glide across, flame that guy, glide cancel, flame this guy with another glide, and then glide cancel. Grab all these gems before flaming the Jester, and then we're going to grab these reds, flame the second Jester, go up the platform. You should be at 420 gems if you've grabbed everything up until this point. If you're at more, then I don't, I don't know. I don't know. But you should be at 420 gems. You might be at like 418 if you miss like the green gem that's here. You might be at 418. But then, I mean, you would see the green gem, you know. Um, but you just charge jump into that guy, grab these chests, and then you're gonna stand on this platform until it goes up. You'll hear there's an
An
audio
open
cue.
secret.
But what I do is I wait for the platform to rise a tiny bit. I don't really have a visual cue for it. I just have like kind of like a muscle memory thing, but basically once it reaches a height I'm comfortable with and I know that I can make it across, I just start charging. Don't wait for it to go all the way to the top basically. Let it go up a bit and then charge jump across. And then what I do here is I run past the dragon to flame this chest, and then as I flame the chest, I roll and touch the dragon because as you can see during the dragon animation, that 5 gem foam is in. And then you go to the left and you grab those gems. Um, actually, actually, I don't know. Actually, hold on. I do a little booster jump here, right? Yeah, I do a booster jump onto that platform, but you can just do a regular jump onto the platform. Pretty sure you could even charge jump it, but I don't know why I've always done booster jumps. You may see here, um, at the peak of the whirlwind, I go a bit to the right. The reason I do that is because if I don't go a bit to the right, I typically like land on one of the like the final platform or I like mess up. So I like to go a bit to the right, straight at the start and then just continue like swing into the left basically this whole time. And then I glide cancel right as I hit the final one. Um and then I grab the gems, charge jump across back to this chest. Where you can just like stand back and charge the way you came. Um Now I don't have 90 minutes here, so I flame the Jester and go up the platform. However, if you have 90 minutes here, then you can jump from right here across to the platform. In fact, hold on. Um, If I go back to my speedrun.com profile and I go to obsolete, we can see if this one has it. How far into the run is it? A bit further up. But I'm just gonna show this jump because I think it's a really cool jump. And it does save a little decent chunk of time, probably like 2-3 seconds. Um, Okay, let's see. There we go. See that? It's a pretty nice jump. It's just like um you kind of jump from like the furthest point here, and you just do a really delayed the jump. Big coyote timing. Look at that. Oh man. And then glide at the peak, and you get a little flutter up, and you can make it cross. And then as well as that, when you have 90 minutes, you can also, after cleaning up this area the way I do it here, you see that? Instead of jumping up from this top platform, you can jump from the bottom platform. The same idea where you stay up to the peak of the jump and then glide across and then finish like that. But I don't have 90 minutes in this, so I have to flame and then jump across. And then I'm gonna clean up the gems the best way that I can. But then because I don't have 90 minutes, we need to jump from this top platform. So if you want to be safe, then flame the Jester and jump from this top platform rather than doing what I do in that other run. And then you want to charge jump here. You can even triple flame that fan chest. But I didn't triple flame it. I just did a charge jump and then a double flame. So yeah. And that is Dreamweavers. I uh I there's only 15 minutes left of the run. Well, technically 13 minutes left of the run. I could do it right now. Hmm. I'm gonna take a pause here anyways, and then maybe I'll record the final bit now. But yeah, I mean, we're going into the final homeworld. We are now um 6.5 hours into this video, which I thought was gonna end up being 3.5 hours long. We're 6.5 hours into it, into the final homeworld, and yeah. So I hope everything's been interesting so far for you guys. See you at the end. Boy, howdy, we are at the end. We are at North Nexus now. I I don't really know how much I will have had the Nexus because I think a lot of it is kind of just straightforward. But I'm gonna try my best. You see, I have these videos lined up here to help with certain stuff. So yeah, let's just jump into it. I don't expect this to be too long. So we're gonna start by just running straight to Delvin, the the dragon. You know, I believe in this run. I say something like everything I've done up to this point doesn't matter because everything could collapse here, and that's very true. Nexus is really the point where the nerves finally culminate. Like everything's built, all the nerves are built up to this point, and you gotta go for it. You know, it's good to. I'd love to give some advice now to just like not get nervous, but my advice is like take yourself out of the moment. You know, and just realize that it's not that serious. It's just speed running at the end of the day, and this is the best run you've ever gone up until this point, then that means you could get it again. You've gone in once, you can do it again. That's my advice. But anywho, we're gonna hold like down right. You can kind of tell like down right-ish, exiting the dragon. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit this chest and then pivot to the right and try and hit each chest in a line. I mess it up here, but you can see what the intention was. And then we're just gonna grab these gems and then quick game it the second we realize. So it collected all of the gems there. And then once we load back in, we're just going to charge straight to Cove. I go for a flying skip, I'm pretty sure, yeah, but I miss it. So what I'm going to do actually for this start bit is I'm going to show two different things. Actually, let me play this first because this is gonna be like the easiest backup way of doing the way that I want to do. 'Cause I missed a thing here, but I'll show the 3 different ways it can go. To start off, we're gonna charge to the left of this barrel and then turn into the right to get these gems. I'm gonna flame this guy, and you can choose to charge jump into the gem, but I like to drop it and then charge this chest and then get the gem, which I mess up here, but now this is where the runs will differ between these 3 that I'm gonna show. As you can see, I hit the barrel to hit that guy, and then I line up for a trick here, but I miss it. So then, because I recognize that I miss it, I'm gonna go and get this guy's gem. We're gonna charge up, hit these 2 chests, and then I'm gonna have to charge into the TNT barrel and collect these gems that way. Okay? Now let's see what happens in this run. This run, I get very lucky, and something happens that I think has only ever happened to me one other time, which is I hit the barrel at the very start, and it hits the
Oh,
TNT.
oh my god. What the fuck? Can we talk about how fucking
And that's very lucky. And it's very lucky, right? If you want, I don't believe this can be made consistent. But as you can see, I just hit the very, very left of this barrel. So just be aware that that can happen, and it is faster than what I did, and what I'm gonna show as well. But as you can see, I charged jump into that guy's gem this time. But because the barrel was already dealt with, I don't need to turn around and try and line it up, so I save time doing that. And I go for that guy's gem, and then I get those, and then I just have to clean up those ones. This one is what I am meant to do. This is what you're meant to do, which is you get the gems. Don't do that. But charge, leave the guy's gem, hit the barrel, and then as you can see here, I line up and to the very right, basically, of the barrel, and I hit it, and all the gems pop up. Now, where you're meant to line up is it's kind of like I'll try and explain it. You see, oh, I can't go frame by frame on this, can I? I don't think I can. But if I lower the speed and then we go back. No, wait, don't lower it now. If I lower the speed once we get there, I'll be able to pause it at the right time. Okay, so you see I turn here. Okay, hold on. This is kind of what you're looking for. Spyro's mohawk here to be lined up with the very right side of the barrel, and the left horn to be lined up with this line on the barrel. With Spyro standing at kind of this angle, right? That's basically what you're looking for. And then you just charge straight forwards. And as you can see, the barrel hits like here. Now, if you miss that, it's not that bad. If you miss it, you can just turn straight to the left like I do in my run. And hold on. Yeah, if you miss it, you can just turn straight to the left like I do here in my run and then just go for it. Go charge the barrel. And it's not that big of a time loss. So you might as well go for it, because either you save a good amount, like a decent little bit of time, or you don't really lose that much. So it's not that bad. What we're gonna do now is just we're gonna jump to the other side of the bridge here, and then turn to left at this barrel, and then we're gonna pivot into these gems. Where I'm playing this very safe, obviously, but you can be a bit riskier with these gems if you want, like, don't charge so close to them. But we're just gonna flame and then jump into, oh my, bro, holy, jump into that guy's gem. Now this here is actually something that I mess up fairly often. But there's a guy behind this like corner, right? And he has a barrel, a TNT barrel that we need to explode before we can hit him. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna flame as we turn, and I like to jump after. I like to flame, turn, jump, that order. So flame, turn, jump. and you want to kind of turn the corner like a good amount to make sure that the flame connects. And then when you do that, you'll know if you flame it because you'll hear the TNT like start to go off. Let's see if I hit it.
But
I
yeah,
actually don't know if
it's
I
very
did.
precise.
I did. You can faintly hear it, very faint. But the point is that you do that, and then after you hear the TNT start to go off, you go to this guy to flame him, get a gem, and then you turn, and as you can see, as you turn, he's doing his little like damage animation, and then you can get flame him and get his gem. If you miss him, let's say you flame then you miss him, then he would just be holding his TNT barrel here. And what you want to do is you want to charge like straight into it to explode it. So that's like part of the risk with Cove is that if you miss the first trick with the barrel and then you have to charge TNT, then you're going to be on blue sparks like I am here. If you missed this guy, flaming this guy, then you're going to be on green sparks after charging him. So you're going to have to get fodder at that point. You can obviously opt to like flame his barrel, like to walk up to and flame him, but that's just slower, you know? And preferably you want to avoid doing things that are slow. But we're gonna flame him and then we're just gonna let his gem drop. He can jump up to it, but I like to just let his gem drop just so I can turn to face this because what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna do a booster jump up there. Now this booster jump is deceivingly hard, okay? So if you can't do it, then what you need to do is you go around like the regular way where you go to the left here and then you go up. I'll show it. If I do this booster jump here, the key to this booster jump, by the way, is just you can see the way this bridge works is like it's higher the more to the left it is. So you want to kind of jump here where it's a bit lower. But honestly, if you can do the booster jump in Stone Hill, which I talked about at the very start of the video, then you can do this. Like this one is way easier than the one in Stone Hill, but it is still harder than. Uh, okay, let's just. I don't know how that happened. But you get the idea. It's harder than it looks, but it's easier than the one in Stonehill. So if you can do the one in Stonehill, you should comfortably be able to do this. If not, then what you want to do is instead of coming here, you'd run across this, go up here, all the way to the top where there's a Nork up there, and then you get the dragon, clean up these chests, and then come down the bridge. But instead, obviously, the way that I'm doing it since we came up here, we're going to clean these gems, we're going to get this gem here, which, as you can see, it homes in, like, doesn't doesn't have that good of a range because you need to be on the same level as it. So make sure that you get up to this level. You can see the second I get up to the same level as the gem spark sees it. So there's a little thing for you there. Anyways, we're just gonna turn, try jump into this chest, obviously to the left of it, preferably so that we save time on the turn. We're gonna pivot. I missed the chest. Now, if you miss, if you're like me and you miss the chest there, I'm pretty sure the way to recover is to just get it after the dragon. But, oh, I mean, we'll see what I do. Something to note here. You flame this guy, and then you can do like a small little charge jump into his gem. As you can see, it kind of, it doesn't take that long to drop. And then you land on that green gem, which allows you to collect these two gems a lot nicer. If you remember in Beastmaker, I kept going on about um gem piles, piles of two, or landing on one of those makes it a lot easier. I actually landed on two of them and picked up the red gem as well. It doesn't really matter that much, but it's just like a small little thing to notice that like landing on the green gem makes it easier to pick up these two. And then what we're gonna do here is I do like a little boosted jump to turn into this dragon, and then what happens is there's two gems here, and we just collect them in the animation of walking over. So you hit the dragon without thinking about the gems because you pick up the gems as you do like little walk animation. So because I missed that chest, I had to go over and get it. But um, what we do here, that also that is what you would do if you don't go for the boosted jump. you have to turn to the left here to hit these chests. So I guess it kind of works out that I messed up in this run because I to show what you would do. Um, so that works out, I guess. But what we're gonna do here is I do this. Here's the fun little thing I do. I charge jump and then I glide, turn to the left and charge as I land, right? Now all this does is it just saves a tiny bit of time from having to charge jump over to this platform, turn and then like turn and then position myself to charge it. You can obviously do that's obviously the safe way to do it is to just get onto the platform and then turn to the left and charge it once you've like centered yourself with the barrel to the chest or whatever. But you can play it risky like I do and do the glide to the left onto the platform and then charge it without properly positioning yourself. The risk of this, of course, is that you might just miss. And then if you miss, then obviously you have to wait for the barrel to come back up. But it is a nice little movement optimization there if you pull it off. If not, then literally just charge jump like here and then turn to left and charge it. But I like how I do that. I like that glide. Gonna pick up the gem and then we're gonna charge these chests. And to, I really hate this tag. Can I talk about this quickly? I hate how this is set up. Now there's two ways of doing it. There's the way that I did it, which is charge these chests and then come back and then charge the barrel. Or you can charge the barrel and then hit these chests. Like charge and then pivot back here and then hit those chests. I like to hit the chest and then like walk to be centered with be like at the center of the barrel and then charge it. And then these guys during their animation have such a long period of invincibility, so you need to wait a tiny bit before you do your flame. But if you do your flame like kind of towards the end of the animation, your flame will connect with them like as soon as their invincibility runs out. So that's a nice little thing that I did there. But yeah, this little walking bit here is so awkward. It's like so cringe. Anyways, I like to hit the chest on the left and the chest on the right and then pivot back in, but hitting those two chests is a tiny bit uncomfortable because just the way that like the way like this like little passage is set up and the way the chests are positioned, it's just kind of not great. So I went for something here where basically you can do like a boosted jump into a charge. And if I charge at the very like peak of the booster jump and I do it properly, I can charge this guy without touching the TNT barrel. Um, and that would obviously give me his gem without me taking damage. But I think I've hit that about 2 times ever. So literally just charge the barrel. It's my advice. Just charge into it. And then get the gems on the left, and then just flame the two chests there and leave everything else. I picked up the guy's green gem, but that's just luck. Just leave everything. Just claim the two chests and then leave everything. And you want to leave those two chests there as well. You can even leave that guy. If I was insistent on getting him, I guess. You can leave that guy as well. Um, the only thing you want to do is you want to hit this barrel to get that guy out of the way. Other than that, you can leave everything here. Aside from, I like to pick up these gems on my first way around. But everything else you can leave. And then we're just gonna hit this guy, do a nice little jump up. You can leave those chests as well. I thought about getting them, but I left them. And then we're just gonna, again, position yourself right in the center of the barrel so that it locks onto the strong chest. I get the fodder as well, just to be safe. But if you don't get the fodder, then you can obviously get those blue gems to home in. I had to touch them. If you kind of like here-ish, they will home in. I had to touch them because the thing was collecting. As you can see, the reason why we leave everything there is because we're gonna come back here to pick up these red gems anyways. And you may be thinking, oh, gem piles, what about so many gems in gem pile? There's so many gems to the point where it just doesn't matter. So just like if I were to optimize something here from my gem collection, I'd maybe glide and then land on like these two gems and then maybe try and charge jump onto one of the gems back there just to make it a bit easier, but I just run through them. There's nothing to it, really. I run through the middle of these red gems, and then run through the 2 green gems, and then run through the other red gems, and that's all of it. But yeah, then I hit these 2 chests, and then turn around and pick up that guy's gem. If you didn't flame him, then obviously you'd have to flame him, but I did, so I didn't have to do that. I charge the chest, grab the gems. We're gonna just land here. This gem here, actually, this gem here is kind of annoying at times, and so I would recommend to stay close to that gem before going up to the next section. Just stay kind of close to that gem to make sure it homes in. Double flame into a glide cancel. Of course, you could do that left to right. I did it right to left. It's probably best to do left to right, but like I did it right to left. And then we're gonna ignore that guy, but this guy needs to be very careful here because for whatever reason I would always hit this guy's barrel and then I'd always take damage from it, but hopefully you're just better than me and you don't do that. But I turn and flame this guy quickly before grabbing these gems and then charging out. Now this, very important note here, do not charge this barrel in the middle. You want to hit this guy's barrel on the right. Now the reason why is because the barrel, you hit this barrel on the right and then it flies to the left. And then this barrel hits the second barrel on the left of it. And because it hits it on the left of it, the barrel then goes to the right and it will hit the third barrel on its right, which causes it to go to the left. And by going to the left, it hits the guy at the end. So essentially just hit the first barrel on the right. Like, if you hit it on the left, then the third barrel won't connect with this guy. If you hit it on the center, then maybe it will, but you're leaving up to chance. If you hit it on the right, there's like a 90%, 99% chance that it goes the way you want it to. And then this guy takes damage. Anywho, this guy takes damage, and then you have to wait a little bit with the invincibility frame, and then you jump up and you grab it. The gem, heal the chest. You want to be at 239 at this point. And then we're gonna turn around, we're gonna hit that guy's barrel, and then grab the gem, or the gem that would be here. I grabbed 2 of them, but there's 3 there, and left 1. But we hit it, and then we grab both of those gems, the one that the guy drops and the red gem. And then because the barrel that we hit connected with this guy, his gem homes in. Now it's important to note, if the barrel kills the guy, his gem homes in. If the barrel hits the other barrel, and then that barrel explodes, his gem will not home in. So it's good that it kills the barrel, it kills the guy. Although I think it's like almost impossible for the barrel to hit the barrel and the guy not to die from the explosion. So you should be good. Anyways, we're just gonna charge literally just the straight line through this pile. As you can see, there's just a straight line of gems, charge straight through the pile, straight into this guy, to make his barrel hit that guy, and as you can see, the gem homes in. We just wait for his gem to drop on us though. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab this gem, and then we're gonna pivot to the left, and do a charge jump holding to the left, and then flame the barrels there. Now, I've seen some people charge this top barrel, but there's no reason to charge this top barrel because you need to get these gems, okay? If you charge this barrel, if you flame this barrel, get these gems, by the time you turn around, all the gems are still dropping. If you get these gems and then charge the barrel, you still need to go for the damage animation, and so it turns out to be like basically the same, except you wasted sparks. So just turn and then flame the barrel, um, and then grab these gems, and then as you turn around, and then you just need to make sure you grab the gems. On the final gem, you turn to the right, and then you just want to drop down and hit this barrel. I almost always mess this up and end up hitting only one of these guys. There you go. But basically, what you want to do is if I was a bit more to the left here, because I'm kind of a bit to the right. If I was a bit more to the left, a bit more central, you'd hit like the barrel like here, and then both of these guys would be exploded. And then all I would do here is I would turn and I'd hit the strong chests, which I missed somehow. If you want to make sure you hit the strong chest, you need to. What happened here is I charged it like I guess a bit early. What I did correctly the second time that I didn't do properly the first time is that I made sure the barrel was on the ground, like the animation was done. But you'd hit that strong chest and then you wouldn't have to do what I do here. But basically the idea is charge down after gathering the gems here, you charge down, hit the barrel to make sure that these two guys no longer have their metal armor, and then you hit the barrel into the strong chest. And then after you do that, you can go down this tunnel. Oh yeah, you need to obviously flame. What you want to do is you want to do a quick double flame both of them, and leave their gems. Then charge those chests. I missed one, but it doesn't matter because we're going to turn back. You may notice I don't grab the key. Now, there is a key chest that we need to get, but thankfully you don't need key for that because there's a barrel in that key chest room which we will use to break the key chest. So you never need to grab the key. But we're gonna turn around, we're gonna clean up the chest I missed, but preferably you wouldn't miss it. And then we're gonna go left to right on these gems, grab the green, grab the blue. We will not be standing in this gem pile to collect all the gems. I'm just gonna charge and jump over it because we're gonna come back the same way that we came from anyways. So we can leave that. Same thing here, we're gonna flame the fireworks chest because we're gonna be coming back the same way. I jumped over the barrel. Sometimes, sometimes a barrel will explode. Like a metal barrel will explode at the same time as this wooden barrel, and you'll be caught in the middle of it, and you will take 2 damage. You will only get 1 damage animation, but you will take 2 damage. So if that was me in this case, I would have gone from blue sparks to absolutely zero from one hit essentially, and it's very cringe. So make sure to avoid that the best you can. I just avoid the barrels essentially. But we're gonna charge the barrel that this guy drops here just straight at him. We're gonna pick up his gem, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna line ourselves up on the left side of this barrel, and straight ahead is gonna be. Why do I take so long to do this? But straight ahead is the key chest on the other side of the room. So what this looks like is me just going to the left of the barrel here, and then turning around, and then I hit the key chest, and then I flame the guy. And as you can see, like I was not very well positioned here. The charge here to hit the barrel into the key chest is very lenient, as you can see. Like that is how off I was. I don't know why I'm coughing so much. But what we're gonna do after that is just go and flame this guy and then jump up into the gem. Collect all the gems out the key chest. We're gonna go right to left. I just see like a play cancel there, but honestly just don't bother with that. Just go right to left. Um, on the fireworks chest gems, and then we're going to drop down and make sure we grab the gems there from the strong chest. We're gonna hit the 2 chests here, and then we're gonna do a quick turn again to like center ourselves with the barrel towards where we're gonna hit it, which is gonna be to the left here. Hit that guy, and then as soon as you see that the barrel connects, you can charge jump over past him, um, and flame, flame as you go past him, as you see here. I turn to the right and flame as I go past him. And then I'm gonna pick up that gem, turn around to grab the gem that he dropped, and then flame the second spring chest. The way, honestly, every time I did a 120 run, I'd clean up that section differently, it felt like. But the main takeaway is to just glide after you see the barrel connect with him, or as you see the barrel connect with him, and then clean up, hit this guy's gem before hitting that fine spring chest. What you don't want to do is you don't want to grab that spring chest and then have to run back for his gem. So if that means getting this guy's gem first or getting the spring chest first, that doesn't really matter. Just make sure you leave that spring chest as the final one to grab because then you can turn straight towards this barrel, do the same thing. Again, I think I've done so many 120 runs, and I've only ever had it once where this barrel did not blow up both of them. So you should be safe. Um, if not, you'll just get hit down, and then you'll just need to run back here and do it again. But we're gonna glide, and then we're gonna flame both of them, and then I like to cancel right between their two gems to pick up both of them, grab all the greens, and then there's only one 10 gem left, which is right there, and we can leave. I'm gonna drink some water. Jesus. Anywho. Hmm. This is good time for you to drink water as well. In case you've been watching this and you have not been drinking water. What we're gonna do is we're gonna on the way to Twilight Harbor there's just a chest. Chest. You hit it. Unlike OG, you do not need to wait for all the gems to touch Spyro before going in. You can just charge straight through and then all the gems automatically collect. But we're gonna go into Twilight Harbor now. And Twilight Harbor has a fun little supercharge. Um, but before that, we've got to do this. Now, I like to stick to the very left of these. Like you can say like a fair amount to the left. There, not too much because you might miss one, but a fair amount to the left. Then we're gonna pivot to the left, hit that chest, and then pivot back around. And yeah, quick thing to note here is the best way to deal with this guy is to just do a full jump, like charge jump, turning to the left to hit him. That way you give him no time to try and do anything. Now, this guy here, if you've done everything in this room fairly quick, then when you reach here, you'll be throwing a barrel, okay? And sometimes this barrel will connect sometimes he'll throw it earlier and the barrel will connect with you. My head, no, it died again. Yeah, it's a common theme, it died again. But we back. Point is sometimes this barrel will connect with you and it will launch you back and you will fall here. You'll fall into this pit. And the game, this is an insta death pit. It doesn't let you try and jump back up. You just die. So essentially, if you see that he is about to throw a barrel right as you're gonna turn this corner, then just wait. Don't try and rush it. If you see that he's about to throw a barrel right as you turn this corner, then wait. I knew that he had just thrown a barrel, and so I had time to turn the corner. But if he's about to throw one and you're gonna be here, you're gonna be thrown back. So just keep that in mind. Play it smart. But yeah. Um what do I have to say? Oh yeah, these gems you don't need to jump up into a gem because you can just claim it and then go like do an anti-clockwise like little turn and then you pick up all the gems out there. And then go up the whirlwind and turn to the left. This gem is kind of similar to like the one in Stone Hill in that little top section where you don't need to turn all the way to it. As you can see, I go up until like this line, like between these two lines. And once I hit that, I can just turn and then Sparks picks up the gem. We're gonna just make sure to land basically right where these two green gems are, and then we're gonna charge this guy. I like to charge jump him because sometimes he will shoot kinda early when so gets a charge jump him because you can avoid the shots. But I didn't need to do it there. Then I'm gonna just fall. As you can see, if I go back. I turn and I just let myself fall. I don't hold charge there. Let myself fall and turn to the left in midair, and then I keep charging. If I had kept charging there, if I kept charging and holding to the left, here, I would have hit the
He's
chest, but I let
doing
go because I'm an idiot. But yeah, you want to charge those two chests, and then you want to glide them across, flame, and then jump into this guy's gem, and then you can get both the sprint chests. I like to do it with a nice little uh, glide cancel. But you can do whatever, whatever works best for you. And then we're gonna jump over this guy's shots. Flame. I don't know why I didn't charge jump into that one. Uh, Hard jump it. I don't know why I didn't. But you want to flame charge jump. I let it drop for some reason. And then I turn and grab the red gems, grab the green gems. At this dragon, you want to be at 75. If you might have missed a red or a green up to this point, so if you have, then do the entire rest of the level, and then jump into the vortex. And after you jump into the vortex, just glide back into Twilight Harbor. The reason why you don't want to quit game at like the very end is because then you're gonna have to run all the way back to the vortex. So just go into the vortex and then come back for the gems. But anyways, we're gonna go to the right here, and we're just gonna charge this guy, grab the gems, charge jump here, and now this guy back here, as you can see, is already shooting. So what we need to do is we need to, as soon as we land after charge jumping the gem, we're just gonna charge jump again, and then we're gonna flame that guy and pick up the gems that are there. Now this, as you can see, I don't charge jump this guy because what I do is as I turn, I get the first gem and then I flame him, and then after I flame him, I turn to the left quickly to pick up that gem, and then quickly charge into, or turn and then start charging as this gem drops onto me. It's very smooth. If you need to take your time then take your time. But of course you can just charge jump into it and then drop down to the left and grab those gems, but that's how I prefer to do it. Now what we're gonna do here is we're gonna be coming back this way with a supercharge to get the strong chest. And so we're just gonna if I stick to the right of him here, I can flame charge him and the flame will connect right before he's able to swing around and shoot me. Now, if you're not confident in doing that, then obviously just charge jump over his shots and then flame him. But either way, you want to leave his gem there and then go to get the 10 gem to the right. Then we're gonna get the two chests in that corner. We're gonna make sure to avoid that guy's barrels, flame him, leave the gem because you're gonna get those two chests and then grab his gem. And then we're going to just charge straight to the dragon. And now we're gonna do a supercharge. Now, there are two ways of doing this. There's the double death abuse route, which is what I do, and then there's the single death abuse route. Which my knowledge is slower. It is slower to only take one death piece. So because it's slower, and because in my opinion it is a tiny bit harder, I'm not going to talk about it. So all we're going to do is we're going to go to the supercharge platform, start supercharge, and then we're going to turn onto the bridge and we're going to grab the guy's gem that we left, obviously. You could have even left the other big guy's gem here, but I like to just grab it because, I don't know, I just like to grab it. And then we're gonna charge jump, and then we're gonna land on this side of the bridge because we left the three green gems here. We're gonna clean those up, and then we're just gonna charge right into the strong chest. The one thing, because I'm not gonna cover how it works, but the one thing I will say, the way that the single death beast works is that you turn into the left from this jump. You like turn into the left and then charge it, like coming from the left, and then you charge back around. But it's just this is just easier. You just yeah. So something I'll note is that it is beneficial to be at low spark going into Twilight Harbor because obviously the lower sparks are the quicker you can do this death abuse into the water. Because you just drop in and then you charge jump the rest of your spark. And obviously if I was on green sparks that would have been quicker. Anyways, after we die, we respawn back at the dragon, and then here is where you can take a safer strat. If I go back, as you can see here, when you flame this handle, if you've done a casual playthrough of Spyro, which I assume you have if you're watching this, If you when you flame this handle, the platform goes up, right? And then you can charge. You do the supercharge, and then that's the intended way to get up here. So you do a supercharge, and then you jump up there, and that's the intended way. So if you're not comfortable doing this next thing that I'm gonna talk about, then go from this point after you respawn here. You would go flame the handle, and then you go to the very top of the supercharge ramp, get the two chests, and then supercharge up the ramp, and that's how you do it. But the faster way is to line yourself up. Okay, let me try and explain this. Because what I like to do, you can start on either side of the supercharge ramp, but I like to be on this side and specifically on the to the left of the second arrow. You see how I'm at the like top of the left top left side of this arrow? I like to be on this side, and I like to be right next to these rocks. If I go back, you can see these rocks kind of stick out a bit more onto the supercharge ramp. I like to be on those rocks because for whatever reason is where I found the most consistency. I turn my camera to make sure it's facing directly forward so that my camera doesn't get stuck with the supercharge. And then I do a full jump, and then we turn to the right with the charge starting. And if you did it correctly, you'll see you bounce off the wall. This is a very narrow ramp, and so that's why you need to be really, to the side, otherwise you will just bonk. And so I bounce off the ramp, and then what we're gonna do is we can see there's just two chests here. So as we're after we get the turn, we need to stick to the right because what we're gonna do is we're gonna charge, and then we're gonna hit these two chests, and you can't even really see it. You really can't see it because of the chest in the way, but you see this like you see how these two corners have like these little like rectangular little like kind of platforms at the top, you know? There's one on the right, and what you want to do is you want to charge until the very end of that platform, and then you want to use your coyote timing. Oh, you can see it here. You can see this ledge, right? You need to charge, start charging to the right, and then as you hit that ledge, as you get the coyote timing, you need to do the massive charge jump basically, and then you can glide the rest of it. This will take a tiny bit of practice at least, because especially with the chest in the way, like it blocks your visibility of where you need to jump off, and so it's good to just practice it to get like kind of like the timing of when to go for the jump in your muscle memory, so that you feel kind of confident with it. But this is what it's like in just full speed. Um, it's really nice. And then something to note here: when you drop down here, there's a guy right here, and he will start shooting at you. And if you're slow in coming into this room, he'll just shoot you and then you'll fall down back onto the bridge. So what I do, as you can see there, is I like to do like a little like booster jump up and then instantly glide and turn into the left and then flame. And it doesn't really matter how you turn into the room, but essentially you want to be flaming either as you're turning into the room, or you want to get into the room really quick and then flame. I obviously with the gliding, I choose the option of getting into the room really quick and then flaming. But if you're like here and you decide to jump and then flame and charge in, that will also work. If I flamed here and then charged, that would work as well as what I did there. But essentially, the advice is be wary of the guy. The other option is to play it safe and basically just wait like here for him to shoot, and then when he's done shooting, you go in. But if you're trying to get in there quick, which is like the point of the speed run, then you would yeah, you just want to dive in there basically as quickly as you can and just flame as you turn the corner. But we're gonna grab his gem, and then you have to be kind of slow with the gem collection here. So as you can see, I grab his gem, And I turn to get these gems here, and then I have to kind of like wait a bit just to make sure Sparks is able to collect everything. But then we're gonna charge jump the spring chest. And then we're gonna flame that guy. And as I flame the guy, I turn to the right to extend the flame to hit the other chest. Preferably you'd hit both chests, but I just missed it. But then yeah, you just want to collect all the gems in that room in that kind of order of guy, pile, spring chest, guy, chests, 2 red gems. And these, as you can see, I'm lining up with the right side of this gem. I'm lining up with the right side of the furthest gem, right? And that is still in range to pick up that gem. And so I can do that and then pivot after the second gem starts home and then I do another death abuse after picking up the final gem. Pretty good. Now, at that point, you'll be at 248. Uh, and so we're gonna come into this room and turn to the left, hit this chest, and then we're gonna run to the other corner, hit these 2 chests, and then after we hit those 2 chests, we're gonna turn to the right, and as we're turning past this corner, I'm gonna jump and then face this guy to then glide towards him and then charge down. After I'm past their shots, I charge down and then flame jump into his gem. I missed his gem, but you get the idea. You would charge these 2 chests, glide over, and then charge jump. Then we're gonna clean those gems right to left, and then charge jump into this guy because again, as you can see, he's about to start shooting us, so I need to charge jump over his shots. And as I'm charge jumping, I'm charge jumping and turning to the left. You can see Spyro's turning to the left here. Because the next thing is to pivot. Obviously, I had to go get this gem. But what you would do if you didn't have to pick up that gem is you would pivot and then you'd run straight to this guy and you would also charge jump him. But I had to get that gem and but even so I charge jumped the guy because you have to avoid the shots. This whole room, the difficulty, this room is not difficult at all, honestly. If it wasn't for the fact that these guys' shots are like, they extend so far out. And so you constantly need to be aware of when they're shooting. But you know, if you just follow kind of this pattern that I do here in the room, then you will avoid everything. Where it's just go to the left, pivot into the other corner, jump, charge, jump, glide, charge into that guy's gem, and then get these gems, charge jump this guy, pivot to the left, and then charge jump that guy. And if you do all of that and you do it quick, it will all fall in place. Uh, Now this guy's barrels, for whatever reason I find him really annoying, but I just stick to the right. As you can see, I'm like all the way to the right of him, and then I turn into the left after I flame. Then I'm gonna charge. I'm gonna do a boosted jump where you can charge jump it, but I like to do a boosted jump because then I like to glide into this corner. And the reason why I like to glide to this wall is because as you can see, if I glide and turn to the left, I'm just out of range for his shots. So what you can do here is instead of doing what I do, you can just like you can just like jump up to that guy's gem and then like instantly drop down and then just charge jump over the, the shots. But I don't know why I've always liked doing this, where I just glide and then cancel and then I just land like right next to the gems and I turn to the right and grab them. But anyways, we're gonna get those gems, hit the guy, and then again we're gonna charge jump over this guy's shots, and then we're gonna flame him. And this flame is like it extends super far out. That's crazy. Anyways, we just flame him and then hit the chest right to left. Finish finish off by collecting that guy's green gem. Then there's 2 spring chests here. You can opt to flame them and glide cancel to get them, but I really like doing that. Honestly, it's not hard at all to just like charge jump both of these because they're so close together. You can just do like a really short charge jump and you hit both. But I like the flame into the charge jump. Um, I don't know why. I just really like it. It's because it's a double flame charge jump. It's just nice. But anywho, after this, we're gonna turn to the right, and now we have more dude shooting to deal with. So we're gonna charge into this guy, but as soon as we charge, I just hop just to make sure I avoid hitting those shots. Although I think you're pretty safe there. I like to just hop, uh, or do the booster jump and then turn to the left and hit this guy. But you should probably be able to just like pivot straight to the left after hitting that guy. I'm playing it safe in this run because I'm nervous. It's a water quick pace and whatever, but you're probably safe just pivoting to the left there and then charge jumping this guy's gem. And then I'm gonna stick to the left of this platform because his shots will be cleared of the left once I get there. And then I like to do a charge jump and then glide across, and then obviously charge jump over those shots. But if you're not confident doing that, you can just jump up into his gem and then let the shots kind of just like jump up into his gem and then land on the same platform, or even flame him and then let the gem drop onto you and then do this. But um, yeah, it's safer. It's nice to be able to just let the gem drop onto you and then go to the left, but it is also faster to just charge jump it and then do a glide after you get the gem, and then you charge jump over the shot and then do a double flame on those guys, left to right, and then pick up both gems. I don't know. I really like this whole section of just from this point all the way to the end. I really like this section. It feels really nice to be able to do this. Like once you get used to it and you can do it smoothly, it feels really nice for some reason. But anyways, gonna get all those gems. Then we're gonna go left to right here. Fun little fact. Sometimes you can get, you can see like an elevation difference there. There's like somewhere along here where you can just get stuck charging into like some ledge, and then you have to like jump over it. It looks really silly, but it can happen. But we're gonna go left here, hit those two chests, and we're gonna do a double flame, glide cancel, and we're gonna grab those two final gems, and the 400 out 400 pops up right before we touch the vortex. And now it's Nook time, baby. All right. And now I have a little thing to talk about with Nook. I have a little thing to talk about. Um, so what I like to do, you can leave these gems here, but I like to just drop down and pick up like one or two of them. I only picked up one there, but I like to drop down and pick up two is like best, but I just dropped down, picked up one and left it. But we're gonna charge the chest right outside the pool and then Nook time. So everything gem collection wise in Nook is pretty straightforward, I would say. However, where the big time differences come in Nog is with the actual chase itself. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But let's just look at how I do it. How I do the thieves and then the gem collection. So first things first, we're gonna ignore every gem. Oh yeah, the gem count sometimes will just glitch when you enter and it'll say you're at, it will just say 159 and then it goes down. We're gonna start with the first thief. Now, the way to approach the first thief is to stick to the right here, and then as he turns this first corner, you can flame him. Okay? And that is the best way to deal with that thief. You can, I believe, if you miss it or if you don't want to go for the flame on the first corner, I'm pretty sure you can hit on the second corner. But honestly, it is best to just in my opinion, it's best to get the thieves as early as possible, get them out of the way so that you don't need to think about them, you only need to think about the gems. So I like to flame him around this first corner, and then as you can see, if you flame him around this first corner, you don't even need to think about those first two gems, they just home in. What you do need to think about though is around this turn here, it's good to pivot a bit to the right, just to make sure that these two gems home in, because it's very easy to miss one of those two. And then we're gonna go to left, we're just gonna get all the gems out in front of us basically, there's nothing fancy here. And then what we're gonna do is right at the end, instead of charging to this gem pile, we're gonna drop down to make sure that we pick up the gem that's right there. As you can see, you can't even see it because I just land on it. But basically, there's a red gem right down here, and so we're going to drop down right on top of it to make sure we pick up. Charge the fireworks chest, bonk it. As we bonk it, I turn my camera around to make sure I pick up these gems. I like to grab these gems left to right. So this one homes in, and then I pick up those two in that corner there, and then go to the pivot to the right to get the other gems. It's pretty simple, but it's better than just waiting around for them to home in to go to the left and then turn into the right. So yeah, we're gonna hit these chests, and then we're gonna get the key in this door. Now, um, there are 3 different spots you can flame this thief. The first one is right around this first corner. If you stick to this wall and then you turn to the right and you flame around this first corner, that is the fastest way to get the thief, but that is really only viable or really only useful in like MBS or runs that don't need every gem in Nook. So I don't go for that. Um Sometimes I'll go for it in runs if I'm just feeling a bit silly, I want to flex, but I'm not doing it. Not doing it here. The second is where I flame it here, which is to turn this corner and then flame it. And that is the preferably where you'll hit him in 120. But if you miss this one, there's a third spot that you can go for, where after you collect these gems here and you hit these chests, you can flame him right around this corner. And this is probably the easiest spot to flame him. But I don't like to go for it, simply because if I go for him around the second corner, like I showed you, and like I hit, and I miss, then I know for a fact that I can back it up by hitting him around this third corner. If I only went for him around this third corner and for some reason I missed it, there would be no backup for it, and so it'd be a big time loss. So I like to go for the second corner and keep the third corner as a backup. Obviously, if you miss either of the two thieves, just like paste them. Actually no, that's not true. That is actually a false little false. Fastest way to recover the two thieves in North, if you miss either of them, is to get all of the gems along their path and then quit game and then do both of the thieves again, basically. So, like, let's say I missed this guy's gem, right? Let's say I missed this guy's key, right? What I would do is I would grab all the gems like I do here, right? Do this, clean up everything, and then I would clean up everything here the same way I would do. And at this point, I would quit game, right? And then I would do the first thief around the first corner like I showed, and then I would do the second thief around the first or second corner, and then I'd go to North. And that would be the fastest way to do it rather than chasing them for another lap. So there's a little fun fact. But I don't think I have anything to add about like the actual gem collection of this thief because it's just like it's just all right in front of you. Pivot right and then turn here. Get those 3 chests. We're gonna drop down and then charge here to make sure I grab all of these gems. And then grab these gems here. And now, oh boy, oh boy. So if you are newer to doing runs, then what I go for in my run will probably not be best for you to go for. If you've put in quite a bit more time into the run, then you can start to go for what is called one cycle, which is where you collect all of the gems along the along the path that Gnasty takes you, as well as then flaming him at the end, all in one cycle. If you miss that, then you would have to do a second cycle, a second lap around, right? Alternatively, you can go for the easier 1.5 cycle, and all 1.5 cycle is you collect most of the gems along North's path, but you leave the second half of them, and then you hit North on his first lap, but then you have to go back and clean up the gems that you missed. I'll show the one cycle that I do, and then I'll show the 1.5 cycle that Raven does. Although I wouldn't recommend Raven's 1.5 cycle. There's a better way to do it, and I'll explain that as well. But for 2 cycle, what I would recommend for 2 cycle Naught is honestly, I don't know what I would recommend more. I don't know if I would recommend ignoring all the gems first and then just getting Orc on the first lap and then getting all the gems on a second lap. Like basically just pace Nork first, get him, and then get all the gems afterwards, like on the second lap. I don't know if I'd recommend that or if I'd recommend going for all the gems on the first lap and then getting Nork on the second lap. I don't think it honestly matters, just whatever you're most comfortable doing. But either way, if you miss 1 cycle, you will default to doing 2 cycle. Um, so, you know, in my opinion, there's no real drawback. If you do 2 cycle currently, there's no real drawback of at least trying to learn 1 cycle. Because worst case scenario, you just do what you do already, which is 2 cycle. And best case scenario, you save 28 seconds. So that's the time difference. 1 cycle saves 28 seconds over 2.5 cycle, or over 2 cycle, and it saves 15 seconds over 1.5 cycle. If you do 2 cycle and you're not confident at all that you'd be able to even try doing 1 cycle, then I would recommend trying to learn 1.5 cycle at the very least because it saves 13 seconds, roughly 13 seconds. With all this being said, I will now go my run where I hit 1 cycle. And I will play it once all the way through and then I will break it down. Let's hear my reaction to it as well, because I think it would be good.
Okay, didn't miss the first spring chest. That's always a good sign when you don't mess up the first thing that you could mess up.
That's actually
Didn't
true.
mess up the second spring chest, okay. Ooh, you know what? I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I will say that it will be close. Oh yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it.
So that is 1 cycle. I get all the gems along the path and flame him. Okay? Now, let's try and break down this gem collection a bit. It's gonna be a bit. Okay. So the first thing I need to mention about 1 cycle is that it is extremely precise. It was, I believe it was originally thought to be completely impossible because, like a few years ago, simply because the players' movements back then were just not tight enough. They weren't, the movement wasn't good enough. And so it took a lot of progressing with movement to be able to even do 1 cycle. So we start off with a pretty like like close turn to the right, stick very close to that third corner, and then we're gonna grab all these gems. And then what we're gonna do after we hit that line of chest is we turn to the left and then we do a nice little jump, hard jump across here, right? And then as we land, we want to stick to the right of this chest, and then we're gonna do a very small charge jump. This is a key element. If you do a big charge jump here, you're going to be too slow. You're going to spend too much time in the air. It's going to be too slow. So you're going to do a very small charge jump and then turn to the left. And as early as you can, you want to charge and then pivot for the next charge and hit those 2 chests, okay? As you can see, charge jump, pivot, pivot, all good. Then we're going to stick to the left side of of those stairs where we go down, stick to the very left of this platform, then stick to the right of these chests, stick to the right along this corner, because as we turn, there's going to be a spring chest right around this corner. Again, we're going to need to do a very small charge jump on, and then let ourselves like pop out of it, and then turn to the left. And then this is a key, crucial point of um, of one cycle. If you've done everything up to this point right, this part can make or break any one cycle, and this is crucial information. You cannot do one cycle without knowing this, okay? You can't do it. Key here is you would think to be as fast as possible, you want to stick to the right along here and then pivot in, but that's not the case. Being too fast here will hinder you because the way Nasty Nork works is the closer Spyro is to him during his chase, the faster he will run. Okay? So right now we're pretty far away from him. So he's running kinda slow. We want him to stay running slow so that he gives us time to pick up the gems and catch up to him. If we go too fast, if we stay too close, he will run away further and we won't be able to catch up to him. So what we need to do here is we need to stick all the way to the left. You can see I'm sticking all the way to the left on this platform. And then once we reach right around, you can barely see it, but there's this crack right here. Okay? Once we reach this crack, we want to hold hard all the way to the right. Okay? And the reason why we hold all the way to the right once we're at the crack or once we're a bit past it is because that will allow us to turn this corner like a racing line, you know? We turn this corner with grace and elegance. And then we're going to collect these two gems. And then this part here is the toughest part, in my opinion, of one cycle, which is we need to do this booster jump here, which to me is so precise that it ruins all of my attempts. Because because this booster jump here needs to be done quick enough to make sure Nork doesn't, Nork doesn't just bolt off. And the issue isn't doing it quick enough. The issue is doing it quick enough but not rushing it. Because if you rush this here, you will miss this gem. This gem is the most easily missed gem of this path that we need to take. And so you need to land directly on top of it. And so what I mean by doing it quickly but not rushed is that you need to get the boosted jump quick. You need to do this jump here, you need to do it quick. But if you're like me and you start to panic a bit and you start to think, oh my god, I need to rush, you would start to turn to the left here too quickly and then you would miss this gem. But as you can see here, I didn't. I didn't do that. What you want to do is you want to charge straight across here and then let yourself drop onto the gem and start turning to left as you're dropping and then charge out of it. That section there to me is the most important section to practice. Everything up to this point has been fairly simple. It's just hit the spring chest, which can be a bit hard under pressure, and then stick to the left, and then do this turn here, which again can be a bit annoying under pressure, but this part for me is the reason why one cycle is so difficult, or was so difficult for me to be able to learn and be able to hit. Because my god, I would always mess that up. And I will tell you, if I if I did this a bit slower, if I hesitated here, if for any reason right here I hesitated, I would have missed naught. If right here I didn't charge as early as I did, I would have missed naught. If here I turned a bit more to the left as I was dropping, or let's say here I was a bit more to the left. If I wasn't as tight on this pole, if I was a bit more to the left, I could have missed this gem and then I would have missed one cycle. It's very easy to miss one cycle is what I'm trying to say. And so the fact that I hit it on, the fact that people hit this consistently on such incredible paces is incredible to me. Anyways, after you land on that gem, you want to charge along. Again, I like to stick to the left here for some reason. I don't know why I like to stick to the left, I just do. But after you get that past this section, this is where you want to make sure you're tight on corners because you don't want to give Nork any space now. You need to stay tight on him. And so we're gonna hit these two chests and I'm gonna pivot and then we're gonna stick. You can see how tight I'm doing this corner here. Now here's a key, the easiest way to tell if you got one cycle is that when you turn this corner here, Nork won't be facing you. If Gnasty Nork isn't facing you when you turn this corner, that means you got one cycle. If he is already facing you, that means you were too slow and you missed it. So as you can see, he wasn't facing me, he was turning, and so that means I have enough time to go and flame him. If all of that sounded like a lot and sounded like it was really tough and like you won't be able to do it, well, it's because it is really tough and it takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of really nailing down the movement, but you can do it. You just need to practice, 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 practice it. I'd say one cycle is one of the most important things to practice because it is a big barrier, in my opinion, for taking that next step in 120. Sure, you can obviously save a lot of time in other sections, but the confidence that one cycle builds into your movement is like it's incredible. Once you hit it one time, you will feel like you can do anything in this game because you nailed one of the hardest movement um like tricks in the game. So I'd say it's incredible what one cycle can do for your confidence. But if you miss it, then what would happen is he would just turn around, he would drop down here, and then you would need to go chase him around again, which is obviously kind of slow. Um, but let me show you what 1.5 cycle looks like. So this is Raven. This is his 10509 on the board. Now, he does have a 10509, but Raven's best recorded time is a 10408, and he has an unrecorded, unofficial 10342, I believe it was, which is only 3 seconds behind my record. Um, so clearly Raven's a great player, is what I'm trying to say. And Raven does 1.5 cycle. So this goes to show that you can get incredible times without doing one cycle. If you really don't feel comfortable with it, confident with it, you can still get really good times with 1.5 cycle. So let's see what he does. He's gonna go and grab these gems the same way that I would. Uh, as you can see, he was a bit slow there. You see how he was a bit slow there? But that won't matter for 1.5 cycle. He has more room for error. He's gonna leave the spring chest. As you can see, there's a spring chest around the corner, which he leaves, right? And then he's gonna grab all those gems. He's gonna leave all of the 5 gems there as well. And he's gonna take these corners really tight. And as you can see, Nork is planning as he gets there, and so he can flame him. And then what he will do is instead of going all the way around, is he can just glide over to where the spring chest was and he left. And then he can do the cleanup section here basically, right? And it's, you know, it's pretty good. And that there is about 15-ish seconds slower, 13 seconds slower maybe. Now the faster way to do 1.5 cycle would be if I go back. If you do everything that I do the same, up until you get okay, this is where it's at. So instead of leaving the gold spring chest, I would recommend keep it there. And then instead, what you can do is you can do everything like I do here, and then here is where you would then alter, and then here you would do what Raven did, which is leave all the 5 gems and then leave all the gems to the end and go get him. Um, because that way instead of needing to glide over to where the spring chest is, you can glide even more to the left to where the little S turnaround is. Now, what that means in a practical sense or in a backup sense is that if you go for one cycle and you do everything correctly and then you mess up here, like you miss the gem, let's say, you do everything correctly one cycle, but you miss this gem, you can still, if your movement's been good enough, you can still back it up and do 1.5 cycle, right? And it won't lose as much time as if you had to go for 2 cycle. That is the benefit of doing this version of 1.5 cycle, is that it allows you to commit to doing 1 cycle, and then once, you know, if you potentially mess this up here, then you have something to fall back on that isn't 2 cycle, which loses almost 30 seconds, you know? That's the benefit of this version of 1 cycle, because if, or 1.5 cycle, because if you do Raven's version of 1.5 cycle, where you leave the spring chest, then you're not even giving yourself the opportunity to go for 1 cycle. Like, the second you don't go for that spring chest, you can't even think about 1 cycle anymore. But if you get that spring chest and you get up to this point, and then this is the only section that you miss, then at least you really went for 1 cycle, and because you pushed your movement so much, you can still hit 1.5 cycle, having to only recover the gems here and the gems at the end. You know? But anyways, after Flaming North, we're gonna do this chase. I'm gonna stick to the left of these platforms here, and then turn this corner kind of tight. Do a little charge jump and then a glide across. And I like how I did that little charge jump there. Typically in runs now, I would do like a boosted jump onto this platform, but you can just charge jump it. And then get yourself up. You can just glide your way up, honestly, just jump glide up. Try not to spam it, because if you spam it, try to spam jump and glide, then you might fall between this crack here and then lose your run. So try not to spam it, be a bit more um intentional with your movement, I guess.
Gameplay. Oh my god, I just golden Nook!
Can't believe bro just golden knock, that's crazy. But anyways, you've done everything so far. There's only one level left, and it's loot. So what we're gonna do is I like to hard at this edge of the platform, but you want to do it just like Nesta, where you have to jump as you touch the dragon. Because if you don't jump as you touch Magnus here, then you won't be able to skip his dialogue basically. You won't be able to skip the dragon cutscene. So make sure you jump as you touch Magnus, and then you'll be able to skip it. As you can see, this is why I said I like to leave. I like to pick up 2 of the greens here. I only picked up 1, so there's 3 here, but you pick up the gems that you like leave there after hitting the first chest, and then you turn, and then you hit the other 2, and you clean up the 5s, and then you can just go into loot. I think I flying skip here. Hold on, look at that flying skip. Flying skipping action. Now, oh my god, I've been waiting to talk about this for a while now. I do not have the best way to explain how to do height cap skip, but I did try my best to record something. So if you're not comfortable doing height cap skip, which I'm going to talk about, then obviously just go through loot the normal way. I don't have the video to show the normal way of doing loot, but if you watch like a lower someone on the speedrun.com boards who is like lower down, you'll find an example run with a slower loot, which glides around it and gets all the keys and stuff. You do the intentional route basically. Um, but if you want to learn high cap skip, then this is what you do. This is what it looks like first of all. Oh wait, I miss it. I miss it. I miss it. Let's skip the missed attempt and let's go to when I actually hit it. Hold on. I forgot. I completely forgot that I missed it in this run first try. But second try, it doesn't matter. This is what it looks like. Okay? Now, if you're familiar with the game, you may know there should be a height barrier here. About here should be the limit of how high I can fly. So why am I able to just fly straight up? Well, um, there's a way essentially to trick the game into thinking that you're not going up when you actually are. And the I'm not gonna bother with a technical explanation of how it works. I'm just gonna explain it. I'm just gonna explain what you do. And by me, I mean the past version of me. When was this? 8 days ago when I started recording this. Oh my god, I even have timestamps because I was trying to see if timestamps would work for this video. I found out that they would. But let's listen to past me talk about how to do a high cap skip.
Okay, boom, perfect setup. This is gonna be the best tutorial ever. For height cap skip, you got my hands. So basically, you
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
see, look very closely.
Look
I'm
very
holding, oh
closely.
my god, I'm holding very slightly up and down. Looks like, see how slight that is? See, very slight. You do that, and Spyro's like slightly like a crawling speed, basically, just slowly walking. And then you initiate your glide, then you hold down on the D-pad until Spyro's like angled up, and then you keep holding up on the analog stick. You hold the very slight, you hold that the whole time, and then it's glide down until Spyro's going up, and then you hold the analog stick after you let go of the D-pad. And that's how you do it, basically. I don't think there's much else to it. You'll get a feel for it, and I like to do this like claw grip kind of thing when I press D-pad. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to it. It's just slide up, D-pad, point up, let go of D-pad, and that's it. So do that and you will succeed. Hopefully. I don't know. This isn't very useful, I don't think.
That probably wasn't very useful at all. I don't know why I recorded that. So let me try and explain those words into actions. So the few things you might have heard me say is very slight up on the analog stick. This is very important. For an example of how slight on up of the analog stick you want to do, this is a Neo Vortex console record that I did July 27th, 2021. And when I mean slightly up on the D-pad or on the analog stick, this is what I mean. Spyro should be walking at that pace. Do you see that pace? Do you see the pace that he's walking at? That is the pace that you want, okay? You see he does a very slight walk, right? Very small step. That is how high up on the analog stick you should hold. Now, when you keep holding it, right, let me slow this down. You're gonna keep holding the very slightly up on the analog stick the entire time. You do not want to stop holding very slightly up. Okay? And as you can see, when you're holding very slightly up, Spyro goes down a tiny bit. He loses height. Okay? And then once you've reached a point that you're comfortable with that, you will then hold directly down on the D-pad, right? And then what that does is it points Spyro straight up. You see how Spyro's going straight up here? Boom! When Spyro reaches a point that he is angled straight up and he is about to hit the height barrier, that's when you let go of D-pad and you only hold very slightly up on the analog stick. And what holding very slightly up on the analog stick does at this point is it just lets you bypass the height barrier. And if you just keep holding it, it will just keep going. Okay? It just keeps going. So again, all I'm doing here is at this point, let me put it at 0.5 speed actually. At this point, I'm holding can see. You see it there? I'm holding very slightly up on the analog stick, and so and the Spyro starts to go down. As Spyro starts to go down, and I'm holding very slightly up on the analog stick, I hold D-pad down as well as holding the analog stick. Okay? You don't let go of the analog stick. That's another key point. You don't let go of the analog stick. You hold D-pad down until Spyro is pointed directly upwards. Okay? Once Spyro has started pointing directly upwards, you let go of D-pad and you only hold analog up, so very slightly up. And you keep holding that all the way until you reach the top. Okay? If that was confusing, it's because it is kind of hard to explain without like you actually trying it yourself. But that is the kind of breakdown. It it's it's the slightly up on the analog, D-pad down, let go of D-pad and keep holding analog. And it will take some trial and error to get used to it, but you will be able to get used to it and you'll be able to hit it. I promise. Um, one more thing to add this is for the if you're not doing height cap skip. Um, uh, one more thing to add is that there is a way to get the final plane faster. Here it is.
Not even kidding, that's how easy it is. Sweet.
Very good job, Crit LBC. So feel free to do that. I assume it's just you stick roughly to where at the height of where he was at, and then you turn to the left as you hit the plane go down, and you flame. But we don't need to do that because we're just gonna flame the final plane straight away, and then we're gonna grab all these gems. We're gonna fly up and grab this gem. Gonna drop straight down. Then we're gonna turn to the right, and we're gonna get both of these chests, because both string chests. I think we get a charge and then a flame. We can double flame them. It's fairly simple. Charge jump that one, then glide straight up to hit those two chests down here. Glide back. We're gonna pick up these gems, and then we're gonna flame this firework. Then we're gonna flame this firework, and then we're gonna go to this strong chest. Honestly, I have nothing interesting to add to loot. It is literally just follow the route that I'm doing. There's nothing complicated about it at all. After you do high cap skip, there's nothing complicated. You're smooth sailing. Gonna charge these chests left to right, and then do a flame. Double flame of the fan chest. I kind of messed it up a bit, but it's all good. Ignore the thief. Just go left to right on these gems, and then hit this chest. After you hit this chest, you want to jump and then glide up to land on that platform to hit this firework here. Actually, there is something I should mention here that you want to be careful about. Right down here, can't even, not even like good place to see it. Right down like here, there's a staircase. If you glide over that staircase, um, you will lose your height cap skip, and you'll have to quit game and do it again. So don't glide over that staircase essentially. But don't do that. Instead, just go down and hit that firework and then get these two spring chests the way that I do there. I find that best. You're going to grab those gems. You're going to go right to left on these chests. After you hit the metal chest, you want to turn around 180 degrees and then fly straight up to get these gems where the strong chest was. With these gems, I like to do it counterclockwise, as you can see, right, left. Glide across this platform to grab these gems, and then charge jump down to this platform to grab all those gems. And then I would like to do a big charge jump. You can glide down for it, but I like to do a big charge jump down to these gems. And then gonna get those two spring chests again. There's a double flame, and then those are the final gems. If you want to know that's the gem count you were looking for there. Um, on the final gems, 950. Because there's gonna the other 1050 is gonna be in this room. So you grab all the gems on your way, and then this is actually something I can talk about. The most optimal way to do this room is to hit this chest first, right? Oh, sorry, not that chest. I'm wrong. You want to hit this chest first on the right of it so that these two chests explode, but you get knocked back. And then what you can do is you can turn to the left, and as you turn, you charge into this chest and then charge the final chest, which I missed. I missed the final chest, but you get the idea, right? Like it's just that one, and then you after you bonk that one, you would charge into these two, and that is the most optimal way to clean up the final room. Because then you would only need to clean up these ones, and these gems here wouldn't be there because you would have charged that chest, but I missed it, and so I have to clean those up. Yeah, that's 2000 or 2000.
Damn, GG. Still saved 5 seconds on that loot. No, that's because flying's good, never mind. God, bro, he lied. He's lying.
You hit me spamming for guidebook.
Let's go, dude. What the fuck? The back to back. The back to back, dude. Oh my god, I'm done with 120. I'm done with 120. Fuck my chest, dude. I'm actually so hyped, dude.
That man is so hyped. What a cringe fucking celebration. This loser cares so much about the video game. Anyways, that's all of 120. I have nothing to add. I have one thing to add. I lied. Um, if I go to 420 chef and I go to this, this is the one thing I can add. I'm adding it at the end because this literally came out yesterday. But this is a good recovery if you miss the Alpine Thief. You may remember from Magic Crafters, I said wait for the thief animation, and then he does it, and then he's like, oh, let's say you miss it, right? If you miss it, you want to grab all the gems the same way I told you to do them. Don't get stuck like he did. Uh, but you would grab all these gems, and typically you would paste this guy again. And I think most of the times you'd even have to get him, you'd have to do 3 laps, right? And doing 3 laps is very long. So what you want to do instead is you want to come back around the way you came. And this is an important thing. You need to do this jump. If you go around this way, then this won't work. You need to do this jump across here, and then you can turn this corner, and the thief will still be there, and you'll be able to kill him. And that is faster than doing 3 laps, and it is the best way to recover doing the thief. The thief if you mess it up. But yeah, I mean, that's 120. I've covered everything that there is to cover, I believe.
Damn.
Um, yeah. How long was this? Who the fuck? What the? An hour and a half on this? I didn't even realize. I honestly thought this was gonna be a half an hour Connexus. Anyways, god damn it, this is gonna be an 8 hour long video plus a 25-minute movement guide. I'm so sorry. This was not meant to be this long. This video was meant to be like 4 hours at most. Now it's 8 hours long. Oh god. But this has been honestly really nice to just kind of go through my PB and just talk about different things and give advice. I put a decent amount of hours into 120, and so being able to kind of like pass on this kind of knowledge is yeah, it's good. It's nice to be able to just talk about uh, the game I enjoy playing, you know. Um, If anything new gets discovered which kind of like really alters console 120, then I'll probably talk about it and link in the description to this video. But um, yeah, I mean, I guess my hope with this video is that people will see it and look to improve different areas their runs that they struggle with, or maybe even completely change the route and do the route that I do. Try out different things and enjoy the game, I guess. Um, yeah, that's kind of it, I guess. I don't have anything else to say. Um, Thank you to Chef for 20 Chef, of course. Legend. Thank you to Fawn Trap, to Goose Hero, DXB, Marsh GL. These are all people who I asked for different things that they think would be good to be included in a 120 guide. And so some of the little side notes I mention is things that they thought would be good to mention, and I tried to go into depth on a lot of the things that they brought up as well, but I have no idea how useful this will be. I don't know if anyone's even gonna like watch this and actually want to improve 120 after seeing this, because I think the way I explain things can maybe be a bit bad. It might be a bit of a mess, but I had fun either way. So yeah, thank you for watching this. Um, until next time, I suppose. Yeah, see you.